Explain to me the whole site. You saw what it means. Okay, anybody else? Anybody get it? About questions about people pay for this? About the same process. What is that part of this thing? It's a separate company. Different models of targeted requires that is many distractions. Like limiting your view. Devil filter hide requires these distractions. They got more power to adjust them, and that's what does me good. Super success. Super success is an amazing breeze of thing that works for us all areas of brain power. It revitalizes focus, memory, mental agility, reprogramming of area take your pick of entertainment control. So today I'm looking for 75 dollars to save you 20% on reading this year. Never forget my quotes. Those cover the hair. So, super success takes people with abilities that either create entertainment or resonate with positive. Cultivate open. Yeah, quote, the charts are case, the filter. Introducing super success with repost sites. Use the software to take the same, test it in local replace platforms, or make a clear repost site at every campus and every industry. Make super happy. Sharks, I need your help to make super success your worldwide success story. Sure. So these are just worldwide nothing in there. How did you know? So I came up with that wellness policy. I was having trouble with focus, and yeah, and so I was kind of mixing my own different ingredients in something to help me focus. And extra focus science. All of my ingredients have my favorite studies done on them. What's it? Have you investigated studies on the test that my product works better than 60,000 camera? It's about $10. High quality ingredients, all ingredients that sit my photos inside of the center. It's the supplements and focus. Anti-high focus. So more specifically designed for all students. Most brain supplements. So most brain supplements are longer term. That's fine. So my product has these four areas where it's important. Most brain supplements and their type of brain health. Mine focus in and meditate. How do you sell this to over 60,000 cells? Which one? All of them. All online. It works. Here's the best part. So here's my first requirements. Once again, customers will be buying from the back. If I'm buying this, how many flows do I take? How long before my membership goes or immediately will be back to customer test? It's designed to prevent short-term and permanent effects in the long term. So if you take it once, say you're craving a water test, but it helps you add more information anymore. If you take it consistently, it'll have long-term benefits for your memory, focus, mental health, emotional well-being, and it can more shortly over time. You know, super successful. I really do believe I can do a bunch of supplement. It's one of my favorite products. And then I have professionals manufacture it and the GMP certified. So as an admin, make sure it's all contained actually they don't interact with each other.
What about a campus that you're designed to distract training? It takes 15 tries.
They'll have the dance of the play this week.
Now let me ask you that.
Let me see how about it.
What's the downside to a substantial overdose?
Just like any other supplement, if you're super sensitive to caffeine, so try to well, you don't have to be. You just want to go out there and make some money. And you start having caffeine. I'm out. If you're all successful, this is a massive, massive market.
Just because something's a massive market doesn't mean that
The demand's out there.
Absolutely. To feel
Moses always been a savvy trickster. Even though he was schooled in all the arts himself, he would choose to ride his bike in a single tire.
my grandmother was seamstress for a long time. She told me that soon after that, her dream got a major upgrade. I love fashion so much I decided to turn my passion into a business. It's a high-end fashion accessory that incorporates styling and styling. My personality is their job, and I grew up on religious life. I need an investment from the sharks to hire manufacturers. My strongest suit is design, and I need a team to match my professional needs. If I'm competing with my sharks, I'll be really sad. I need to keep this dream alive because my passion is and I am the CEO of ROTHSCHILD. And I follow my love
Hi, Sharks. I'm Nicholas, and we're here today seeking $50,000 in exchange for 20% of our local fee.
Sharks, I mean, I always like to chase money. Even when I was little, I would sell time just to go play on the playground. But as I got older, I didn't find any one time that I liked. So my grandma, she showed me how to sew. And then most fun and
Now, we would actually brought in some amazing bow ties to have, feel, and see the quality of our hand we offer. Bow ties are classic, but Moe's Bows bow ties, we like to call them a classic sweater. But by investing in Moe's Bows today means investing in the future, because we don't just make bow ties. Moe's story has inspired people young and old to tap into their passion.
yes, I give everyone the same advice. Figure out what you're good at and find out how you can make money doing it. Figure out, find out. Figure out, find out. It's that simple. Sharks, I know that together we can make a lot of money and make this business really, really successful by helping people look good and feel good in modern bow ties. So, I only just have one question for you today. You sell, try, isolated bow ties alone? Yes, how many?
I sold
2,000.
2,000.
Yes, and you know my grandma is in charge of all the ties right now, me. Yes. How many have you been doing?
We've been in business for 2 years. We started when he was 9. This year we've sold a total of 1,500 ties at a total of $55,000 in selling ties.
55,000. Wow. Where are you selling them to?
We're selling
Online, and we have 11 different stores across the South. They buy me from different Twitter, posting on Facebook, and magazines. I've been in a boat magazine.
So he's got a lot of orders to see.
What it costs for me to make my $6 to $10, and they range from $45 to $50. Why don't you sell them bow ties? You know that cool way to do something? And I told my dad and my granddad, they were really happy for me. And bow ties are make you look good, and I feel like I'm watching a study right before me. Tap into it. Yeah, it really is all effortless, close execution. I'm really
We want to use $50,000 to go home and secure manufacturing. Absolutely both. We currently have 11 stores. We have about 5 more stores that are waiting. Right now, he's reached out to Macy's and Dillard's and some of the big box players, but right now it's in specialty boutiques.
It's hard to expose. People manufacture it. This is still bad. So the company that we're working with in Memphis, it's a lady that used to own the sewing factory. They're sewing, they're cutting clothes, and how they can make it for $500 a week. Their website required cheers on there.
Oh my God, she's just fine.
A great woman, yes.
She's at 80 years old. She's always pretty much great.
They're bringing it live on TRILLIONAIRE.
Well, she lives in
To compete with people and sell multiple luxuries and
Yes,
brands.
I'm planning to have an enclave in my apartment for 20.
20. Okay, now yes. Why do you think you would need a invest instead of going with the aesthetic route and maybe own the property yourself?
Because I believe everything needs the next big thing. And people have been we can feel like once they're finding out the connections, we can work faster. We can really get the ring out there. We want to take people with bell accessories. They can turn it upside down. We want cool socks. We want to have fun bow ties, fun neckties.
I like to see the outside this panel. Let's get that smell. I smell it well. Two shirts that may be interesting. Let's have you smell it. Well, I smell it well. So hot. There it is. You can afford to pay $3 a tie if I give it away. There's yours for a gift. I wanted it for your wife. Only $3 every time you sell a tie.
Southern California, everything. If you're turning please in every presentation, it's always good to have your camera on clear at least 10 feet from power lines to avoid injuries and outages. Learn more at fce.com/stay safe. This event is sponsored by Selfie Studios and Virtual Arena and Food Over There, private cafe here with Selfie Studios and Virtual Arena for both partnership and community activities inside of the campus. Creative, stimulating, and live. When you stay right where you are at selfieonfire.com. That's selfieonfire.com. You got the way water has changed. You know why? Getting light source therapy analysis from both water and inside so far you have no physical benefits and pay no interest for 1 year with a 12-month guarantee permanently subject to your fee. Call 1-800-WATER now. That's 1-800-WATER 993. Visit likeforlike. This class is sponsored by ROTHSCHILD. It's ready for your calendar and contact now nationally. File your open enrollment today. It's a no upfront, pay-as-you-go online course everything today. No upfront, no subscription fees or costs. Visit ViralRabbi or trusted audience or stop by online by calling Medical Education at 1-855-882. That's 1-855-882. Beginning enrollment begins October 15th and ends December 3rd, so file today. You are here for ViralRabbi online. I tell you to be honest, to be responsible, not a company either. I'm here to give a passionate advocate for safety. Familiar certificating that if you find out that the IRS has lost $10,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're a criminal, spouse, veteran, or aging parent. 911. Call now. 800-786-9295. Don't lose hope. Too late can you or refuse or too old to get IRS. That is ViralRabbi's story. If your car reduces tax tax, then you pay nothing. Our pricing is tax-free and not an individual credit or online pricing. We are a tax-priority mortgage lender, paying instantly for the driver's receipt. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS now. Use it to pay tax today by visiting us online at TRILLIONAIRE.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Passionate advocates, real solutions for real people. If you're looking to sell your home, sell your business, or manage your tax assets with no resource help, you're probably beginning. There are no agents. This is crazy bills in your buyer's tax or after a $10,000 loss at the vendor. Check out the reviews online and cancel no obligation offer. 888-321-06. 888-321-06. 888-321-2726 or visit sellersofyours.com. If you have inherited assets or survivors, if you received a gift or struggle with secrets, consider that secrets were invented in 1980. Do you even remember 1980? Everyone's house had one telephone. There were still TV channels. Exactly. You played video games in arcades and watched movies in theaters. TV was a play-the-song kind of cultural registration thing. And social media was inviting the neighbors to come visit your vacation pictures. A lot has changed since 1980. Now, for people who struggle with sleep, there's insomnia. Insomnia is an intelligent device that treats sleep apnea inside your body that kids have already. Complete learning of EAP sleep apnea treatment at a time. Guided sleep, inspired keeps you breathing normally and resting comfortably. No mask, no headache, just breathing and sleeping. To learn more, visit inspiredgroup.com. Inspired, sleep apnea innovation. Inspired.org and a copy of Dr. Rashid's document on reviewing important safety information of Inspire sleep apnea. Hello, I'm Allison Alexander, host of the OOTD, where my gospel inspired meditations and loving husband is with you very quickly.
I'm going to give you a little review. This is pretty amazing. Strategic economies and promoting financial equity with a team of professional business owners to help you open your secure business account at ootd.com.
Hey guys, did you know there's a delay putting up a wallpaper here? Just the phones, but it's 97% cheaper and you can get it online. Let's go to 1-800-SELF-PREMIUM. You'll get a free shipping taken, the street shipping is prescribed for 100% online pricing, and trusted generic alternative to the name brand, at up to 95% off. Plus, head to nofilter to stand after the ingredient of brand name Viagra up to 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with a zero copay, no expensive appointments, no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go visit trim.com/radio. That's trim.com/radio for your free online visit. Or try ms.com/RADIO.
Yes, radio FM, right now. It's on the air about an hour 33 and a half minutes. This is all yesterday twisted into fancy. Report smart now. This is the Rabbi. The free Radio FM 80% perfect. Traditional definition of pickup is you can pick me just so whatever topic is cool and make silence available for free for all students. So what it will do is it will make you like silence because this is to the Rabbi and the Bill Harrell here, and we're going through a tweet from October 10th as we finish handle the movement. What happened? Here's what he said on what was news.
The last piece first. I started singing my name because the other one said we were live when we started fighting. And instead you were running, I think he was just handing the delightful childhood thinking and wants us to embrace freedom from the reflex of having to take sides now. You know what? Just that somebody took to us in a Twitter and said, today's announcement is deeply shocking to us. The life has come together, and things are to be tireless for our country. And do you know who takes them? His four siblings.
Yeah, he's
Not a big fan. He's not your typical Kennedy, full court.
he's running around with a lot of people think that it's a crazy ticket.
His main premise, his main doctrine is anti-vaxxers. That's basically what he believes in. And he doesn't believe us. So I think, I don't know if he throws the word autism out there, but you're not going to run successfully for president based on your main job, your main campaign promise is we're going to get rid of vaccines. Or certainly not going to allow the government or anti-vaxxer to mandate them. And the problem is he going to take folks away from violence? So a lot of people think of Kennedy as a criminal, and that's Democratic voters. Remember when last April ran, when Gore and Bush were running, and Navy would not get out of the race, and in fact even had enough votes, had they gone to Iowa, which would have happened, Gore would have been president. He would have won that. He would have won, and Navy wouldn't have voted. So Bush would have been, wait a minute, you're MP forced becoming president. Nope. It had no sense. And the same thing may happen here. Maybe Biden eventually assassinate phase one. Maybe the video I have of getting vaccines early on, maybe it'll just bring down the votes. And Minister Agriculture has probably advocated for having the heaviest country to do a genetically engineering to do 2,749 pounds. It competed in a physical field championship something like that, and will aid on this effort.
2,749 pounds for 8 pounds. What else might that be?
Over 680 pounds.
Yeah. Of course, whenever we used to go grocery store and dealing with anybody as a taxable veteran, we saw weight loss pills for weight loss. Toledo Garcia, which is Sergio Herrera. And I apologize for that in advance. You are good.
You know what? Doesn't apologize for what you say. How about some Bravo de Cucha at the Olympics?
Hi, dear Daddy. It is now 7 o'clock a.m.
Thanks, baby.
Here's my take on it. It's a family business. And you need to learn it's a team members. So you have to get members or you have to work with them. And you're probably going to honestly don't know how to be a so I think you're onto something when your margins are high. So if you keep focusing on something that is amazing and great, one could different match your for those reasons.
So that's a good talk about support. My company's been a lot. 10 years that I strongly suggest that you will do this. So I'll be the OT to mentor, but I recommend always that mentor is right. So what's the mentor? And you don't just everybody else rules.
Well, we appreciate all of your comments and all of your feedback. Mr. Wonderful Kevin, we appreciate your offer with regard to the client. David, we would love to work with you to make your content go to the next level where we can go. I was the CEO, but I'm the CEO of Merch, so thank you guys so much. Really appreciate
I got my spikes. Mikey's Trikey's. Look at this one, Virginia. Maybe that. Maybe. Why? Living a deep fake. It's not even trying to find me. again. And again, but when I would see the photo of children to the children that we discussed, and this is me, sending me, the photo of children is Michelle concerned healthcare, correct? I am one of the other to be Michelle concerned healthcare, correct? Scientific, medical, and French sense. Russian.
This is the Shark Tank, where hopeful entrepreneurs get a once-in-a-lifetime chance to pitch the sharks in hopes of getting an investment to start, grow, or save their businesses.
Most difficult thing about wearing major equipment is just to be quiet for a few minutes.
The entrepreneurs must convince a shark to invest the full amount they're asking for, or they'll walk away with nothing.
I'm seeking $258,000 for 3%. That's a problem.
If the sharks hear a great idea,
You did about $3 million retail. You did $3 million in sales. Correct. I'm taking you way more seriously now.
they're ready to invest using their own money.
I'll offer you $80,000. I'll let you $250,000 as debt.
And they're willing to fight each other for a piece of the action.
We really do think we can make that $5 million.
What kind of grade is this?
Don't let the party hat fool you. There's happy business with
I can put one match to the bottom of that hill. Very beautiful. You're golden. I've never heard anybody say that here in Shark Tank. Sheer evil.
Who are the sharks? They're self-made millionaire and billionaire investors who are entrepreneurs themselves. Kevin O'Leary is a venture capitalist who turned a $10,000 loan into a software business worth $4.2 billion. Barbara Corcoran went from waiting tables in Manhattan to building the city's preeminent real estate empire.
Robert Hirschman, the son of an immigrant factory worker, is now a technology mogul. Sold his first internet companies for over $350 million. Growing for years, the Queen of UBC holds over 100 patents and has launched over 300 products, grossing over $500 million in retail sales. And Mark Cuban, notorious billionaire entrepreneur, tech guru, and the outspoken owner of the NBA's Dallas Mavericks. First into the tank is an entrepreneur who believes he has a better way to send a thoughtful gift.
Hello, Sharks. I'm John, and I'm so excited to introduce to you today the world's most genuine online floral solution, the Books Company. I'm here seeking an investment of $258,000 in exchange for 3% of our business. Now, just by way of introduction, I'm a Pittsburgh-born guy who knows how to make a selling lovely flowers to be sent to the lovely people in our lives. Lori, Barbara, she's over you.
What a wow, sir. Man after my own heart.
That's our Desperado bouquet. Served on.
You know how to suck up to me, baby, and I love it.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. That's fun, right? So this business is working because there are really major consumer pain points in this industry. Since 1999, you check out at 6450. What's up with that? Bait and switch product. You see a photo, it's not what arrives. And this is flowers. This is supposed to feel good. There's a solution, and the solution is books. Books are bouquets simplified. Now there's three things that we do to really make our business special. The first, we have one price. It's $40. $40 including shipping. There are no care and handling charges. And we also don't try to sell you a cheesy plastic butterfly or some balloons. That just degrades the experience. The second thing we do differently is we ship straight from eco-friendly, sustainable farms located on the equator on the side of a volcano. Seriously, that's the volcano. It also means you get a really fresh stem because it comes straight from the farm. The third and final thing we do differently is our concierge service. You can schedule an entire year's worth of deliveries, birthdays, anniversaries, important business dates. We take care of it for you, and we do it all at a discount. Business is blooming. Let's get you guys out of the water and off the volcano. Who's with me as we build the next big flower brand at the Books Company? Tell us about the business. The business is essentially an e-commerce business. We launched this business about 11 months ago. This year to date, we've done $700,000 in sales with almost no marketing budget.
What are you attributing your success to?
I think people are ready for something that feels a little different in this space.
Is this a $40 bouquet? This bouquet you
That's
just
a $50
gave me?
bouquet.
$50.
You said everything
Everything is 40.
So a $40 price is for all of our SKUs, and you can double that SKU for $10 more, and you can triple it.
When you say triple, you mean double the amount of flowers?
Exactly.
So, if money isn't
We did it even
really is, that's a great angle.
Let's go back for a second before we dive into the numbers. How did you even start the business?
We started the company actually with my co-founder. His name's JP Montefar. He's actually on the volcano, which is why he couldn't be here today. And he's the sort of floral farming expert, and I'm more of the front-end operations, marketing, brand set.
And explain to us the volcano. I don't know a lot about where different flowers come from. At the bottom of this volcano, are there a lot of very prolific floral farms?
Absolutely.
What is your cost of customer acquisition?
Our average year to date is $13. Last month was $20.
Wow, just give us what data went into that number.
So it's a combination of some really amazing PR, Oprah Magazine, Daily Candy, Grill List, Wall Street Journal.
How much money have you spent just on PR?
No, not PR, marketing, advertising. Total marketing to date has been about $70,000.
What does the $40 bouquet cost you?
We're at 40 to 50% gross margins on the smallest size. When we get up to the triple bouquets, we're closer to the 50% end of that range.
Do you ship overnight? I ordered today. It's my husband's birthday tomorrow. Do I get them tomorrow?
We do not. It is 6 days of delivery.
Whoa.
Your first order.
Oh, I think you just ran into it. John, the average guy doesn't realize it's his wife's birthday until that morning.
I understand.
How is he going to wait 6 days?
So two answers to this question. One is overnight shipping launches in 3 weeks. We're doing the same exact model with California farms to satisfy the shorter lead time.
What will the
Same
price
price,
be?
same margins.
$10 more on everything, slightly lower margin.
So you're totally changing your model already.
I don't know that we're changing it. It's still farm fresh.
Are you still going to have it from California and it's going to be $50?
Yes. Some of our roses will last in your home 3 weeks. And people tweet about that, people talk about it.
What do you attribute that to?
So my co-founder JP's background in biology has come in very handy. We actually have a proprietary process that we use. Whenever you're at a local florist, they're just by definition, because it takes so long for them to get there, they have to hold that inventory this much more flowers.
Let's go back to the numbers because no one's tackled what really matters here, your valuation. Your math, I think, is correct, 8.6 million.
That's right.
Okay, so let's be pragmatic. You're going to do 800,000 in this calendar year, right?
We're going to do 1.2 million.
And you're going to make on that about 250,000 pre-tax?
Yes.
Okay. So how do I value your business? Give me the metrics that makes you worth 8.6 million.
Sure. So the growth has been astronomical. We started the business 10 months ago, and we started with $13,000 in a total sort of friends and family round, which was literally like my parents and my sisters and my best friend. And we grew that into $700,000 in sales.
You said you raised 13,000 friends and family. Have you raised any money since then?
We closed the seed round in May of 1.1 million.
At what valuation?
That was a 5.2 post money.
To me, that's a huge problem. I don't like to be just one of many. I don't like to be dumb money. And for that reason, I'm out. You just raised 1.1. Why are you here looking for 250?
We're actually raising a full round of $1 million.
So you have an existing round that's open, and the investors are willing to pay a 40 times free cash flow. I'm a very pragmatic investor. I don't care what you're selling. What matters in business is cash flow. That's it. You're asking me to pay 40 times, which would be the absolute premium that I would pay for a much larger company. But he's growing. Yeah, but it's a flower business.
Your angle, the thing that I saw is different was
What's his angle? Tell me that.
that it's $40 a bouquet. That's it. No added charges, no shipping and handling, and you can upgrade the $10 to a $50 bouquet. My problem is, all your competition can do exactly what you said if they like the idea of the strategy. So for me, I think that this doesn't have an edge anymore over any other floral company.
All right, look, 250,000 for 3%. I mean, it's such a small, irrelevant amount to what you've already raised. I have a challenge with that. And I don't know if your competitive advantage is sustainable.
I want to address the name of the business. I think it's a terrible name. It's hard to spell, hard to remember. If you gave me a spelling test, it would take me 10 times to read it. I'm out.
As usual, all roads back to Mr. Wonderful. I'll tell you, John, there's one problem with your deal. You are crazy expensive. I think the risk in your deal is not executional risk. It sounds like what you're doing. It's exit risk. You have to be acquired by strategic.
Very true.
You're in the Neverland. You're in a place where it's not that attractive, and you didn't really differentiate yourself against the commodity other than to tell me you're a better market. That may be true, but I think you may die of old age when you're excellent. But there's another problem. If I want to send flowers to your grave, I have to wait 6 days. And I think you died here today. I'm out.
Well, I very much appreciate all of your time and your input. And thank you so much for having me.
Good luck, John.
Thank you for the flower.
You're welcome. Kevin sending flowers to my grave was a really funny comment, but he forgot that we offer overnight shipping in California, so they can show up to my grave right on time.
Next thing you take is a unique way to solve an age-old problem.
Hi, Sharks. I am Aaron Bruce. My company is AngelLift. I'm here seeking $500,000 in exchange for 10% of my company. You know, nobody wants to let go. In fact, women spend billions injecting poisons
acids, even animal parts into their face. And that's just to try to be fragrance. Laugh lines, smile lines, frown lines, lip lines, there's all kinds of names for them. They all make us look old. I believe that we have developed one of the greatest anti-aging tools of our generation. And I'd like to introduce to you now Angel Lift. Angel Lift is the only under-the-skin facial lifting strips in the world. Through the use of light, soft pressure, we can not only stop this facial movement, we can restore facial contours, we can lift out lines, we can add volume to lips. Angel Lift is worn exactly like teeth whitening strips. 10 to 30 minutes a day, then you put them away. They're worn when you're completely relaxed, but it's comfortable for you. The most difficult thing about wearing Angel Lift for women is just to be quiet for a few minutes. Clearly, we can really use Angel Lifts up here. Aaron, you're not married, obviously. Well, I am. This is my beautiful wife, Kelly. She's our best model. Clearly, Angel Lift is a game changer in this industry. And in many cases, Angel Lift's been a life changer for a lot of women. Come here to Shark Tank to find a partner who's helped me build an amazing brand.
Does this work permanently?
This is a chemical effect on the skin. Your mouth, unlike any part of your body, reacts to pressure and reacts very fast. We found out through orthodontists on our team that the same thing happens with braces. If you put braces on which lift 2 to 4 millimeters, you instantly get almost a facelift. But months after they're removed, in adults, they see the wrinkles begin to come back. But the pressure causes a cumulative action in your mouth. Kelly's going to hand out some samples for you. You guys are both in your 70s, right? Why is it only for women? It's not 30% of our customers are men. How much do they sell for? What are your total revenues? Okay, so we only sold these in a test market. Right? We took an unfinished product and we took it to the smallest live shopping channel in the country. In that test market, we did about $3 million retail. We profited $1 million. You did $3 million in sales in a test, correct? Wow. We pulled out of there. We are still filling orders from shows that happened 6 months ago.
Aaron, you have to run them for how long?
30 minutes a day, 30 to an hour a day, 30 days, we take out about 87%. So you have to wear these forever? No. You have to do what we call maintenance wear. So maybe once a week you wear them, once the lines are out, because you need to tell your body that you still need that space.
You have pictures here, before and afters. Same model. These are not retouched.
No.
So how long a period of time from the before to the after?
In 30 days.
In 30 days, you had that much improvement.
Wow.
Is there anything proprietary about it?
We are under patent pending right now. Aaron, what do you sell it for? So when we tested it in the market, we sold it for $49.
Did you mention yet when you have any proof that it works? Real proof.
Not only do we have third-party clinical trials proven that we've gone to QVC, and they took us to theirs.
So why are you not on QVC?
We haven't pursued QVC at all because we want the public to come to us, to come to Asia. We are having
Wait,
Aaron, we've
that's
done
the
a great
one thing
job.
that's very
Yeah, I'm
confusing to
very
me.
confused. You're sure. We have too many sales. I have pulled the product back. I don't believe the product's going to come. I want to finish the line. That's what I came here for.
So you want to stop sales while you perfect the product?
It's pretty close.
But Aaron, that's an easy
not
thing
I know
to do.
you come into Shark Tank with monstrous success and generating free cash. Why would you just simply be constantly upgrading your site, constantly upgrading your package while you bring in the cash? I want to maximize the value of the company. We have a product here that will knock out injections altogether.
Yeah, but Aaron, look, you're talking out both sides of your mouth. Because what you're saying is, I'm taking back control of my company. Okay, that's fine. That makes for a good talking point. You said you made $1.2 million. You're not hurting for cash, right? Then you come in and say, I need $500,000. I need your expertise. And the story just doesn't add up for me. To pull a product that's selling $3 million because it increases the value of your business, you got more guts than I do. Because I would have kept selling. I don't understand the need, and if I don't see the need, my money doesn't go there. I appreciate it, Robert. Thank you.
I don't think you get it when you look at this packaging, what it is. I think you really have to demonstrate. So it's a very expensive sell to demonstrate, do an infomercial, do QVC, whatever you're going to do, but that's necessary. I think it's going to cost way too much money to make this happen somehow.
Thank you on that. Aaron, in my world, it's evil if something's selling and you stop doing it. I've never, ever, ever heard anybody say that during the Shark Tank. Sheer evil, and I don't want to be part of it. I'm out. How much cash does the company have in the bank? million and change. Yeah, I mean, I wanted you to be the first guy at Shark Tank to just own it and say, I'm here because I'm going to sell it. Crap load more. But you just didn't step up and own it. I don't trust that you're here for the right reason. I'm out.
So who's left?
Lori's intrigued. She sees the opportunity, but she's looking at the price tag saying, wow, that's a lot.
4 sharks are out. Lori is Aaron's last chance for a deal.
I think it's a QVC product. I think it's an infomercial product. But I have to admit, it's a very confusing story. You said it was doing great. We were at a shopping channel. We pulled it. We went into QVC. They loved it. But then we didn't pursue it.
Because he's evil.
I feel very iffy about what you're doing. I still don't really understand it.
Well, my opinion, this is a giant package being prepped for you. This is your hearing. This is your reading. You're the one that really cares.
$500,000 for 10% stake doesn't do it for me.
I know the offers we've already had for our company. I know the kind of sales we did in a tiny test market. I know what we're going to do. It's huge numbers.
I'm going to make a really hard bargain here. May not take it. I want to see proof of your patent, proof of the $3 million in retail that you've done, and I'd like to see your clinical trials and see that they are accurate. I will offer you the $500,000, but I want 25% of your company.
I respect your offer. Everything we have going right now is so exciting and so big. I was hoping that you could jump on and enjoy the ride and help us move the direction of the brand as I live beneath the sharks, but it's way too high for us.
Do you want a counter to it?
I do. I'm offering 15%. What kind of greed is this? You just run through my corner. You're a gold digger. Oh, I am a gold digger. I'm an entrepreneur.
How's this? If I gave you the $500,000, I get 15%, as you said, but the $500,000 would solely be used to fund any purchase orders that came in from QVC.
15%.
15%, your $500,000.
Buy from QVC.
The $500,000 goes into an account that solely funds your QVC purchase orders.
Aaron, what are you going to do?
Lauren, I'll take you.
Good.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
We'll help straighten up faces.
When you come back for an update, we'll see about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If he doesn't have the patent, if he can't get on QVC, if he doesn't have the trials, it's all gone.
Forget all that. You guys sold $3 million and holds it. There's more to that.
There's more to that story.
Yeah.
Just this season, Ryan and Julie Whiteman struck a deal with Kevin and Mark for their photo book service, GroupBook.
The GroupBook app allows you to choose up to 100 photos every month from your smartphone. They create a beautiful bound photo book in just minutes.
Let's see what they're up to now.
It's only been a week since we appeared on Shark Tank, and things have been non-stop crazy.
We got 15,000 new customers in 5 days, and the orders still keep coming in by the minute.
How's it going today? It took us 1 year to get to 35,000 customers. One night on Shark Tank, we now have 85,000 customers. And it takes to $3 million in sales. But once they tell their friends and their family, who knows what that may turn into? It could double, it could triple. Kevin, we're so excited to have you here.
I called Brian and Julie, and I said, Brian, I want to come up and see the operation. I want to see what I'm putting my money into. Wow. In all the Shark Tank deals I've done, I've never seen a tripling of the user base in a matter of 5 days. None of us have.
This is where we put the group and the group.
The GroupBook story is proof of the Shark Tank factor. It's the most powerful venture capital firm on earth. It has sharks, it has money, and it has millions of people watching. When you put all of those together, magic happens.
Each morning I've woken up, I've pinched myself to, I just can't believe this is really happening. And I just can't wait to see what happens in the future.
A successful entrepreneur known as Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank. I've been able to kick a lot to talk to the power of Shark Tank. I made it to Hollywood. Please welcome Kevin O'Leary. We've got a case from last Friday night on a deal called ROTHSCHILD. They're millionaires. Some of the businesses I've invested in this year have explosive growth, all because of Shark Tank. There's never been anything like this in venture capital. You're making a lot of money in a very unusual way. That's the part I like the best. There you go. Next up is a 19-year-old with a product he developed when he was a third grader. Hi Sharks, I'm Ryan from Plano, Texas, and my company is Hangies. Today I'm seeking $80,000 in exchange for a 30% stake in my company. Hangies is a collapsible clothing hanger, and it'll do two things for you. First, it'll make it easier to get your clothes off the rack. And second, it'll make it easier to hang your clothes. This will save you time and money by getting rid of broken plastic hangers and stretched out shirt necks. Hangies was born out of my third grade project called the Invention Convention, where I was told to walk through my house, find a problem, and solve it. The problem I solved was right in my own closet. Broken plastic hangers and stretched out shirt necks. This drives moms nuts. My third grade solution looked like this. The finished product looks like this. You see, the way Hangies works is simple. It's built around a hinge in the center of the hanger that collapses when pressure is applied, dropping the shirt off into your hand. It also makes it easier to hang clothes. You simply insert the hanger into the shirt neck, pop it out, and it's right back up on the rack, which I think is perfect for men, because some guys never learn how to hang their clothes properly. I sold Hangies to a major retailer, but due to the grueling schedule of a third grader, I wasn't able to continue. But now I'm here and ready to bring Hangies back. Sharks, I'm 19, I'm out of high school, so who's with me to bring a third grader's dream back to life? Let's get you some samples. Ryan, what do you do now? I'm a sophomore at SMU.
So you've had this product in your closet for 10 years?
Yes, 7. Is it just decided to bring it out now? Yes.
Did you dust these things off?
Yeah, we did. I've had them in boxes. I used them in my closet as well.
You've really had them in boxes for 7 years, so...
Yes. Well, Ryan, you said in grade 3, which is a long time ago, you sold it to a big retailer. Who was that? Walmart.
And what happened with those sales?
Well, with Walmart, we sold about this order of 400,000 hangers. 400,000 hangers? 400,000 hangers. That's about. How did you even get into Walmart? Well, one of my classmates' friends, I think she was a sales broker, and she had a relationship with them. One of your classmates' friends? Well, his mother. Sorry. She has a company that has a relationship with retailers, and she had a relationship with Walmart, and she was walking through the Invention Convention and saw my product, and she loved it. How much of it did you sell at Walmart? Their sale was for $200,000. How much money did you make? I made $70,000 off. If it was selling through was successful, why would they keep going with it? My suspicion is that it wasn't really marketed well.
What did one piece sell for?
They sold for about $389. All right, so Ryan, $389 a four-pack for $389.
So what do a deck of regular plastic hangers cost compared to a deck of yours?
Like 88 cents.
Did you file for patent?
Yes, I have a fully issued utility patent.
So I have a big question. I've seen other products out there like this.
Really? I've done research on a bunch of hangers, and I haven't ever seen anything that does what my product does.
Yeah, I have seen it. I've definitely seen.
With the pressure application. I think what Laura's saying too, when you buy a hanging bag, for instance, suitcase hanging bag, right? You get a metal thing, like there's a little metal thing that collapses so that you can. Oh, you're right. Tell me again, I'm a retailer. What is the benefit again to me of using your hanger? You're selling clothes? Yeah. The benefit is opposed to using a normal hanger is when people come in and they try and get your clothes off to try them on, or they're messing with it out there. They can damage your clothes. I'm that guy, right?
You are that guy.
I'm that guy. Boom, there it is. There's a sweater, whatever. Pull. That's it, right? Why does a high-end retailer care about tearing clothes off his hangers? Because when idiots like me pull it off, they
It's a common problem, though. I mean, the reason why I've seen this out there a lot is because it's a common problem.
Well, look, I learned one thing today. I thought Marky was a slob. I learned he's a real slob. So I don't see the application for the product. Thank you so much for your time. I don't think you have a chance of survival with this because it's too expensive. I personally do not see the vision of this opportunity at all, and it bores the crap out of me. I'm out. Thank you so much.
Here's my read on it. I've invested in a few businesses on Shark Tank that were businesses put to the side and brought back. On those two businesses, I've never been wrong. And I think because while you're putting it to the side, the passion goes with it, and it's hard to really go back and travel in time and kick that product back in with the same partner. This is an old idea that you stuffed in the closet, you leave it there and move on. I'm out.
Thank you so much. Who's left? Mark? And Mark. Ryan, who's your primary competition? There's really not anything that there's no reason you've seen. There's always right. The major competition would be the normal plastic cake. You've seen nobody who falls.
I've seen it. I know I've seen it. Now, I'm not sure. I just can't remember. Mark said he's seen it.
Definitely a luggage I've seen. Well, what about it? Well, so I'm asking. I mean, what are we missing here? There's got to be some competition somewhere that's comparable.
You know what you're missing here? You're missing there's no real problem to solve.
No, I don't believe that at all because I see it.
I don't mind seeing the
You feel like right? Right. It's get that place off your feet. I'm a yank. I see the value, right? But it just inconceivable to me that there's nothing else like this that you've seen, or you just haven't done the work.
It concerns me that others are out there really cornering the market, I think, using your idea, and I'm not sure if they infringe your patent or not. That's the problem.
What are you going to do?
So make a contingency deal with the kid.
Look, I'll make you a deal. But to everybody's point, there is uncertainty relative to the competition. There is uncertainty to whether or not your patent's being violated. So contingent on the patent being legit and covering, and that we do have protection, I'll offer you the $80,000 for 30%, just like you've asked. I know Lori's kind of thinking about this. If Lori wants to come in and split it, that's fine. Because just two brains are better than one in this particular case. Lori?
I would do it with Mark. I think you deserve a chance.
I'd love to do that.
All right.
Yeah, we could have, but why? Tell me the truth of that aspect. I'd love it. I'd use it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. See, that's great.
Hey, one other real fast. We're still playing. Yeah.
Great.
I'll just use them at home. It's worth it. $80,000 worth of hangers. Nothing. They don't.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you how many times I've pulled down on something that's on a hanger. And boomerangs, you know?
Right.
I'm feeling awesome. I've worked really hard on this product. It's been a part of me since 3rd grade, and I'm crazy excited that I got to deal with Mark and Lori today, and we can do some great business together in the future.
I'm Emily Dubois. I'm Jessica Woolsey. We're friends living in Brooklyn, New York. I've always been an environmentalist who loves to throw parties. These days, we're living so much of our lives behind a computer screen, but having a party or an event makes people come out and meet each other face to face. We just got picked up in the Southwest region. Our company is unique because we're building a culture that's a little weird, but a lot of fun. And we'll take time out for a dance break during work, or even a yoga break to keep us energized. Purchase order. Our company is growing like crazy. We really need a capital infusion to get this party started. We put in our personal savings, left stable paying jobs, woken up with panic attacks at night. We're losing money quickly, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. We're so close to profitability, and the sharks can help us get there. And I'm Emily Dubois. We live in Brooklyn, New York, and we're the owners of Sesame Party. We're seeking $250,000 in exchange for 10% of our party tableware company. always believed in order to change the world, throw a better party. When I ran into Emily at Where Else, a party, I was looking to leave my Wall Street job and put my Harvard economics degree to use, building a business that was good for people, the planet, and profit. The triple bottom line. So, Susky, short for sustainable, Party was born.
We've created a retail line of eco-friendly, highly functional, mix-and-match party tableware, all made in the USA with factories who employ and empower the visually impaired.
Our products are not just plain brown or white like other natural tableware, but colorful and fun. The cup straws and cutlery are made from sustainably harvested wood, and the napkins are made from 100% recycled paper. Our plates and bowls are made from tapioca starch and grass fiber, but they're super sturdy, even oven and microwave safe.
So, Sharks, we're going to throw a little party right here, right now. Get up, because we're going to party Susky style. For you guys, here you are. Special one for you.
Is that right? Well, thank you very much.
That's perfect.
Can we all get started on?
You're the best dancer here. Come on, you're so
Can I only buy these from you or can I buy from other people?
We contract manufacture.
I'm sorry, does that mean that someone else can order the same plates from that particular factory?
We have sales channel distribution.
Yes, the answer is yes. You want to build a brand around it. You want to build a sustainability brand.
design. And, you know, we are bringing a few new products that are going to be the first on the market.
What do your plates cost for the same amount of plates that aren't environmentally conscious?
Our 7-inch plates retail for about $4.99 for the pack of 8. A thin paper plate might be half that price, but it's not competing with our plates. They're very sturdy. So we would compare them to like a thick plastic plate.
So where are you selling? How's it selling? Give us the metrics.
We're carried by the largest natural products retailer in the country, Whole Foods. So far this year, we've done $1 million in sales.
Gotta be kidding.
We're on track to do $1.5 million by the end of this year, which is triple what we did last year.
Wow. Wasn't expecting that answer. I'm taking you way more seriously now.
Don't let the party act fool you. We're savvy business women. We've been profitable for the last 3 months. We know we can grow from $1.5 million this year. If we get an investment, we can expand our sales channels and expand our product line to do $5 million next year. So this year, with all the slotting fees, launching nationally, we're going to net about an $80,000 loss.
How much cash do you have in the bank?
We have about $30,000 in the bank right now.
That's a problem. Jessica, how much in inventory do you have today?
Right now, we have about $125,000 in inventory. The big interest to me,
You got to put that inventory, Jessica.
however, on that $5 million that we think we can get to next year, we would net $600,000 profit.
Jessica, where are you getting the cash to fund the loss?
We do have some debt that we've gotten from some angels.
How much?
It's about $200,000, a little over $200,000.
I don't want to flip on the party here. You're asking me for $250,000 for 10%. You're putting the true value of $2.5 million. Do you think if I wanted to enter this business, I could see the sites that I could?
There's only happy people allowed in your business.
Do you think I could do what you've done for a lot less than $2.5 million?
No, absolutely. We have a few reasons why. So one, we're authentic. As you can see, we live and breathe
What is that?
our mission.
I'm authentic too.
You're authentic.
Very.
We're responsive. We know exactly what our customers want.
I
We
want
listen to our customers.
My point is anybody can do what you're doing.
Would they work as hard as we do for as little pay as we do? Would they spend years researching the market
Maybe,
to
but
know
that's the
every
problem with your
sustainable
dad.
factory and scientist out there? Would they know exactly what the subject
It's a
rate
huge
is?
problem.
You know what? Every sales meeting with a food box and hand in hand, ready to bring the party, all while making our dream a reality. More innovation innovators are going to drive us, our industry, to have more sustainable materials. That's exactly what we want.
You're telling me it's worth $2.5 million? Are you nuts?
It's not paper, it's paper.
I could put one match to the bottom of that and it would burn beautifully. Putting Kevin aside for a second, he is bringing up a legitimate point. Why is the business worth $2.5 million?
We're going to do 1.5 million in sales this year,
On which you're going to lose 80,000.
but we really do think we can make that 5 million.
And why would we believe that you could actually build a business from where it is now to 5 million 1 year from today
So we're introducing 38 new product SKUs.
without purchase orders?
Yeah, we're kind of coming up with a plan for that.
We love to talk and you're delicious to listen to, no doubt. I could spend a whole day and enjoy every minute. I just don't think I'm ever going to make my money back on this. I'm out.
Emily, the designs are fantastic, but you got to run like heck. You got to get market share above the $5 million level, and hopefully somebody acquires you. Or you then scale back and then start making a profit. I see a tremendous amount of risk in the business at this point. I'm out.
You know, you guys are a great team. I personally like environmentally conscious products. And I like that it's made in the USA. That's great. More jobs for Americans. I would love to have invested in you, but I just recently invested in a company that makes gift bags and tissue and things like that. And I think they're going to be getting into plates that are environmentally conscious. So for that reason, I'm not.
The problem with your deal, and I think the other sharks are starting to circle these waters, this is a total commodity which are basically cured. Frisky over here is very good at picking the right colors to put on the commodity. So leaving aside your valuation issue, the risk is that someone else does this that already has a much bigger distribution channel and a bigger marketing budget and crushes you like the frisky cockroaches you are in the space right now. Everything you're doing, anybody else can get. Which is why I believe your investors have only put debt in, not equity.
We strategically took debt because we didn't want to give up ownership of our company.
What interest are you paying on your debt?
Some of them are as low as 4%, and some of them are as high as 10%.
I sense that there's a difficult situation coming here. Just a balance sheet guy, looking what's happening, growing, you need cash. Here's an offer for you.
Three sharks are out, but Kevin seems interested.
Here's an offer for you. I'll lend you $250,000 as debt at 10%, which is what you're paying somebody else. And I want 30% of the company.
Plus the debt?
Plus the debt. It's the only offer you got. It's the only offer you got. So Emily, three sharks are out. You have Mark left, and Kevin's made you an offer. Yeah, guys, I'm concerned about your management. Operational efficiency is everything for you guys when you're cash constrained. With $125,000 in inventory, and what raises a management red flag, while you still have this huge amount of inventory, you're introducing more SKUs.
We've come this far with only $300,000 in capital.
No, don't give me the sob story.
I'm not trying to give you a sob story.
It's not about how much you bring.
Right.
It's not about your sales. It's how effectively you manage your cash.
Right.
How effectively you manage your inventory.
Right.
Look, I like the business, but operationally, cash management-wise, there's a truck on the other side of the tunnel coming straight at you. The minute one of these retailers says you need to start generating demand, or a competitor comes in the market, you're stuck. And that's a red flag for me, and for those reasons, I'm out. Hey there.
Hi.
All roads lead back to Mr. Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful.
What are you going to do? No, I am the only shark that actually graduated with an environmental studies degree. We've done research and we've learned that. I am an ecopreneur through profits. I think profit saves the world. You're talking the only person here who cares.
I don't think it's a good deal. I think we can do better.
So make your counter.
Well, what if you did $250,000 in debt and auction for $250,000 at a discount when we do go out and raise money, which inevitably we have to do?
I'm very good at helping on. I see no reason to be flexible here. You are a brick wall. You both know.
Well,
A little more champagne while you're talking. You gotta come to a conclusion.
Right. We think that we can go out and find an investor who will support us.
All right, ladies, the party's over. I'm out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
We turned down Kevin's offer because we're not willing to give up so much equity at such an early stage. We're just gonna keep living by our motto: respect Earth and party on.
Next time on Shark Tank. Sure it is. So your total sales are what? 1.1 million. Wow. It doesn't add up for me. There's a little sweet secret to us. You're pretty good sales.
Maybe I'm a mini shark yet.
Welcome to the Shark Tank. We really like your idea. I saw a counter offer coming. I'm really contemplating screwing up the rockets off. Here comes a royalty deal. Here comes a blunt second offer. Silence, please. How did a real estate agent get busted for having sex in his client's bed? A shocking 2020 starts now. This is the Shark Tank, where hopeful entrepreneurs get a once-in-a-lifetime chance to pitch the sharks in hopes of getting an investment to start, grow, or save their businesses. So your total sales are what? 1.1 million. The entrepreneurs must convince a shark to invest the full amount they're asking for. There's a little sweet secret to us. Or they'll walk away with nothing. Sometimes I invest because it's really cool, but I'm still a shark. So are you holding firm at 25%? It doesn't add up for me. I got it. If the sharks hear a great idea, there are about 100 of these in the mix of cool, Robert. They're pretty good sales.
Maybe I'm a mini shark yet.
They're ready to invest using their own money, and they're willing to fight each other for a piece of the action. We really like your idea. I saw a counter offer coming. I'm really contemplating screwing up the rockets off. Here comes a royalty deal. Here comes a blunt second offer. Silence, please. Who are the sharks? They're self-made millionaire and billionaire investors who are entrepreneurs themselves. Kevin O'Leary is a venture capitalist who turned a $10,000 loan into a software business worth $4.2 billion. Barbara Corcoran went from waiting tables in Manhattan to building the city's preeminent real estate empire. Damon John is a fashion and branding expert. He grew his homemade clothing line into the globally recognized fashion brand FUBU, with over $6 billion in retail sales to date. Robert Hirschman, the son of an immigrant factory worker, is now a technology mogul who sold his first internet companies for over $350 million. And Mark Cuban, the notorious billionaire entrepreneur, tech guru, and the outspoken owner of the NBA's Dallas Mavericks. First into the tank is an innovative solution for the modern outdoor adventurer. Hello, sharks. I'm Anton.
I'm Betty. It is
I'm
Dylan.
Renta.
I'm
Marty.
Our company is Oru Kayak, and we're here seeking $500,000 for a 12% equity stake. We own Bluff Kayaking, but we hate all the hassle with storing and transporting our boats. So what if I told you that kayak folds out of this?
Wow.
So a few years ago, I set out to design a kayak that I could literally store inside my bedroom closet. And to do that, I looked back to an old childhood passion of mine, origami. Wow. That's pretty cool. So as you can see, the whole boat unfolds pretty magically out of a single seamless sheet, just like a piece of paper. Now this material is extremely durable, it's very sturdy, and it's extremely light. The whole boat weighs only 26 pounds. So as you can see, they're inserting these rigid bulkheads which give the kayak more structure. This orange piece here, which was the lid of the case when I walked in, now becomes the floorboard of the kayak that you sit on. Well done. They're sealing up the top seams. These are the only seams in the entire boat. They're completely watertight, so you're going to stay dry, even in rough water. So that's a little bit about how the kayak works. I'm going to hand it to Roberto to talk about what you can do with it.
Sharks, I'm a former professional paddler. I tested this on flat lakes, big ocean waves, and even in whitewater rapids. The Oru kayak is fast and durable, great for an expert level paddler like myself, but it's stable, comfortable, easy to use, which is perfect for beginners. I told you a bit about the boat. Artie's going to tell you some more about the company.
In 9 months, we launched the company, created a manufacturing line, and are shipping all around the world. Now we need a partner to help us scale up manufacturing to meet the demand. So, who wants to jump in the water with us? Good. Excellent. Thank you. So seriously, you guys want to take a try? Yeah. So it's about half the weight of a comparable plastic or fiberglass boat.
And it's completely watertight. Yeah.
Yep.
Can I try? You can have it, please. Yeah.
Is it as strong as fiberglass?
Pretty strong. Yeah.
Pretty strong or as strong?
As strong. My weight.
Can we splash them?
You got an adjustable twist inside that you can adjust just like a regular kayak.
Yeah. I got plenty of feels very, very solid. I was expecting to feel flimsy. Not in the least.
Yeah, you had about 100 of these that they make like cool rubber.
How many have you sold? We sold 1,228.
For you, at what price?
$1,100. So your total sales are what? 1.1 million.
For you.
And how have you sold to whose account? We sell primarily direct online right now on our website, and it's going direct to consumer.
What is a typical kayak sell for?
For a boat comparable in length, size, and dimensions, our best-selling boat in the same range sells for about $10.49.
So it's roughly the same
About
price.
the same as that, yeah.
Is there any other collapsible boat out there?
There are a few, but they're very expensive, usually $4,000 or $5,000. They're much heavier and they're much harder to put
What does it
together.
cost you to build one?
Right now it costs us $505.
Wow. A lot.
It is a lot, and that's why we're looking for your money.
And what do you think is the lowest you can get it at?
We think we can get it to 350 within the next year. Right now it's quite labor intensive. We're looking to replace some of those labor intensive handmade parts for automation equipment and assembly optimization to just get them out much faster as well as cheaper.
I'm a big car guy. I love design, but I find in the car world, it is unique and more beautiful. There's a price point. I'm struggling with why are people willing to pay more for it? Because it's beautiful. We get both questions. Why does this cost $500? Why does this cost $1,500? So what we were trying to do is appeal to the general population as well. What's your projection for next year?
Projection for next year is $4 million in revenue.
You're going to go from 1 million to 4.
We're going to hit by end of the year. We're going to hit 1.4 million.
Guys, I'll get things going. Beautiful. I'm not a big outdoors guy, and I've never been in a kayak in my life, so it's not really a great fit. So for that reason, I'm out.
Thank you.
The big issue with this deal is I don't think 500K is enough to automate the manufacturing process. Some of the equipment you need is very expensive. It's an interesting product, but to me, it's not developed enough on the manufacturing logistics point of view to know how this thing scales and how fast it can scale. For that reason,
Thank you very much for your time.
I'm trying to do this because I love it and I want to give you the money. The unknown is the manufacturing. So my business will really on tight margin. So if we can save 25 cents a year, we can fly around the world to do that. Right? So it's a touch too early and I can't help with this. And I'm kicking myself, but I'm out.
I'm not trying to push it, but I would say I think we've done a pretty amazing job of getting this manufacturing off the ground from scratch, from a prototype.
Dealing with it at a $1 million business and dealing with it at a $2 million business is night and day.
Now, I own 2 kayaks that I never use. But for some reason, I'm dying to have this kayak. I think it's like a status symbol. I really want to show off about it.
Yeah.
And I think that's half the sell. Really, it's sexy and cool. But here's the rub. I love to get involved with my businesses and help them however I can, other than investing more. I can't imagine what I could do with this. I'm out.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed.
Robert?
and the only adventure-loving guy.
Adventure and design-loving guy.
Definitely a customer. A lot of risk on the manufacturer side. If Damon's right, I think you have a lot of unanswered questions out there. But I gotta tell you, I made an investment in a product that I just thought was really cool. Cord-letting did great on it. So sometimes I invest because, I'm a shark and I want my money back and it's great. Sometimes I just think it's really cool. Yeah. Right. But I'm still a shark. 500,000 for 25%. That's cutting your valuation in half.
Four sharks are out. Oru Kayak has an offer on the table from Robert.
500,000 for 25%. That's cutting your valuation in half.
25. So Robert, we really love your enthusiasm, and we've always wanted to have people involved who really understand the design behind this, the brand value that we've created. What do you think about 15%, a seat on the board, and we can do due diligence, get you out to the factory?
Of course I'm going to get a seat on the board, right, number one. Of course we're going to go see the factory, and of course I'm going to bring in people that I trust, that manufacture other things, to help you guys. I'm not sure any of that stuff changes.
So are you holding firm at 25%, or do you have room to move?
That's my offer. I'm not interested in a counter at 15%.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Right. So Robert, would you take 20%?
No. Guys, if it's worth the 2 to 20, it's worth the 2 to 25. 500,000 is a lot of money. That's my offer. I'm not trying to, negotiate you out of it. That's the offer if you're comfortable.
All right. Well, we'd love to have you.
Good job, guys. Well done.
Well presented.
Good job.
Pretty excited. Feels like great validation to just have Robert love the product so much and really have that be the guiding force behind his decision.
In season 4, Saban Lomack and Jim Salikas made a deal with Barbara for their food truck business, Cousin's Maine Lobster.
$55,000 for 15%. Thank you.
Come on,
Let's see what they're up to now.
when we first came on Shark Tank, we had $150,000 in sales. On our last update, we had $700,000, and now, just a year later, we're approaching $3.5 million in sales. Let's go get 30 new applicants in Seattle. When we started out, it was our goal to be the name and face of Maine Lobster. Right now, we're taking that step, franchising our trucks nationwide. We're here today to deliver our first truck to our first franchisee, Gil. We loved our concept and brand, and plans on taking the truck here to Arizona. This runs too. Barbara's always believed franchising our business is the way that we're going to make it. Running a successful business isn't just about keeping away profits and money, it's about giving back. So we created our own foundation called Cousins for a Cause.
Welcome to Big Brothers Big Sisters.
We chose Big Brothers Big Sisters to share our profits with because of the personal connection that I have with the organization. I was a little brother growing up, so the foundation means a lot to me. It was such a huge part of my life growing up, and now I have a little brother named Lawrence. Now I get to hopefully send him in the right direction, just like my big brother did for me.
These guys are tomorrow's billionaires, and more important than that, they're going to be happy billionaires because they know how to give back. We have here two great entrepreneurs that are giving back and making a ton of money. I mean, this is the American dream. Here we come.
We're so lucky to have made a deal with Barb. Bottom line is, she cares. She's a part of our family, and now we're a part of hers.
My name is Jayla Siciliano. I'm from Solana Beach, California, and I'm the owner of Bonafare. California is the perfect place to start my business because it's the hub of America's wine country, and it's also the hub of health and fitness, which are two key aspects to my product. My past career involved a lot of business trips where there was a lot of wining and dining, and I needed something that wouldn't pack on the calories and wouldn't leave me feeling groggy the next morning. We have the Sauvignon Blanc and the Syrah. Currently, my business is a grind. I'm doing everything from store deliveries to managing the website, and it's really tough to compete with the big alcohol companies out there.
We have the capacity to do up to 10,000 cases a month for you.
I've pretty much risked everything to start this business. I quit my job, I cashed in my 401k, ran up credit cards, and I even went back to bartending nights so I could work during the day. If I don't get a deal from the sharks, I honestly don't know what's going to happen. We're running out of money, and we're looking at having to close the doors in a few months if I don't get this investment. So I have everything on the line right now. Hi Sharks, my name is Jayla Siciliano, and I'm the founder of Bonafare. I'm looking for $150,000 for 35% of my company. Okay, now I'm going to guess that most of you sharks like to drink wine and also care about your health. I'm one of over 50 million Americans who feels the same way. And in my past career, there were tons of dinners and parties, and I loved to have fun, but I couldn't afford to wake up feeling groggy in the morning. So I started adding soda water to my wine, but I found I could socialize longer and I would feel better the next morning. And that's when it hit me. I knew this was needed on the market. So I quit my job and I decided to go for it. And that's when Bonafare was born. Bonafare is the first premium wine spritzer with California wine, purified sparkling water, and electrolytes. With 0 added sugar and 6.5% alcohol. I'd love to give you some samples, and I want to remind you that this is not a replacement for a full-bodied glass of wine. This is a lighter alternative. Think of it as the best sparkling water ever, because it has wine in it. Thank you. Thank you.
Jayla, if I order a normal glass of red wine, your product, how many calories?
So this has half the calories of regular wine.
What is the purpose of the electrolytes that you mentioned?
You know, we make no claims. It's alcohol, it's not wheatgrass. So we always say the electrolytes are in there because why not? And from personal experience, I find that they do help. But interesting enough,
But help with what? I'm not sure I understand the concept.
countering the negative effects of alcohol.
Less of a hangover.
Yeah, Griffith University in Australia actually just did a study at their health institute on how electrolytes added to beer actually do hydrate you more than regular beer.
Have you drank enough to really test the hypothesis?
I have.
Is anybody here a wine spritzer drinker? Because I'm not.
I am, yeah.
How does it compare?
It tastes to me less sweet than a spritzer. Do men ever drink a spritzer?
Yeah, they do. In the summertime, no, they do. Yes, they do. In the summertime, rosé wine with ice in it started in the south of France and Central Pay back in the 50s. It's now extremely popular in North America. Jayla, who is the target customer?
So the target customer is a woman who has a really busy either career or she's a mom. She likes to drink wine at least a few days a week, but she has to wake up super early the next
So
morning.
she can drink your product, not get a hangover. She feels better the next day, but she's comfortable in the social setting.
Yeah, it's kind of that
Mini margarita alternative, right?
Yep. Right now we're selling at 10 Whole Foods from LA to San Diego. We just went into our first Albertsons. We're approved to go into 3 more Whole Foods, and we're approved for 5
You
more.
only have clearance in California at this point.
And how much have you been selling in those stores?
We've sold about $11,000 in the last 6 weeks. We just launched it.
Oh, Jess, this is brand new. You're 6 weeks old.
Brand new.
Did you design this bottle? I think I wouldn't mind having a closer look, but it's very elegant. Is that your background? Are you a designer of some sort?
Yeah, I did product development and design for footwear and bags for 7 years.
Joe, how much money did you put into this?
I've personally put in $30,000. As I said, I quit my job, and I've been doing everything I possibly could to make ends meet. I went back to bartending, and when I had no resources left, I ended up going out and pitching investors.
Did you get any investors?
I did. I ended up getting $450,000.
Wow.
And we, from 2 private investors that I didn't know beforehand, I got a $2.61 million valuation on that first round. I did.
They're pretty good sales.
Maybe I'm a mini shark yet.
No kidding. And today you're asking $150,000 for 35%. Now you're diluting your original shareholders.
The whole company believes a partnership with you guys would be worth it.
Wow. You've run out of money.
Let me explain what happened. So basically, we got that 450. It was off to the races. Let's go. I had a bottler in Michigan who had a really great reputation at the time.
Something must have gone wrong.
It did. It went very, very wrong. Our initial production run, we lost about 90% of it due to leaky caps.
Why did it leak?
They basically didn't put them on there correctly. It was very devastating, obviously. After all that, our existing investors actually put in another $150,000.
How much money was lost in that little phone pump?
We lost over $100,000 worth of inventory.
Oh. So when you think put in another 150, the total is still 450.
No, the total to date is $700,000. So they put in more, our existing investors. Our goal is to grow this. We think there's potential for an acquisition down the road. You look at all the coconut waters that have been acquired.
Just like coconut water, right? Gotta get to 10 million. 10 million in sales.
I agree. Yeah, coconut water.
It's an amazing category. It's just the amount of data the need for this is massive.
Well, there's lots of beverages that have grown out there grassroots style. And the benefit, I mean, we saw Skinny Girl Margarita pave the path for the low calorie, but
Very, very, very rare. Hypnotic, Skinny Girl, very rare. She had hundreds of hours of television and she really hit a certain audience that didn't expect it. You can't touch this market without you $5 million to get started. I know this journey very, very hard. I've already lost my shirt on one deal like this.
Damon, you can help me get those endorsements.
I can help myself. I'm out.
I don't understand how you raised $700,000 from investors for a value of $2.6 million, and now, because I'm a wonderful human being and a shark, I get a value of $420,000 for the company.
Well, I know
It
our
doesn't add up for
sales
me.
are low.
It doesn't add up for me. It tells me that perhaps there's bigger challenges. I know.
Okay. Thank you.
Jayla, who's the number one buyer of wine in this country? Honor.
Women?
Costco.
Oh, Costco. Yeah.
So, western Mississippi, there's one buyer right here in California. Why don't you go see her?
Costco?
Yeah.
I would love to. It took me a year to
She
get
might
into Whole
listen to your
Foods, and
story
you
and
guys
give
could.
you a test. And it's only one buyer, the largest buyer of wine. Just one phone call.
No, I'm not opposed to it at all.
Are you going to marry her or make her? I'm trying to help her because I'm in her business, but
I think you could help me get that.
No, I know. It's you're in a difficult situation because you've taken down a lot of investor dollars to try and build a whole new category in the wine business. But I think you've got a tough road ahead. That's exactly what you should do. I never give advice, but I know the space very well. Go do that. Good luck to you.
I am amazed that you were able to raise $700,000 from your investors. You're an amazing salesperson, truly. But I really think you have a double sell. Sell the category, sell the brand, and I think it's going to be a long haul. It's going to take so much more money. I'm just not willing to put that money in.
Mark, I've put everything I have into this. I'm laser focused. I'm 100% dedicated. I'm the most resourceful person you'll come across.
What's the one thing you need?
The one thing I need, exposure and contacts. It took me, as I said, a year to get into Whole Foods. I know I'll get a distributor. I know I can get into Costco if I really try, but I know that with your help, I can get there a lot faster.
I like you. I'm not an expert in the wine business, but I like the category. I'll make you an offer. I'll offer you the $150,000 for 35%.
Mark, I will take it.
You already tough to negotiate. I am. I'm tough as hell. My wife would love this. I didn't know Mark gets the concept of Shark Tank. You take small businesses and you make them into big businesses. That's the concept of Shark Tank, right?
You're so tough, Mark. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Good luck. Congratulations.
Being here today, getting this opportunity, and then getting a deal with Mark makes me realize every single day, every tear, every struggle has been totally worth it.
You're going to regret that one, man.
Find out, right? It sounds like I'm spending $10 million just as an option on a big business. If it works, it's worth a lot of money. If it doesn't, I'm out time and $150K. So the risk reward is enormous. You know what? Worst case, my wife gives these away for Christmas.
Oh, yeah. You can have a lot of those things.
I know what we're getting from Mark for Christmas, guys. Well, that's it.
Next up is a treasure hunter with a unique opportunity for the sharks.
Ahoy, sharks. My name is Mark Harden. Cave Sharks, there's a scuttlebutt. I'm a treasure hunter, and I found treasure. I found 1,200 tons of copper, silver, and gold ore sitting in the belly of the repost, a ship that sank almost 100 years ago just off the coast of Alaska. Let me take you there.
Wow.
So you can see the kelp, pretty strong appearance. Going down the line, gotta hang on because the current will sweep you away. There's the steam valve. You can see there's a lot more artifacts. Here's one of the fire bricks from the boiler.
Wow, very cool.
What was so cool about that, Rob?
I just love diving and treasure. And
That could be a car in the Hudson River. So, what is your offer?
I need $250,000 for 25% of my business.
What do we get for that, Mark?
Well, you'll get 25% of the booty.
The booty being that ore the rocks really
Well, there's more than that. There's artifacts. The wholesale value of the ore, I estimate around $2.4 million. If I gather it all, I get the right equipment.
Mark, how did you find the treasure?
Well, research is the key there. I'm a nautical amateur historian. I grew up in the marine industry. I'm the seventh son of the seventh son of the son of the son of the sailor.
And you're the only person who knows the GPS coordinates of where it is.
Oh, heck no, this is a well-known rat.
Oh, so why hasn't it been salvaged before?
Well, yeah.
What gives you the rights to it, Mark?
Well, I filed a claim in the state of Alaska. Basically, a mineral claim.
If it's been salvaged before, how do we know with certainty that the ore is still there?
Sure it is. Come and look.
scared me.
Now, hold your breath. Now, I got some gloves on. This just came off the sea coast. This is actually
Stinks.
Why does it smell so bad, Mark?
Well, because it was underwater a few days ago. Some of this is ore that hasn't been smelted. And some of this already has.
What does that mean, smelted?
That means it's concentrated.
So, Mark, let's
This is
say,
actually copper concentrate.
so you're assuming there's X amount of mineral down there.
Where else would it go?
Other people can salvage.
Yes, they have, but they picked the cherries off. They've gotten like the ship's wheel, whistle, propeller.
Do you think the entire 1,200 tons is still down there?
I don't see any reason why
And
not.
how much did you salvage, and what type of dollar did that turn into?
Well, we've just salvaged a few hundred pounds so far because we're doing it by hand. If I get 3/4 of it, I'm thinking around $2.4 million wholesale.
How long would it take to salvage the entire motherboard?
I know with the adductor system I want to build, basically like an underwater vacuum cleaner, it would take about a week, maybe two.
That's it? Could have the entire month loaded?
Well, that's just a rough estimate.
What do you need the money for?
Well, I need equipment, crew. I need to build a conductor system, rent a barge.
Sounds like you have the
Guns,
equipment.
shark repellent, because there's real sharks around. Yeah, there's real ones around.
Okay, so Mark, I want to invest in treasure hunting. There's many guys I can go to. We make that assumption. There's lots of competitors. If I just started to do my due diligence, why am I picking you?
Well, because I'm the captain now through this operation. We're salvage all my life. 21 years in merchant marines. I've saved ships. I've had my life saved. I've saved others. This is, I'm the guy. I can do this for you.
Isn't it somewhere in your industry that you could easily go to and get the money? You're well known, you have the experience.
Well, that is true. You guys are plan C, actually.
Plan C? It's good to know we're loved.
Well, plan A is to do it by hand. Plan B is to take my early retirement. I have half a million retirement account.
Let me just ask this question. You have the rights for the minerals on this ship, correct? It was granted
Those rights, yes.
It was granted exclusively to you, which means you're the only one who can go down there, bring it up, and sell it. Since you have the exclusive rights, could you not simply take your rights, go to a big salvage company, and sell your rights to them?
I hadn't thought of that. Yeah,
To the Shark Tank.
Yes. Great idea.
Mark, I get pitched this all the time. This treasure, that treasure.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
There goes my lunch meeting with you.
I've been pitched a lot of treasure hunts. Everybody talks a grand plan, but they never turn out the way they project. There's just too much risk here, Mark. I like you. I like what you're doing. You're a great guy. I'm out.
I'm falling in love with the romance of the idea, diving deep, salmon boats. Maybe I get into this investment, I get my old patch over my eye and have a fire. Yeah, and
I'd like you to go diving on it with me.
I don't have the size idea of what you're telling me or what you're doing, or I couldn't even advise. I can't be of any help here. I'm sorry. I'm out.
Well, you want to forget about the money, just sign on his crew.
There you go. Like David, I love the water. I love cars, but I really love boats. I've been a diver since I was 16 years old, PADI certified. In fact, I ran away from home when I was 17. I wanted to join the Navy. True story. So I love diving, love everything about it.
Well, this is a chance to go take it to the most money-making adventure you've ever had on these doors. That's right.
But this really isn't an investment today in the kind where I can see getting a return. I'm out. Thank you for coming, David.
Yeah.
You know what the deal lacks for me? Well, first of all, knowledge. I have no knowledge of this, so I have to totally trust you.
Has it ever stopped you?
Yeah. But you know what it lacks is sex appeal. I was hoping when you opened that big box, I was going to see crown jewels, some
It
diamonds.
doesn't look like a treasure chest, that's true.
Somehow, seeing those rocks just didn't do it for me. I'm out. I just wish I had more sex appeal.
I think that the only person that's left is Kevin.
Very interesting. First time we ever had someone like you in the Shark Tank. I think there's lots of risk in this. It's not a slam dunk at all. It's just very expensive to get it out.
No, not really.
Well, we don't know that yet. Anyway,
Well, the system that I want to use is basically like an underwater vacuum cleaner. You don't.
I've actually seen it work on at a Roman ship off the coast of Cyprus that I got involved in. And it's a long story, but that ship now sits in Galena Castle. It's very expensive. It takes a lot longer than you think, and that's in warm water in the Mediterranean. Here's the thing: once you start, you can't stop. You got to finish it, otherwise the whole investment's worthless. So look, I'm not going to take the dive with you. Good luck to you. I'm out. Good luck with the treasure, Mark.
Thanks.
Well, you've never had an investment here. One of the risks is real sharks. Do you know why they haven't actually done that? Because the cost of taking us will be more than $2 million. But this is really expensive.
Next into the tank is a couple with a twist on a decadent dessert.
Hi, Shams. My name is Rabbi, and
My name is Shannon Radke. Thank you so much for having us. We're super excited to be here.
Our company is called Cinnaholic. We're looking for $200,000 investment in return for 20% of our company. My background in brand marketing is Shannon's talent for baking. We created the world's best cinnamon roll experience. At Cinnaholic, it's all about custom gourmet cinnamon rolls. We start you off with a fresh cinnamon roll right out of the oven, and you can choose from over 30 different frosting flavors and 30 different toppings and create your own very unique cinnamon roll.
Today, we have a couple rolls prepared for you.
We're always hungry.
What do we have?
So for Robert, we're making a caramel banana cream pie.
You are speaking my language. Thank you very much.
And for Barbara, we're doing our mocha almond roll. And for Kevin, we have our classic old school roll. It's vanilla frosting with strawberries.
Shannon, it's incredible.
Yay, thank you. And for Damon, we are doing our coffee cookie dough. Our cookie dough is made in-house. Wow. And for Mark, we have our almond raspberry.
Before I go on, how many calories are on this?
Well, in our typical old school roll, it's about 480, 500, depending on the size of it. Yeah, it's about half the calories of our competitor.
All right, Jackson, we're here because we need your investment to open another location and start our cinnamon roll empire.
So, who's ready to make a sweet deal with us?
Did you say another location?
Yes. Where's your current location? Our current location is in Berkeley, California.
How many square feet?
It's about 650 square feet.
What are your sales in that store?
The sales last year were $260,000. And before we go into any more numbers, there's a little sweet secret to our cinnamon rolls that we haven't disclosed yet.
There's a secret to the cinnamon roll?
They're 100% dairy-free, egg-free, cholesterol-free,
Unbelievable.
allergy-friendly, and 100% vegan.
Oh.
There's 50 million Americans that
Yeah,
have a
nee,
dairy
Ruby.
intolerance. There's another 5 million people who have severe food allergies. And the top two are dairy and eggs in children. So we have tons of moms coming in and they ask, oh, my kid cannot have any dairy or eggs. Do we have anything for them? We say, yep, knock yourself out.
And out of the 260, what did you net last year?
70%, so 45,000.
You sell for like $4 a piece.
The average roll is $5.50.
Is there another path to big sales besides more retail stores?
We went away from thinking about wanting to go to retail, like maybe having it in Whole Foods or whatever, because we think our product is only that amazing if we have the same experience in the store.
Tell me what the $200,000 is going to get me.
The $200,000 will get you another store in San Francisco, and then from there we're going to go into franchising.
But you don't have enough money to go into franchising at that point because you have to get all the legal documents, you have to get all the state approvals. Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money to do that.
Let me get back to the food for a minute. This was so delicious, and it just dawned on me. When did you make this?
3 days.
It's 3 days old?
Yes.
You're feeding us this stuff that tastes so good. It's 3 days old?
Exactly.
Do you guys do anything online, sell online at all?
We have a tiny little small online store just because we have demand. Hollywood celebrities heard about us and they wanted to order stuff. So in order to fulfill that, we just put a small little e-commerce store online.
You're doing quite well. The only thing, getting back to your numbers, is $1 million valuation single store. It's a lot of money. And so you're making $45,000 for the investor. That means you're asking 22 times your pre-tax profit on a cinnamon bun store.
The $1 million valuation is on the brand and on the concept. We do believe that can be a national food chain.
I don't think your business model is that great because of my experience with Cousins Maine Lobster. Because on one food truck, they're selling $800,000 a year.
What? That's working.
So, because I've been spoiled rotten by their first truck and now their second truck, I'm out.
The challenge here is I want to be in this space. I think I got a little jealous because of Barbara over here with Cousins Lobster. She's doing amazing. The numbers aren't there for me, so I don't think I can help you. I'm out.
Okay. This is so much like Wicked Good Cupcakes in Boston. It's the same thing. Here comes a royalty deal.
Here comes a blood-sucking offer.
Silence, please. A cupcake operator in a retail location decided to change the model and go to shipping the product. All of a sudden, they leveraged themselves up 10,000%. Their sales went from 15,000 a week to 300,000. If people knew they could get this overnight instead of a package of 6, you could get a whole online business that's extremely profitable. And that may be more lucrative than opening up more retail space.
Two problems. One is you're asking for 200,000. You're going to invest it all to a second store, and then it's gone. If it works, we then have to raise more money, which is not a problem. But then we try the franchise. That's one challenge. My other challenge is you're valuing the business at $1 million today. I don't see the value today, but I want to be involved. So here's my idea. I'll give you the 200,000 for 40%, but I don't want to do another store. I really like the idea of putting it in a nice little package and shipping them out.
I think you should pay me royalty for that.
Right now, I think people are going to go online. We put all the investments in that presence, and now that's a game changer.
All right. Is there anything you want to do, Ed? I'm really contemplating screwing Roberts off.
Two sharks are out. Shannon and Florian have an offer from Robert, $200,000 for a 40% stake. But Kevin is also interested.
I'm really contemplating screwing Roberts off. What I like about my royalty programs, I don't take any of your family's equity. I don't steal 1% of Robert's.
You just take your family's legacy.
All right, here's an offer. No equity whatsoever.
Du bist Schwein.
No, but wait.
Cover your neck.
$200,000. I also do not want to see a second retail location. You have to go and actually. My idea. Actually, I think I brought that to the table. So, and my royalty would be $1.20 a unit. After I recoup my $200K, it drops down to 60. It means forever. But I've already proven this model. In Wicked Cupcakes is wildly successful.
What are you going to do, Mark?
Melissa, do we have a chance to talk about the switching the business model a little bit? Yes.
Every scholarship is just on that business a little research. It's that much.
Mark, I know exactly what you're going to do, you little snake over there in the corner.
What am I going to do?
You're going to come in, listen to what they say, and then give them a nickel more to close the deal until they have the 10-second clock.
Yeah. You're going to say 250, 40%, or full 10 seconds.
We really like your idea of going into online shipping. We know our product ships well. Don't really like your business model. Think about it. You'd rather sell 40% of your equity instead.
Yeah, right. That's in perpetuity. Yes. Or a strong counter offer coming.
I want the law to be able to negotiate with you a little bit. If there's a little wiggle room, maybe we can meet at 35.
But here's where I'm at. I'm going to say this at the risk of Mark Cuban standing up and saying, I'll take that deal. I'm going to stay with the 40. And I'll tell you why. It's worth 40, it's worth 35. It's a relative small amount. I mean, either we're going to be successful in a big way together, and I don't think the 5% will make a difference.
Do you have anything to add to it? Nothing?
All right, I think.
Don't do that. Don't be scared when there's something else on the table.
There's nothing on it. So, yeah, we would love to work with you.
We're just about to lose it.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You're dead to me. The exciting thing about having Robert as a partner is having somebody who's a serial entrepreneur who knows how to scale business. We started this business out of passion for the business. Now we have a partner who knows how to blow things up.
This is the Shark Tank. Fox prefers get a once-in-a-lifetime chance to place the sharks in hopes of getting an investment to start, grow, or save their businesses. $5.8 million worth of sales. The entrepreneurs must convince a shark to invest the full amount they're asking for, or they'll walk away with nothing.
Anything it takes.
If the sharks are a great idea, it's genius. Ready to invest once again.
Although the dance for $2.
And they're willing to find each other for a piece of the action. Just thought they
It's easy for them all to say, like, every product.
Hi, sharks. My name is Matt.
I'm his wife, Casey Chef, and I'm and we're from Carmel, Indiana.
We are bigger than here's $400,000, 20% per year.
We have completely reinvented bakery. Everyone loves brownies, but we never stop to think about which one is really the best. In a normal pan of brownies, you're the middle and only the outside edge pieces.
I feel like a lot of people always go to this part as the edges hurt. Realize the edges are making that patterns that they can have came up with a whole new way to make it. In our pan, every brownie has at least 2 edges. Hands bottom, right and left, allows them to evenly circulate every brownie. Caramelized edge bottom, every single brownie in the pan. Past several years, dominated the larger multi-depth brownies. We now want to test success. We want to combine it into we think we make so much better than both home and
Yoshi, Yoshi, is supposed to like it's your top 10. Look at it, number one.
everybody in the industry said we stuck with it. And since we started making it, we're buying many successful. Since we began selling in 2006, we have $5.8 million worth of this year. In 2012, we did about $256,000 in sales. I think people did $1.7 million. But 1.7 versus $200 million. So she blessed you and she cursed you at the same time, which are parables we'll never ever get to see. Yeah, I mean, I was very giving, you know, all my debt.
I know you've been on BBC, right? Or you never were a pragmatic competitor?
That was.
Okay, so you're infringers who've taken care of.
Mission, that's a flat line sale. So how are we going to get back to 1.5 million sales? Here's how we're going to do it. We call this our meta market. We invite our clients to yes, some of them nest on someone's age and they nest like a honeycomb. So we nest like a honeycomb. You know, like that. Say this and that. So we'll take it up and push it up for your clients. Also, guys, that's the sometimes we just don't have that is the cheap
doing a little bit more. This is not too bad. This is a 35 product.
Is it easier to clean than another
It's
one?
super easy to clean. That's the thing. It's one piece.
So going forward, though, your baseline business is $256,000 a year. That's perfect. Okay, so what's your today cost?
We also have the door industry that has no difference per year. This is a TNC weensy copper trace laminated digital.
It's a 66 million. Thank you guys. This pan, they created a pan that truly was revolutionary. There hasn't been a single person that had a store that sold paper carried your pan.
You just have a great service. If it had to be obvious, you went the whole thing. You had to be going, I gotta do something, I gotta do something, and then 3 years later, you come up with your topics. Yeah, what the hell are you doing? I'm out. What's on the selling time? What? It's always selling time. For 2 years, you've been flatlining.
I'm not taking anything away from what you created.
But I like to introduce people that have a sense of paranoia. In my world, only the paranoid survive. You are very powerful. I'm out. I would disagree with that. You gotta understand. We three kids.
At the time, we had 2 kids. One was a newborn. We had 5,000 cans in our basement. My parents came over, my sister came over. We packed cans until 4 in the morning. I had a baby getting up every 2 hours. And we're packing cans and running orders and laptops. We've been doing this hardcore for years.
We've heard the story of your past. For me, that's completely irrelevant. I don't care about the past. If I'm going to put up with your dog, less than Baker's edge, I want to know the future. That does not feel to me like it's going to change the world for others. I want to be able to make a lot of money selling this. Apparently, it's burned out. It's not what it was. That's the story here. We're going to have a new idea. I'm sorry. I am out.
You know, it's easy for them all to say that they've never created a product. Okay? It's extremely hard to come up with something as revolutionary as what you did. Don't let your hands down. Listen, it doesn't matter. What they did was great. You know, Margaret Mitchell wrote one novel, but it was gone for the wind. Does she need to write more? You did something fantastic here in creating that, and I admire you both because I think that that was genius. So, the problem is that you do have to keep trying to come out with more if you're trying to sustain a business. I don't feel that this is the way what you're holding in your hand doesn't strike me to have that same uniqueness as what Rabbi Camp did. So for that reason, I'm going out. I want to give you a little bit of advice. Don't put a lot of time into this product. You can't afford to take the wrong product out right now. This is the sophomore year of your business. And you've got to really get good at what you do. Be really careful. I don't think that's careful enough. So I don't have the confidence to be sure as heck that with your company. So I am out. What do you do?
Thanks, my guys.
Good on you guys.
Sales plateau. They took that as bad weather. They're saying that
I'm Dr. Sylvie Shapiro, and I'm your program. Checks, we're asking you for $75,000 for a 15% stake in foodporn. Repost. I had to take my 4 children to the shoe store. It looks something like this. With Blackberry, you'll never have to go through this. Blackberry is an iPad app that allows you to accurately measure your child's foot size in the comfort and convenience of your own home. I'm a podiatrist, and parents constantly tell me they just guess their child's shoe size. And I see so many foot markers associated with kids wearing the wrong size shoe. This is my daughter Sienna, and she'll be demoing the app for us today. You simply take the iPad, place your child's foot against it, wait for the chime, and presto, your child's shoe size is displayed. You then have the option of going to Get Shoes, in which will be linked to Zappos to a pre-populated page of shoes in your child's size. So we at Foot Fairy hope that you shark fairies will help us to make every mom's life just a little bit easier and make sure that every child is in a proper fitted shoe. Thank you, Sienna. You can go back to bed. Thanks, Sienna. Thank you. Her app is totally done now. We can post a link to her and sleeping. What's missing? Oh, we want to build out the back end of infrastructure, so we would like to be able to store our customer email. It just really gives us a way to encourage people to buy shoes, to remind them, because they're not selling their shoes, right? Why is there an upside? Actually, that's our sales model. Our app is free. We have an affiliate sales model with Zappos where we get between 8 to 18% off of your 13,144, but we just launched 3 weeks ago officially.
3 weeks ago. Have you actually gotten the permission check from Zappos?
No. We have a 98% click-through rate, but do not check our commission because there was a glitch. It was going to the Zappos app. What is that glitch? Let's tell you. It wasn't a very big glitch. It's a very weird thing. But exactly. You on the homepage. Like, I'm curious. There's just one. Wait. I have a question. Here's my question. Is Zappos doing anything to advertise you so that people are going to that? No, we don't need Zappos to advertise. We are confident. We spent $2,600 and got over $13,000 in less than 2 weeks. Also, I mean, another way to make money besides just the click-through is we love to have advertising and sponsorships. Why not? We have such a targeted market of students and accessories, and that's all we can get. So we would love to be on Zappos to be inside. We would love to be a podiatrist, therapist, magicians, I'm really committed to it, and I'm committed to showing you all how fabulous this idea is, and we know that we can make you see.
But ladies, if it works, and you get 10,000 orders.
We're going to get 500,000 They're actually, they can't, because what you have here is expertise and passion.
You know what? I've never seen somebody so exuberant about what they're doing as the two of you. For me, it's not a business yet. You're just barely starting.
Before one excited when you first came out, I thought it was a great idea. And my first thought was, well, I can't use the system on Zappos website for that. So the question is it such a different technology that nobody else can do that? Who wrote the software?
We have a technology team that worked with both of us to create technology team. Where did we get them from? We researched it and we have found them.
So did you realize by virtue of that answer, if you were able to this time you will find something for their writing. It could be duplicated.
You know, anything can be duplicated.
But I guess there's nothing proprietary. No, there's no saying.
I think enthusiasm is wildly enthusiastic about events to wild card members to make money on it. So I couldn't possibly invest. I know.
And now we watch it and start. Mr. Mark.
try to defend the product and why it's better than something that's word of mouth done.
Because this is what I'm passionate about.
No, it's passion. That's not the right answer. I'm trying to figure out what differentiates you. And if I think you're passionate, I'm out. So I already know you're passionate. Of course, the business. So, real famous monogamist walks in the door and says, okay, why is yours better than something I created? So, Dan, what's the answer? Sharks are not silver. Sharks are walks in the door and says, okay, why is yours better than something I created? What is it that you like? So, Dan, what's the answer?
Accuracy.
Why is your accuracy better than something?
Because we spent over a year determining how to make this the most accurate shoe size.
So if I did a search for app that determines a child's size, trying to get a competition, what would I see?
You would see ours, but very close. You would see a couple other apps.
And what about theirs is different than yours?
That's what the transport is like a thing. A lot of work particular is not as accurate. We really wanted us to be convenient and accurate. That's why we went to shopping malls and had kids test it.
Here's why I'm interested. I'm a fashion user. And they did a whole exhaustive analysis just on men's shirts. So if you're this body type, this is the shirt that fits you in this manner, which is that sensor is a metric technique, huge. So I like this. I see it. You guys do not need that. And you know it, right?
We would love to work with you. We really would. And we won't try to be back. We will work together. We'll seek any of your advice that you have. I mean, I really, really want to get this to parent. We really believe that you said that in the future that we want to be able to
Yoshi.
be able to have things that fit them properly for their health and for their stomach.
I'll offer you $100,000 for 40% contingency. One, I get to go through a test to make sure it works. Two, I get to go through a check to make sure that it's like, three, I check all the contracts to make sure that we truly do own the software. That's 100K, 40%. That's your money.
Yes. One day I want to be the best company in America for it to work for. As far as women have come and overall, I think there's still a long ways to go, and I want to be the one to make that change happen.
Sure. Almost $6 million. It's awesome. Good job. Lots of kids. Many followers have been gone for a long time at the same
There's never been anything like Shark Tank. It's the most powerful venture capital program. It has sharks, it has money, it has millions of people watching. With all of those together, magic happens. Shark Tank experiences that are roller coaster emotions. That was something that was still tough, but now with the future comes for us, it just blows us away.
Each morning I woke up, I pinched myself to say, I just can't believe this is really happening. And I just can't wait to see what happens in the future.
tears.
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 9 o'clock a.m.
These two items, anyone that wants to fill out water in seconds. That's really cool. Smith can now tell you it's just in case you missed it, we take our tongue off film, catches there any gardeners, and insert the cleaning stick. Stick is universal, so you have a water cleaning stick, and also a track. Are you loading up for your
I have to load myself up there because I just bought it. It's not in the store.
slip out the tilt it forward, tilt it forward,
All right. Now what?
So you were saying that you don't have to own both things. You can just have a stick, or you can have a filling device just under the stick, just if you get it out of your sink. So how did you come up with that?
Why is this product so $7.99? Why is that before What was your percentage on the licensing? Thank goodness you met me. So you got a low end. 7 to 11 is the range. So much. And you still have the licensing in place. So minimums on it? Yes, sir. And obviously in the minimums. Is there an escalator in the minimums every year? Cash flows don't justify $1.25 million issuance. The problem. Overpricing your value.
about I love enjoying business, and I like businesses that inspire me, that make me happy, and like your values are amazing. Like once you find million, it's not there today. For me, this is a perfect QVC product.
Actually, you know what? It really kind of isn't because it's too inexpensive actually to make a QVC product. You have to be really more in like a $12 or $15 price range. To me, it's just the valuation. It's really you were saying it worked in
Look at this one.
It's not there today. For me, this is a perfect QVC product.
actually, you know what? It really kind of isn't because it's too inexpensive actually to make a QVC product. You have to be really more in like a $12 or $15 price range. To me, it's just the valuation. It's not there for me. You're not at 1.25 million, and so for that reason,
That's reality. That's my specialty. I really can't it's not I'm sorry, guys.
It's a hard one because I have probably more than 5 million orders that go to my money moving secretary. I'm going to give you from 125 to 25% of the business.
Wow. That's
But I'm going to give it to you in the form of $50,000 cash, $75,000 credit.
What is that other thing called?
I'm going to give you a chance to read some. One offer, it's a Shark Tank. Obviously, no one to the table. So I'm not going to negotiate. I'm not talking.
How do you dance for $200?
If I do the dance real quick,
Constant kick.
All right, man. Good luck.
we just needed to see how you operate too much. Canada has a huge growth potential.
My name is Kaya Majumdar from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm a sophomore at university. I was raised in a very traditional Indian family. Both my parents are doctors, and it was always their dream for me to become a doctor as well. My childhood summers were spent practicing violin and going to the library and taking math classes, but it wasn't weird to me because that's what all my Indian friends were doing. But then I got to college and I saw all these different people studying different things, and that excited me. When I came up with my fat mess idea, I knew at that moment that I had to pursue it. Creating my product was actually the easy part. The hard part was telling my parents that no one wanted to be a doctor. I know it's been tough for you guys. I'm gonna make you guys proud, I promise. My parents had a passion for me, but I hope we can change it. There's a lot of pressure to succeed, and failure is not an option. I want to channel the hard work ethic that my parents and my grandparents taught me, and I want to make my own American dream. And I need to start something. Hi, Shucks. My name is Kaya Majumdar, and I'm a sophomore at university. My product is Busy Knots, and I received $50,000 in exchange for 20% of my company. So this all started after my freshman year of college. My friend had asked me to move her boxes to our storage unit while she took her time finding. I agreed, of course, so I went over and I saw her boxes ready to go by the door. But as I leaned in to pick one of them up, everything literally fell straight out. That amounted to a long day of me having to repacking all of her stuff. I decided I had to find a solution. That's when I innovated with Busy Knots. Now, Robert, you're a connoisseur for racing, so I'm going to challenge you to a race today, so why don't you come on here?
They should just crash your head. Figure knock yourself out there.
So Robert is going to assemble the traditional box that you would buy from any hardware store. Now I'm going to assemble my Busy box. So Mark, why don't you give this to Mark? And Robert and I are going to race. Are you ready? You'll probably never assemble the box again. Oh my goodness.
On your mark. Get set.
I just unassembled it, and now I'm going to assemble it again. Bam. Done. So Sharks, the flat folding design is ideal for anyone who's looking for a unique, space-saving, easy-to-use, and might I add, sexy storage solution. With your expertise and my drive, we can target every houseware, homeware, craft store, storage store, you name it. And I'm excited because this product, it will revolutionize the packaging industry.
So, have you done any retail selling for this product yet?
I have not. This is brand new. I started it less than a year ago. I'm a sophomore in college, so I thought about it last year.
What's the cost of your products versus that price?
If we were looking at, say, 10,000, the cost for a traditional one will be under $1. This one will be $1.75.
Does it ever get to the same price?
It will, with larger quantities, of course.
I have sold hundreds of thousands of boxes to consumers in my starching service. That box is actually made for 56 cents.
Yeah, my estimate was for 10,000 units. Do you mind going back for me? What was your problem? Yeah, so I was actually raised in a family of doctors up in Canada. Yes, the stereotype is true. My mom looked at me and said, you know what? You're a woman and you cannot do anything other than medicine because you're not going to make it. And I said, no, absolutely not. And when I confronted my parents, all hell had broken loose. It was truly a huge moment in my life.
Boxes up.
Yeah, and they laughed. It was a joke. It was a joke in my family. They say, you know, what do you want to do with your life? And I say, I want to be my boss. I have this excellent product. I have faith in going to do. Then I signed up to the Collegiate Entrepreneur Organization competition. That is the largest national competition for entrepreneurs. I ended up winning the competition.
Congratulations.
And then
Did you file taxes?
yes, it's federal. I see you have other boxes up there.
Can you show me the red box?
It's out of plastic. Yeah, I'd like to see how flat that folds down. One of the things, it sounds like you've tried to do some pricing to see how this would price out in the market. Yes. Adding this little Velcro piece is very expensive, right?
Why can't that be done with another material, perhaps newsprint?
The Velcro's
It's expensive. Do you think that they're willing to pay a premium for your box to knock about 60 seconds out of the video?
Absolutely.
Because that is the price.
Yeah, what about application? Have you gone to any large businesses?
Yes. I was approached by an executive on Lowe's. They absolutely love the product.
Did Lowe's say to you, I will buy this product?
Yes, he said, let's get them into Lowe's.
Did he tell you how many you would buy, how many stores he would put it into?
No, because at that point in time, it wasn't manufactured. But he said, come back to me, let's get it into Lowe's. I had a meeting in Illinois at Short Supply Stores, went to the CEO, and he loved it as well. So he said that he will be continuing all of his contacts.
At some point you said,
Yeah. So he said, I have to bring it down to the other.
now what that tells you is they don't value things and they don't fire. If they did, they would say, oh, yeah, get in there.
When I went to go, I wasn't far enough in the process. I need to get multiple orders to match the prices that they're interested in.
So here's the question. Can you make it to your phone with what you need to match your pricing? What would it take to get the price down to 56 cents?
It would be about 4 months.
I think you have a good station here, which I first five months, but I don't see the problem the solution is facing.
Think about this. You're getting ready for Christmas. You have tons of ornaments downstairs. You're flooding your space.
You've got a solution and trying to find a problem. The pain point you solve is time. How do you find places where time is money? At home, if you have a Christmas, time is no money. How do you have for school? Time is no money.
I wasn't saying that time is always money. You're always going to want a more efficient, more clearly more distributed
What up, baby?
I just sense that you are that way.
that I'm
Often the wrong motion eventually spills out. Maybe it's that you believe so much. Dominate this market with more expensive box. I think they are totally counting it.
then I am very much open to suggestions. I'm here to partner with you. If you feel that you have a better way to do it, I'm going to go along with it. I will do whatever it is that you want me to do. If you tell me to jump, I won't ask you how high. I'll pull on the trampoline and I'll start going up.
You've got to close the deal. You've got to find something that's willing to write a check. Right now, that person's not. So for that reason, they come out.
Barbara, Larry, Kevin. We got 2 tricks of everything on your house. One is simple. The other thing is, I got you confidence. And when I have an opportunity, someone says, "What's that?" You say, "I want to buy this." The owner has you pick some entrepreneurs. Yes, and you're ready. And then before you know it, I'm listening. I understand. You don't want to speak like that. I'm out.
I have because I felt the same thing myself. You just don't listen. But I like your idea. I believe in the box with the same price I always sell yours. Now, you can buy yours in store. So this challenge is all about getting your price down. I'll make you an offer. I'll give you the $50,000. I want 50%. 50 on your part. And I have no idea how much trouble it's going to be to get the price down to 56 cents. That's going to be your only task for you. After I do that 50,000, you pay the yard, figure it out, and back me when it's 56 cents. You want to do that?
Is that the only offer that I'm going to have? For me, there's some problems with this. Marlo, I think it's really clever, really smart. And I like that you say, I'll jump as high as you want. Because that's the kind of person that I like to work with. Just try to please, you're a genius. I know everything about the compensation you're working with. If it's going to get everyone, I know that you're the partner that I need. I promise you, you will not regret it. You'll get your money back.
Never say that word again. You've got it wrong. Because you don't know what the outcome is. You made a huge mistake.
Please, Lord, please, just listen to me. I will listen to you. I will do anything it takes. I will get you your mind back.
Kaya, I'm going to make you an offer. The offer's going to be this. $50,000, 40% of the business, contingent. If we can figure out how to manufacture this as a storage box, because it's got problems. But you're the kind of person I like to work with, because I know that you will do whatever it takes to get there, no matter what. It's really going to be something to figure out, but I'm willing to take the journey with you.
I'll figure it out. But she'll also learn a lot from me. And it's a better example to work with and to fall on your face.
Should we make these boxes for 56 cents or more cents?
We'll see down the road, you know?
Awesome. Can't wait to get Are you serious?
Yo, dog. What's this? Okay.
They come from all walks of life, chasing the American dream. Coming to you from over 13,000 American people in healthcare and life science. And I'm Super Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
before I decided to really make it happen. When did you start selling?
10 years. So we sold a little over $1 million. So
So how did you get word out there about it? Let people know you did it? It's incredible. These moms that never know what's happening. They talk. We had like no marketing.
So let's say we invested $700 total. That's it. That's about $1 and so altogether, we went live. We had 200 for 5 minutes. Shut it off. And once the audience said, "We're not going to do it," we said, "Well, people want to see it." What makes a great post? This is not smart. No, I can tell you about the clients are pretty good. So maybe when you're stuck in a room for a really long time, you have a little time to write, right? And so when they are home, all of a sudden there's this freedom, and they have something called a moral reflex. A moral reflex is a story reflex that when the babies puts their arms out, you can't feel like you're falling into their chest. And just like you saw right there, and so they need to feel their edges. And if they're able to feel their edges, then they're able to relax the proper efficiency to one leg protect their state. Exactly.
If I gave you $20,000, you would
I would do it for my new kids, and I know for a fact that they will. You want more efficiency to one leg protect their state. Exactly.
If I gave you $20,000,
I would do it for my new kids, and I know for a fact that they're going to love it. Actually, and these prints put all of mine online. And they choose what they want. I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you the community of women that is part of our process. It's just it's mind blowing. Last year we lost our baby, and we had an incredible community of people that were willing to be there for us and vice versa for them in terms of just feeling like they can go to our social media pages and share some of their heart. And so there's no duplicating that. You know, if that hadn't happened, we wouldn't have never. So so grateful. And he's sleeping right now. It's interesting. I have really recently looked at the contributors that the people that are putting out good have a lot of good coming back to them. I think they're doing everything right. I have to give you an offer. I'm going to give you $20,000, but I'd like 25%. Because I think it's worth a certain amount of help from me in helping you build your brand and get it out there. But I really like the concept.
First of all, it's okay with you. I'd love to hear some updates. Do you want to go to 19% off of the things you love? A lot of the questions that you guys ask me, you have to get answers.
That would be my vision, and you're going to mine too. It's just a matter of me never cross that bridge.
These are
$70,000 in sales 2.5 years later, approaching $2 million. Also combined $1.3 million in sales, Shark Tank $7 million in sales. Shark Tank marketing charge of Shark Tank said the message crying out on PC. It's not the service that we hate so much, it's the environment. We also want to respond to change and sense of place. We want to follow the customers in us guys know that. We feel that swatch needed nails, the nail shop is backwards. The nail shop guys are right here. Oversized leather chairs just like this, wearing high-end headphones, watching premium personal footage, watching TVs, and with ours is never changing. This apartment is across the U.S. and partners with an investment from the Shark Tank Israel. It's empowering, leading with the pen, the
It's cheesy. Franchises are this. I believe that this could be the start of Lindsay and Shaq's life. I believe that. And Jim said that he really wants to come to some franchises, cash flow, it's really hard to do. There's actual money to be made franchising this business.
Sharks, how many times have you had an airport and had your phone ring? The guy you create for me all too much. The fact is, we are walking around truckers in the pockets holding our phones, so bartenders and truck drivers have had space. We solve the problem, we can't listen to each other. Sharks cameras and phones track information that is very free use, especially when device costs so between $5 and $99. It's super, super simple. Share our heart. So we can offer up for schedule. Choose one of the local cards. Guns, you can re-scan and finger. It's just a free security. We charge a contact limit space. We also provide vendors like Eager, the thing in your customers. Neighborhood bars, restaurants, gyms, movie theaters, arenas, really anywhere. The list goes on and on. Sharks will secure the best protected equipment, big commercial single anywhere across the nation.
It's a convenience for it's not something that
Tell us how much you've invested.
let's be honest, we have $250,000 in space. Almost every election, even moving towards the end of this year, not one more $1 million because next year it's just not started. The year after that, not started. So, in average margins, 50%. That's shipped to the customer. Billing transfer each month so our month-to-month growth has been tremendous. But we also spent the last 2 months of fundraising. We were able to circle $900,000 from Democratic grants that we advertised in the market. While it's working, we were able to get back up there and do well. We got farther than folks were.
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 10 o'clock a.m.
So, and I think reality is because you guys are still
So I understand as a standalone online business, you are larger. This is self-managed. You have a transparent server as a standalone entity. So let me address that. So you have $250,000 in income today. You're spending $0 on advertising and customer acquisition. So all of those things come from you telling other people about our product. That's a concern. That is not a scam. So how would you know? So a couple of keywords here to that concept, right? So let's say you make some numbers with Facebook and hire a customer acquisition specialist who's going to raise our base daily sales from $500 to $5,000 on baseline pressure. Well, then so that's not that's not running as a team, that's running right. You got to do a job of telling them to run right. And you know it's not
For this reason, I don't know. For this reason, I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this fantasy team. I don't know. Too right, man.
Welcome to the Shark Tank, where entrepreneurs seek an investment to start, grow, or save their business.
This year, we will do 5 million in sales. Right now, we're already at $1 million.
Wow. If the Sharks hear a great idea, they'll invest their own money.
I really like it.
Does it, Mark?
And fight each other for a deal.
It's too rich and too nuts.
A moment of silence for that money that just
Absolutely. I'm with you this time.
But the entrepreneurs must get the full amount they're asking for, or they'll walk away with nothing.
Lives in Japan, and she can't come out here unless our neighbors have her.
Maybe you can get an emotional connection going. Barbara loves to spend money when she starts to cry.
Instead of Kickstarter, sometimes they call me the chick starter.
If you don't sell through, you're dead. You may seal your commitment with a kiss.
Who are the Sharks? They're self-made business experts worth billions. Kevin O'Leary is a shrewd venture capitalist who made his fortune selling a children's educational company for over $4 billion. Barbara Corcoran went from waiting tables in Manhattan to building the city's premier $2 billion real estate empire. Robert Kirschbeck, son of an immigrant factory worker, founded one of the world's preeminent cybersecurity firms. Lori Grenier, the queen of QVC, holds over 100 patents and has launched over 400 products, grossing over $500 million in sales. And Mark Cuban, renowned billionaire tech mogul and the outspoken owner of the Dallas Mavericks.
designed to inspire young girls to expand their horizons.
Hi Sharks, my name is Alice Brooks.
And my name is Bettina Chen, and we're from Palo Alto, California. Our company is Ruminate, and we are seeking $500,000 in exchange for 5% of our company. Our mission is to empower the next generation of female engineers and innovators.
Sharks, we'd like you to think back to your childhoods. Do you remember your favorite toys? And did any of those toys influence your success today? Barbara, what if instead of making a real estate deal in a board game, you were able to build your own high-rise? And Lori, instead of drawing an idea with a crayon, what if you were able to build a prototype? Imagine how young you would have been when you were issued your first patent. Introducing Ruminate, toys to inspire the next generation of innovation.
Ruminate is a new and revolutionary wired building system for girls aged 6 and up. Let's show you how it works. First, you start by building the structure through 3 stories, balconies, even spiral staircases. And the best part about Ruminate is the working circuit. Wire up everything from spinning windmills to merry-go-rounds, even elevators, and make it all light up.
We already have a community of thousands of girls and boys we call Ruminators. Our Ruminators make amazing creations that we never would have dreamed of making. Everything from the Golden Gate Bridge to a car wash, even a rocket ship. We also have some special Ruminates to pass out to each of you. Our Ruminators helped us create some. So for you, Mark, of course we made you the Maverick Sport with a private plane to get you there.
With a private plane?
Our Ruminators thought that a swanky Manhattan condo would be perfect for you.
They're cheaper than I paid for them.
And Mr. Wonderful, we've all heard your ice cream shop story. So our Ruminators helped us build you an ice cream shop.
Let's see, Kevin, what is it? This is the ice cream store that fired it, so I'm going to set this on fire.
And then Lori, our Ruminators helped us make you a QVC set. And all these creations have a circuit in there, so if you press the red button, it will activate it. And Robert, we know you love racing cars, so they helped us make you a racetrack.
Thank you. Can I see one of the packages so I can see how it's packaged?
Cool.
Does the car go around?
You can push it around.
What makes this different from Legos?
So it's all about open net play. So we give them inspiration and we give them ideas, but ultimately it's up to the kids to decide what they want to build.
How did you guys come up with this?
Well, I studied mechanical engineering at MIT and Stanford.
I studied electrical engineering at Caltech and Stanford.
So we got to Stanford, the two of us, and we became friends right away because we were two of the only women there in engineering. And that got us talking, we realized that our common thread was that we've both been inspired by things that we played with when we were younger. And for me, it was when I was 8 years old, I asked my dad, can Santa Claus bring me a Barbie this year? And he said no. And instead I got my own saw. So I built dolls and dollhouses out of wood and nails. And that just started my love of engineering right there.
Did you have a natural interest to build things, or did your dad push you that way?
I think that all kids are open to all different sorts of things. The problem right now for girls is that we're not exposing them to more options. So we're missing out on half of the potential product designers, computer programmers right now. And it's important for all of us that we can get girls doing these sorts of things.
What are your sales?
We have $1.7 million in sales today.
This calendar year?
In just a little more than a year and a half.
So this year will be?
This year we will do $5 million in sales. Right now we're already at $1 million.
Wow.
That's
So,
pretty
by the
amazing.
way, others have tried to do this in this space and failed miserably. So I want to hear how you got distribution.
So at Toys R Us, we'll be in all 596 stores to start. Radio Shack will be in 1,500 stores. We have deals with Barnes & Noble, Michaels, Nordstrom. We're also expanding to Canada this year.
But let's talk about the breakdown of sales per store. What is your turnaround? How many do you sell?
So we'll be in the stores starting the fall.
Now, you mentioned
Fall, so you haven't gone in yet.
You sold 1.7 million. Where are you making those sales?
In other online channels, Amazon is a big one for us. Basically, last year we were primarily online. Last year we did $540,000 in sales.
Are you getting any sales for boys though?
Yes, we do have boys playing with it too.
Is it gender specific? On your opening comments, I thought it was a product targeted to developing young girls.
Yes, we've made it gender specific in that you can start by making a dollhouse, but boys have come to us and boys are playing with it.
What does it sell for?
So we have multiple products. The one that you have in front of you now, that's the Studio. That sells for $29.99.
What does it cost you to make?
It costs us $8.75 to make.
What do you sell it to the store for?
So with retailers, it ranges from $16.50 to $24.
I'm looking at your sales this year. Let's say $5 million. That means about $1 million of the title inventory. You must have brought on some investors by this point to carry them, right?
Yes. We have taken $850,000 in investment, so we own the rest of it. The valuation was at $6 million.
$6 million. I mean, I gotta tell you, you've done something remarkable. The toy industry is brutally competitive. I mean, everybody else is fair. Everybody. But I wonder what the sell-through is going to be. That's going to be the question.
You really put the whole company on the line, did you? Because if you don't sell through, you're dead.
We'll be paid regardless, and we also have a close relationship with our buyers.
Congratulations for getting this amount of distribution. But now I have to balance, do I pay because I'm so enamored with the growth potential before I go through one seasonal cycle? So in the toy industry, your whole future is this holiday. So if you don't sell through, you're screwed. So the problem we're having with your deal is I'm being asked to pay for success before I know with certainty I have it. I'm a pragmatic investor that unfortunately knows everything about toys. Everything.
And everything else.
Absolutely.
You know everything about
I know. So to buy this valuation now, which is an extreme stretch for me, I'm not going to do it. I'm out.
I think looking at how much we've grown, starting from very first year, we did 174,000 in revenue. Last year we did 540. This year we're on track for 5 million.
If they sell through.
And then next year we'll also be expanding internationally. That conservatively, 12 to 13 million.
Here's what bugs me about this. When we first started the pitch, I lit up a toy for girls. And yet I looked at the little packaging. There's not the word girl on it, just a smiley girl face. But it doesn't say anything about girls. I feel like you weren't loyal to your original position.
Girls see this package, they know it's for them. But you don't need to pander to them and push it down their throat that it's.
But why not drive it home and target it right to that sweet spot? The only point of difference, really, between your product and the rest of the dozens out there is that this is for the little girl. And somehow you didn't communicate that well. And so it felt disappointing to me. And so for that reason,
Guys, growing up in Pittsburgh, my dad did upholstery on cars. If you had told me I'd have this net worth, I would have laughed. Now I have kids, including 2 daughters, 7 and 10. And now, my biggest fear in life after my kids' health is that they don't turn out to be jerks, right? That they don't have a sense of entitlement. So I'm going to make you an offer, but it's got contingencies.
Okay.
I'm going to offer you $500,000. 5%, right? But the contingencies are that my daughters, Alyssa and Alexis, can come out and spend time with you guys, be part of it. I try to put them in a position where they have good role models. Because all the things in life I can buy, that's something I can't buy. And that's what I want to be part of. So I'm investing in you. You guys are great. I believe in the business, but I think Mark made you exactly the offer that you asked for. So, all right.
Instead of Kickstarter, my female entrepreneurs, sometimes they call me the chick starter because I've started so many female-based businesses. Also, I think it's so important that young women today, they think they can do and be anything. So I'd be happy to go in on it with Mark. $500,000 for 5% equity stake. If Mark is willing to go in on it, you get 2 big sharks, one in the tech space, one in the inventor space, and we'll have this on QVC within 4 months. Yes, we have a deal. Great.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
I'm very shocked. We feel amazing right now. I mean, we're going to work with Mark and Lori. You couldn't get better than that. We're so excited.
Mark did it because he's too rich and too nuts and too much in love with his kids. That's nothing to do with business.
Possible to make an successor.
And it's
Okay,
important.
guys, a moment of silence for that money. Stop.
Absolutely. I'm with you this time.
Oh my God.
Season 4, 18-year-old Lainey Mazari made a deal with Mark Cuban for her all-natural skincare company, Simple Sugars.
I would love to accept your offer.
That's what I like to hear. Let's see what she's up to now.
Since making a deal on Shark Tank a year and a half ago, business has been absolutely fantastic. I'm here today in New York City because I've just signed a major deal with Destination Maternity, the largest maternity retailer in the world. They decided to carry Simple Sugars in all 575 locations across the country. I'm very excited to be here with you guys today. I've been invited to train their sales team and officially launch Simple Sugars in their stores. You want to scrub around until you feel the sugar start to melt. At our last update, we had just reached $1 million in sales. Now, only a year later, we've reached $3 million in sales, and over the next 12 months, we're expecting to do an additional $4 million. Hey, Mark! Showing Mark that he made the right investment is something that drives me every day. Cut a check for $200,000.
American dream is alive and well. I invested in Lainey because I want to see that $100,000 turn into $20 million. And the best part is, there's a shot that can happen. She's that good.
This is the new packaging. The Shark Tank experience has been one of the best things that's ever happened. Shark Tank has given me an opportunity that most people will never get, and I will forever be grateful for that.
My name is Tiggs Chirica, and I live in Warrensville, North Carolina, with my wife and my 4-year-old daughter, and I got another baby on the way. Go! I came to the States all the way from Zimbabwe 14 years ago. I earned the basketball scholarship, and I faced a lot of challenges, but ultimately I worked my way to an NBA. Right now, I'm a clerk at a post office, but I realize there's something greater out there for me. That's why I'm following my dream and starting my business. I did a fantastic job launching my product, but now that everybody's interested, I don't have the capital or the inventory to meet the demand. The success of my product means a better future for my family, and I know that deal with the shops to make that happen. Hello, Shots. My name is Tiggs. I live in Warrensville, North Carolina, and I'm the founder of the Floating Mug Company. I'm seeking $75,000 in exchange for 15% ownership in my business. This, quite simply, is the sexiest mug you'll ever lay your eyes on. Of course, Kevin, your mug is a close second. I'm not a professional designer, but I had a screeching problem and I needed a solution. You see, my wife makes a very particular sound, and if you let me, I'm going to try to reproduce that sound. It goes something like this. No, I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. That's not a mating call. That's the sound my wife makes every time she discovers a coffee stain on our furniture. When I'm distracted, I don't have the mental capacity to search for coaster just to put my cup down. So the inevitable happens. A coffee stain magically appears under my cup. And within minutes. I knew at that moment I was a dead man walking. But there's good news. I no longer have to listen to that deathly sound. The floating mug. It's the ultimate marriage between a mug and a coaster. And together, it's the perfect, elegant solution. I brought some samples for you guys. I've got these in special colors. That's brilliant white. Ooh, this is hero white. That's pencil white. I love it. This is the final white. And this is home team white. There you go.
Does the bottom break off a lot? How does this hold up over time?
Well, this is a very well-made product.
Is there a piece of metal in here?
No, this is all porcelain.
The whole thing?
Whole thing is porcelain.
How are you selling them now? What are your sales?
So if I give you some context, I launched this
It's
on
never good when it's not a number.
right? Yeah. Our first year sales was 105,000.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Who did you sell them to?
Our biggest customer was the distributor that we got in touch with.
So give us the numbers, Tiggs. What does it cost to make it? What do you sell it for? Where do you sell it?
All right.
And where do you manufacture it?
Originally, we started manufacturing in the Czech Republic, but it cost me $12 to land this from the Czech Republic. And we
Individual.
individual much.
So what do you sell it for?
So right now we've been selling it for $29.99. We don't have the right price, but we found a really great Italian-based manufacturer who's working with us to now start producing this in China. So we've gone from a $12 landed to now we're at $4 landed.
I actually used to be in a glass business way back when. What we learned about that business was you have to buy in massive quantity because of the price points. For it to get down to $4, what quantity do you need to buy?
So our order quantity is 19,500 units.
Wow. What was the retail price going to be?
$19.99.
I'm thinking my option is when I go to a store, I can buy a porcelain mug of relatively similar quality for somewhere between $6 and $9. Now, I can also get a coaster for about 80 cents. So, would the average consumer pay 100% premium for the floating mug? And I don't know the answer to that. Certainly haven't proven it in the market yet.
So my response to that, Kevin, you can say that for anything. At what point does a $10 pair of sunglasses become a $200 pair of sunglasses?
When it's really, really special.
Is this special enough?
This is just a product. What I want you to focus on is the concept. This is our proof of concept for beverage products that have integrated coastal functionality.
Like?
Well, I'd like to show you a prototype we're working on. So just to give you an idea, that's a drinking glass.
What's the benefit?
It's a built-in coaster. So as it sweats, everything gets caught in that reservoir and it's got a wall. So as you drink, it's not going to spill out.
We have a patent on it.
On the glass, it's pending. On this, it's issued.
When markets close at 4 o'clock, I always have vodka lemonade with lots of ice in the tall glass. The problem with it is it sweats like crazy because it has a lot of ice, causes condensation on my desk. Now, that's a problem. I would be willing to pay a premium to solve that problem, knowing I have to face it with certainty every day.
Kevin, well, this might be a niche product. This gives me credibility, shows you that I can deliver a world-class product.
The downside is you're always going to be competing with a standard mug and a 50-cent poster. It's not a task I want to try to do because I don't think I'm going to make it.
Oh, Kevin, before you keep talking,
there's nothing you can do to stop me. I have to make decisions as an investor every day.
Okay.
I look for the path of least resistance for the highest returns because I'm the only disciplined investor here. Maybe you can get an emotional connection going with Barbara who loves to spend money when she starts to cry. I don't know if that's going to happen, but for me, this isn't going to work. I'm not. So, here's my concern. I think the market for people that are going to pay a premium for something that doesn't leave a coffee stain is me, Kevin maybe, and a couple other people. If I don't see it as a wide acceptable product, I'll drive your price points down. For that reason, I'm acting. Tags! You obviously have a high motor, and you grind. My challenge is that the high motor approach to this would have been on the web. Pounding it through a website and selling 1,000 makes you $17,000. Selling 5,000 makes you $85,000. In my mind, the strategy was wrong. You should have taken the high motor approach with the web because you can control your own destiny there. Because you didn't, for that reason, I'm out.
Okay. I need you.
Now, I think this item is a one-time purchase, and I think it's a gift item. I don't envision someone buying a set of 6. I hope I'm wrong, because I really like it. Sadly, I'm out.
One Sharkette left.
So, for me, looking at this, I think it should be a lower price point because I think it makes your job easier if more people can afford it. To me, high end for this is like $8.99, $9.99 max. This is the one that I think is really clever. I don't like the silicone band. It seems to me that if you could take this and have it all one integrated blown piece so that your catch here is made out of glass, all integrated as one, so it'll still look sleek and beautiful. To me, this is your hero. This is the money. I think because you have a lot of studying to do and figuring this out, you're not ready yet. So I'm out.
All right. Good luck, Tiggs. Good luck, Tiggs.
just want to do better, you know? When you get an opportunity like that, you don't capitalize on it, but it's just going to motivate me to do better.
Next into the tank is an innovative way to tie the knot.
Hi, Sharks. My name is James Cass.
And my name is Adrian Gonzalez.
We are from Las Vegas, Nevada, and our company is The Wedding Wagon. We are seeking an investment of $125,000 in exchange for 20% equity in our company.
The Wedding Wagon is the world's first casual and affordable mobile wedding service. Right now, couples that want to get married really only have a couple of options. Either a boring ceremony touting the justice of the peace, or a big, complicated, and costly wedding at a church or a hotel.
And that's where we come in at The Wedding Wagon. Instead of them going to the chapel comes to them. And the couple calls us, and we meet them at the location of their choice. That means the most to them. We bring an officiant and a photographer for a fun and memorable ceremony. So let's say, for instance, Mr. Wonderful, you wanted to renew your vows of sharp love with Barbara.
Let's do that in the parking lot.
Again,
You pick up the phone, you call us, and we can meet you at a location of your choice. And we can't think of a better one but Shark Tank. Let's show you how it works.
I'll let you know how it kisses at the end.
Barbara and Mr. Wonderful, would you please join us?
please. Welcome, lovebirds. I'd like you to try to face each other just a little bit if you would.
Barbara, no ceremony would be complete without flowers.
Thank you.
And I'll put a nice little veil on you. Kevin, I'll be your ring bearer, your best man.
I also need a lawyer for prenup right now. Well, we are gathered here today to witness and to celebrate the renewal of shared love between Mr. Wonderful and the real deal. And hold her hand gently, just like that. Now look into her eyes lovingly and repeat after me. I promise to always be a nice shark. I promise to always be a nice shark. And to never interrupt you when you're speaking. That's never going to happen. Please repeat after me. I promise to always be a nice shark.
I always promise to be a nice shark
And to uphold all of our deals for all time.
and never do a deal with you ever again.
It's good enough. I will crush you like the cockroach you are. I now pronounce your shark love renewed, and you may seal your commitment with a kiss. Last time I did this, I turned to stone.
Yay! Thanks so much for being such a nice sport.
Just a moment. He needs a cover here.
It's fantastic.
Sharks, we launched our business in the wedding capital of the world. And you probably can figure out where that's at.
Las Vegas.
And now we're ready to take our concept nationwide. So, who's ready to say I do to the wedding wagon?
What does it cost to get married in your wagon?
You know, we started our business, we launched at 99. We do about, just say, 6
Sales last year, $243,000.
That's with a two-person operation.
I gotta tell you, I never would have thought you would have said that. Let's say expansion plans. Is this going to work in other cities, or is Vegas the only place you can drive with a van?
I'm very glad you asked that question because it's a very, very exciting time in the history of the wedding wagon. We actually sold the Las Vegas wedding wagon to new owners last year so that we could devote our time and attention to launching a franchise company, which is why we're here today.
Really?
Yes, we envisioned a Los Angeles wedding wagon, a Miami wedding wagon.
You did $240,000 in sales. What did you sell it for?
We sold the wedding wagon, the Las Vegas version, for $120,000.
Did you sell the rights to all of Las Vegas for $125,000 for the wedding?
We did, yes.
That's it. So you can't reestablish a wedding wagon there. And that's what's worse than that, Kevin. You own that, right? And you pretty much had the whole game to yourself. You couldn't find enough demand in the wedding capital of the world
to get to a second truck. We did actually have a second wagon. We hired another team, and what happened is that suddenly our time was being taken. So-and-so called out sick, and we realized that an employee doesn't have the same commitment as an owner.
No, Adrian, come on. You can't say that. If they were making you money, you would have sold that off for half of your sales. Now, you got nothing.
I'm out. What were you going to charge for a franchise? Our franchise fee is $25,000.
Oh, never.
Anybody can get a band and then do just what you're doing. To me, you don't have something saleable.
It just makes no sense to me. You've got a viable business. If I took something from 0 to 125,000, I want to ride that thing as long as I can. You in effect, you're getting into a new business. That's unproven. Normally what happens is somebody comes in with a successful model, in this case in Las Vegas. They then take the franchisee potential, bring them to Vegas, say, look at our business, look how it's working, look how much we're making, ride around in the truck for a day, get a sense of it. By the way, sign in for $25,000. That's how you do it. You've done something very strange. You sold your model business. So now you only have, it worked in Vegas. Look, there's the truck we used to own before we sold it. That doesn't make any sense at all. I think I've just woken into a nightmare. Terrible pitch, and I'm marrying a partner. I'm out.
When I was standing up there marrying Kevin, I thought this is
I want my $99 back.
I thought that was the greatest gimmick in the world. Whether it be in Las Vegas, New York City, the idea you can call up or just go online, book your wedding, marry some sucker is great. But you gave away your show and tell. It really is such a great model. It breaks my heart you sold it out. And if you still had your original one, I would have been in with both feet, both hands, clapping. Well, I'm out, sadly.
Thank you, Mark. Understood. Thank you guys for your guys. Here now.
Thank you for the fantasy.
You got it. Thank you for the nightmare. I think they got to create the litigation back. That's right. That's the I like that better. Tell me you sue somebody. Just open the door and sue them.
If we had one thing to do over again, based on Barbara's comment alone, it would probably be to jump into a time machine, go back in time, and not sell the Las Vegas Riding Flag.
Next up are entrepreneurs who believe they've designed a finer, more functional piece of golf equipment.
Hi Sharks, my name is Eric Williams, Creative Director at Kronos Golf.
And I'm Philip LaFuz, founder and designer at Kronos Golf. We're seeking $150,000 for a 15% stake in our company. We're an indie putter company that manufactures the most precise putters in the world.
You might have heard the phrase, drive for show and putt for dough. Putting accounts for half the shots of an average golfer. So why are we blowing our money on drivers and shoddy putters?
That is where Kronos comes in. We mill our putters down to 1/1000th of an inch to make sure our putters are perfectly balanced. We start off with a solid block of steel and mill for over 2 hours, transforming it from stage 1, a solid block of steel, to stage 2, a roughly milled putter, to stage 3, a more refined milled putter. It's a slow, labor-intensive process, but it's the right way to make a well-balanced putter.
From there, each one is individually hand-worked, including delicate deburring, polishing, and painting, all the while preserving that critical balance.
The truth is, there's no putter out there that'll make you better overnight, but ours will help you putt more consistently. And that might be the only difference between winning and losing.
Plus, they're super sexy.
So let's get the devil on the dance floor and give these putters a try.
Kevin, can we ask you to come on up here?
All right.
Let's get you a ball.
Now, Robert, note how I'm holding the club.
Shall we duck, Kevin?
I feel it won with the ball at this moment. Watch this go.
Wow. Phil, your premise was an awful golfer like Kevin would be better with your putter. Here's what we believe in. A lot of people believe that they can buy their way into golf or another sport, whatever it is. They're looking for some sort of technology to save them. And the appreciation for the practice and the work that goes into it ends up being lost. For that reason, what you're seeing here, our putters are simplistic, and they refer to owner time. Would you agree? They're fairly simple. It all comes down to the milling process.
How do you get Mario? How do you get this change? Okay, I want to buy a Chronos and I'm sitting in New York.
Right.
Where do I go?
About 2 years ago, we went to the PGA show, and we got distribution for Japan and Scotland.
But nobody states interested.
They're interested, but there's that issue of people believe that they need approval from a pro.
That's a proven model. That's how people sell golf products.
What are your sales?
Just year to date, we've done $260,000, and we've done 95% of that to Japan. They really understand the craft.
Why is it working in Japan? Do you have your own displays?
No, it's the same exact brand. There's a different psyche in Japan than in America. We've talked about America. They look for that validation in a pro player. In Japan, they have a long history of art and the delicacy that goes into creating things. And on that level, they appreciate what we create at face value.
How much does that cost relative to a normal putter?
So our cheapest putter sells for $500.
Wow. You're really a premium.
Can I see one? Let's discuss the name for a second. Okay. I happen to be an expert in Greek mythology.
Excellent.
Thank you. So you know that Kronos, he took a sickle and he castrated his father and threw him into the ocean.
I'm aware of that.
Now, what would that have anything to do with putter?
So Kronos' time, his reign, was called the Golden Age. We want to go back to the Golden Age of golf. That's why we're wearing this attire.
Hang on a second. Everything you're talking about, once I feel it, and look at the weight of it. I mean, it's a lot better than any other standard putter.
But why couldn't you get distribution here in the U.S.?
We could advertise and say that we've got the greatest putter.
You have to give us a new putter to every single pro shop. That's a huge problem.
Or at least to the people on the PGA.
Yes, that's not a problem to get a pro. It's just how much do you want to pay them, right?
Eric, $500 it sells for at retail. Tell me what it costs you to make, and tell me what you sell to the stores.
Sure, it costs roughly about $120 per club to make. But we sell wholesale for around, our cheapest one is $200 to $230.
How much money have you raised so far?
None. It's really my money. I worked in consulting before this, and
How much money did you put in?
we have about $100,000.
Guys, let me get things wrong. Have you ever heard of Dallas National?
No.
It's one of the nicest courses in the country. It opened in Dallas probably 10 years ago, and one of my friends, you gotta join. I joined 10 years ago. I've never been, because I hate golf. For that reason, I'm out.
Oh, man.
But I wish you guys the best and congratulations. That's nothing to do with you guys.
One thing that we
Can I
touched on.
interject?
Sure.
If I, among everybody up here, should love this sport more than anybody else wants to save my marriage, gets rid of my husband every minute. But I hate golf. I couldn't imagine supporting it. I'm out.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
So last year we did something in Japan which helped our sales a lot.
But you haven't solved the distribution problem
For the U.S.
There are cases where something catches fire in golf and everybody buys it.
Sure.
I mean, lightning strikes, and maybe it can strike you, but it's a long shot.
Two sharks are out. Philip and Eric only have 3 more chances to make a deal for their handcrafted putter company, Kronos.
There are cases where something catches fire in golf and everybody buys it.
Sure.
But it's a long shot.
You know what? I think your message is clear. Quality, old time, beautiful, elegant. If you want to keep that upscale craftsmanship, if that's what's important, then you have a niche market that's going to go for that. I think Japan is the way to go because Japan is telling you, we love it. I'm out.
Tell me a little bit about you guys. What motivates you guys to want to start your own business?
I'm engaged to is I'm engaged, and my fiance lives in Japan, and she can't come out here unless I make this happen. I could have just continued my job as a consultant, making fine money, but this is my dream.
Why can't you come here unless this works?
Because I want this to be stable, and
you can't afford her to come here.
That's why I'm here today.
Fine, okay. It's cheaper.
I mean, I'm I can't get married, but it's like, do I have to choose between my company, my dreams, and my fiance?
Yep.
She's sitting there waiting. It's been 2 years since I proposed to her.
She's cheating on you, dog.
At that time, I was working in consulting, and her parents approved. And now they don't approve. They think I'm crazy. And
because you're starting a business.
Yeah, I think in their culture, they're a little bit more conservative, in the sense that they value someone who goes 9-to-5 job or
so culturally it's hard.
Yeah.
It's moving, I gotta tell you.
Yeah, dog. Your club sucks, though.
Her parents thank you note. And you're going to start like this. Thank you for the insult, but not thinking I'm worthy enough to your daughter. Watch me now and watch what I do. There's no better motivation in the world than somebody who insults you.
Wish I could, Mikey, keep telling stories from grade school. I'd be like, oh, I remember some people's names. My kindergarten teacher's name was Miss Garrison. She became something else. And she became Mrs. Olson. After she married Dr. Olson, I have to say before I say it again, she had this teal colored.
You know, I'd love to figure out how to do this.
It was teal colored Ford Mustang. It was a convertible. And we thought she was a millionaire. We thought she was the richest woman in town. Why? Because she had a teal colored Mustang. And it was new. And she got it when she got married. And we just thought this woman was so wealthy. Just incredible wealth. Really? Just some of the wealth, most wealth any of us to which we had ever been exposed. And I think the reason why it was so prominent is she had I don't remember exactly how they did this, but they ordered the I think the teachers would park in order of the grade level. So they each had a parking spot. So like the kindergarten teacher was closest to the school, and it kept moving all the way towards the 8th grade or something like that. And so hers was the first car that everyone would see. And we thought this woman was so wealthy. I mean, just ridiculous wealth. Really? Oh, dog, this woman was just absolutely so fucking wealthy. It was nuts. Anyway, and she married a doctor, and this woman, this is right after I was her student. I mean, I had the Midas touch baby then. She hit the jackpot. She probably told Dr. Olson, you know, it's my student back here. Anyway, or Dr. Olson. Anyway, is that the end of your story?
Yes.
What other stories do you have? Oh, 2 other kids I remember. There's David Walk. David Walk, I don't know what happened to him. His grandpa was my grandpa's eye doctor. And he had an office on the corner of McKinley and Manchester and Harmon. And right across from City Red Liquor. And right next to Tuffy and right by Morse Park.
Do you want your putter now or later with your name engraved on it? We'd love to do a deal with you. All right. I'll take hold.
And
It's beautiful.
Congratulations.
anything else? Do you know anything else about him? Kind of look like Tweety Bird. Really? Not really, but kind of. And I think it was like determination was made that he should be maybe like late a year or something because he wasn't in our class for long. Then another kid I think who came in first grade was Travis Wills. And Travis Wills was also my Travis Wills' father was also my grandfather's eye doctor or something. It was weird. Something like that. And Travis Wills, what do you remember about him? He lived in Washington by my friend Danny, and they used to walk home together a lot. And he was older than we were. And I remember I haven't gotten in really many any fights. But in 5th grade, he and I got physical, and he was a year older than I was, because he had been held back, I think, the previous year at a different school or something. And I remember I could have stabbed this motherfucker to death because I had these scissors. He did something, I forget. And I remember grabbing this pair of scissors and thinking, I'm gonna stab this motherfucker. Or I could just calm down and just let it be. And I calmed down, and it was his fault. I don't know. He was being a douchebag. And ask anybody, he was kind of a douchebag. Really? No, just I don't know. He just wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer. And he almost had a pair of child safe scissors in fucking his neck. Actually, they weren't child safe scissors. They were stabbing with scissors. I could have stabbed this motherfucker. I remember I was like, and then there was a big debate after this fight who would win. And it was like, well, Travis shoved him, so Travis won. But then they're like, yeah, but Michael could have stabbed this motherfucker. And he didn't. And I remember it happened by the lockers in the 5th grade, in the classroom. Was that the end of your story from Mrs. Hamilton? Yeah. And did he come in 1st grade or came in 3rd grade? Here's the thing. I would really recommend it to parents. And I can tell you this. Like, I transferred to university. I transferred to university. It was different when I did that though because I had a lot of friends who were already students, but I guess I just never viewed myself. I guess I did to some extent. But, once you transfer, always a transfer, they basically, I told you every kid that I knew, and like that person transferred, like who are your transfers in 1st grade? That I recall, Megan Patty, Joseph Peacock, Sarah Dupree, Danny Bradley, maybe Travis Wills, Joey Kelly. We had a ton of kids coming. Anybody else? Yeah, Patrick. Oh, I have to say, another kid, Philip Smith. I haven't talked about Philip Smith. And Carl Stretner, or Carl Schmidt. There are 2 kids I didn't discuss. So there were some people. Then I must have missed some other people. I just don't recall at this time. Who were they? Okay, Carl Schmidt, he's a big university fan. I remember he went to the University of Penn State in 92. That was fun, 92 or something like that. Anyway, Snowball. He was a really scrappy kid. What do I mean by that? He was always getting into fights and shoving kids. This kid always got in trouble. And did he deserve to get in trouble? Fuck it. He was always starting fights and stuff. And was he a bad kid? No, it's just, I don't know. He would just start fights. I just kind of remember that. And so he was always crying because he was always in trouble and whatever. And he was friends with Philip Smith. Philip Smith what else about Carson? He had a university jacket, and he was always dirty. I remember that. He always had like milk on his shirt and shit like that. There were some kids who would wear blue shirts versus white shirts. He was a kid who wore blue shirts. Really? Sometimes wear white shirts, but blue shirts. Why did they have blue shirts and white shirts? I don't know, just probably to change up their uniform a little bit. And it was, I remember he had a buzz cut. I've told this story a bunch of times. When was it? It was like right when school started or something. It was really, we went to this heat wave. And our school didn't have air conditioning. Did I ever go to a school that had air conditioning? That's a college. Well, we had rooms. There were some rooms that had air conditioning, like a little a window unit. So that's something. It's better than nothing. But then we had a lot of classrooms that did not have air conditioning, and those were really hot. And some of the teachers would get like an air conditioner for their rooms occasionally, which was really nice. But for the most part, no, like none of the classes had air conditioning. Anyway, how am I talking about that? Oh, it was really hot. Anyway, my dad's. It's just so embarrassing stuff. So my dad and his friend Bob are drinking one day at Bob's house on like a Saturday night while our moms are out shopping. And Bob was really proud because he had just given his son a haircut like the previous day or something, and it was a buzz cut. And Bob gets really drunk. And they asked me, Bob asked me, I could give you a haircut like his son's name Michael, so like Michael, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm okay. And the night goes on, and my dad's like, you want a haircut like Michael? And it's like, well, I mean, he's like, it'd be a lot cooler for the summer. Maybe it was at the end of first grade. That's what it was. It was the very end of first grade, so it was maybe like May of the early 90s. And he's like, you want a buzz cut? And I was fine, like, okay, fine. So he sits down, and he's really drunk, and he gives me a buzz cut, and I look like a member of the Aryan Nation. I look like a neo-Nazi. Really? Oh my God. I mean, it was all, like a drunk neo-Nazi did not get coffee at all like that, at all. But he could get a haircut like that. He could have worked for the Aryan Nation as a barber. Anyway, I remember it was all fucked up. And I had like no hair. Most of the other kids, they had a little bit of hair, so it was like they had like peach fuzz because it was so hot. But not in my case. In my case, we were getting down to the fucking skin. And I remember that this happened on Saturday night. My mom comes home and sees me, and she's like, "Oh my God, what the hell did you guys do?" And Mom's like, "It doesn't look good," and she's like, "It's not symmetric. You did it all kinds of different ways." So she took me on a Sunday to the salon or something like that, and she's like, "Is there any way you guys can fix this?" And no, I don't think that happened. So I have my hair like that on a Sunday. We go to school on Monday, and my teacher's like, "What happened to you?" And I wanted to match the other kids because all the other kids had buzz cuts, but they had they had a little bit of hair. I had no hair left, basically, except like in weird patches. I looked like I was losing my hair. Anyway, so then I asked, what did you do? I asked my mom if she could get me another haircut because all the kids were making fun of me. And so we went to a salon that night, I think at the mall. And the people are like, "Well, we can't add hair." It's like, but at least they made it consistent. So I was bald for like basically bald for I didn't remember elimination of the skin for just to let summer and I grew back in. But ever since then I never had children. Really, yeah. When I was a baby, I had really curly hair and I had long hair, and I didn't have my first hair close to something like that. And then my parents kept my curls. I with my curls. And I think my mom still has them. What is it? It's not a baby book. It's like a baby book, but I think it's just my parents' photo albums, and then it's just like this. What else do you have in there? My teeth, my first teeth, like I don't know anything else. We kept them in a Tic Tac container, and is that it? Yeah. Then where David Walk, David, was really smart. And I'm sure that they successful now. I'm sure Travis always wanted to be a doctor like his dad, but he just had bad things. I think he had trouble with reading. David Walk. I mean, they're like they should have been. I would say like they should have been really smart, but I don't know. Just something happened. So again, they'd probably be very successful now. I'm the kiss of death. If you were smart in first, thanks, baby. If you were smart in first grade, you know, a lot of kids did really well. But look at me. I'm sitting here in my pajamas. It's Tuesday. It's 11 o'clock. I'm talking to a fucking telephone with inside jokes to myself. It's just ridiculous. I got fantasy football teams that went 14 and 11 last week, though, so I got that going for me, which is nice. I'm just running out of time, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. I had a dream last night. My rabbi was in it, but I was just really afraid. I was like, what was it? He was like upstairs or something, and I didn't want him to see me. And I was it was on a corner of a building. It reminded me where I lived in Long Beach, but it was like a green kitchen, like you'd see in the 1950s, like mint green kitchen. It was really strange. With like everything was really curved, and I just remembered. And then I had another dream where my dog. There were two beds or something. Whenever I dream, I try to say what they are, but sometimes I realize I'm not talking. I think I'm talking, but I'm not talking to the camera. And what was the dream? I don't know. My dog just was like hopping on one bed to another. He's such a good dog. I think about him all the time, particularly when I'm going to bed. Whenever I want to feel really warm and comfortable, I think about him because we used to do this thing. We'd cuddle. He would have his head facing like the door downwardly, so that his butt in my face basically, but that's fine. And I put my hand on his heart, and I could hear his heart, and he'd lick my hand, and he would just lick my hand, and I would have my hand on his heart, and I would just hear his heartbeat on that. And then what would happen? Well, then I would like usually fall asleep, and we'd sleep like that for hours, but he'd get hot. I remember that, and so then sometimes he'd walk around me and sleep on my like not on my head, but like behind my head, and I'd wake up and I'd go Lucky, Lucky, and I'd look around and I wouldn't find him, and I would panic, and then I'd turn around and look at him, and he would just sit there with his little baby eyes, just in a dog race, smiling at me with his little tail wagging. Sometimes he'd awake me though. Not often, but very, very rarely. He would actually I don't think he ever awoke me. But I do think right when I would wake up, sometimes he'd put his little baby paws on me and I would know he'd have to go outside. He'd go outside. He'd get really excited to go outside. And then I just love that one. What about Cheyenne? Yeah, she's great too. But she wasn't mine. Lucky was mine. Anyway, is that the end of your story?
megabytes on her phone, and even Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. How you doing?
Dallas for me to help someone.
Working with one of has been an awesome experience.
Is that the end of the story? So you remember her name is Mrs. Garrison? Yeah. Who are all your teachers? Do you remember all your teachers? Yeah. Kindergarten Miss Garrison, who became Mrs. Olson. Second grade was Mrs. Skowski. She became something else, but she left the school 2 years after I was there. So she went to a different school. But she, to this day, was the best teacher I've ever had. And second grade was Mrs. Evard. Third grade was Mrs. Ash. She had tons of both. Fourth grade was Miss Alexander. She's my first finger. She walks like crazy. Not really, she walks every single day. And she drinks so much Coke. I'll never forget how much Coke she drank. She'd be like, I think she drank a case of Coke a day. Like 24 cans. She drank so much Coke. And she's very thin. Like, how the hell are you just Coke man? She walks a lot. Really, yeah. Fifth grade was Mrs. Du Bois, but it's spelled like Du Bois. But she pronounced it Du Bois, like an ED Du Bois, even though it's in French, it's Du Bois. Sixth grade was Mrs. McHugh, who was a really sweet lady. Who were the other teachers? Kindergarten, Miss Garrison did everything. First grade, it was Miss Mancini. She was on Matthew, but then she became Mrs. Faust. Second grade was Mrs. Strickler. That's like Mrs. Strickler. Which she knew. We always kind of thought she was newer than Mrs. Evard. But she was nice. I liked her. Third grade was Mrs. Philippa. We always liked her. So I'm glad I got Mrs. Ask. She was younger. She was attractive. But Mrs. Philippa, I think probably she was a more she was a more experienced teacher. Fourth grade was Miss Everett. And I always wanted Mrs. Everett. No offense to Mrs. Alexander, but Mrs. Alexander taught science. Mrs. Everett taught geography, and I always wanted a geography teacher. And she taught social studies, and I always wanted that. And I did not get her. But we spent a lot of time with her. But I remember I always did really well in Mrs. Everett's class, not so much Mrs. Alexander's class. Fifth grade was Mrs. Hennerline, was the other teacher, Mrs. Dubois. I really liked her. She became a principal later, and I think she went to study with principal. She was, I thought, a very good teacher. She taught English, and I think she was a very good English teacher. Sixth grade, the other teacher of Mrs. McHugh was Mrs. Myers. And I would say there's a huge reason why I left that school was because of Mrs. Myers. Yeah, or Miss, I believe called Mrs. Myers. But she was just a bitch. Ask anybody. She had people who loved her and who she loved, like the Powers, and then there are people who she did not like the Bradleys. And why? The Bradleys left for a different school after they had Mrs. Myers. I don't even think she had Mrs. Myers, Jenny, or Kevin. But it was like, why are you leaving our school? And so she did not. I think she's dead, but I don't. She was a math teacher, and I even had to take summer school with this woman. I don't think she was a good teacher, honestly. Some people will say she was really great. I will just say that she missed a lot of school. I think I don't know why, it could have been health reasons or whatever, but she didn't care that much. Other teachers all I felt cared. This is the one who smoked, and not that that was a big deal, but she was the only teacher that we all, any of us remembered smoked. And so I remember she would let her students have a lot of extra recesses, which a bit, we were always a bit jealous of that. And we were always jealous of that. Um, we were envious of that, and she just missed a lot of time. So you always had a substitute. You a lot of times had a substitute in her grade, and it was just like she just didn't seem to care that much. And there are going to be people who were her biggest advocates on this, and I would say that she was very divisive. You either loved her or you didn't. And if she found out you were going to go to a different school, you were on her shit list. So a lot of times the reason our kids were going to different schools was because, well, perhaps they were superior schools, but also because they were like, well, the parents were sick of this lady. And I would say that she should have been probably, I would have said she should have been let go, but she ran the school basically in a lot of ways. She ran a lot of she'd been there forever, and she had ran a lot of the um, events, and she was really close with a lot of the parents. But I mean, I learned some things in her class, but I just didn't feel as if she was really mean. That's what I remember. And then we had Mrs. McHugh, who was like the nicest lady. So none of us wanted to go over to Mrs. Myers' classroom. I just went. Everyone feared her, but it was a big thing. Like once you got to sixth grade, a lot of kids started going to other schools after that. And I think a big reason was because of her. She was like a speed bump that would cause a detour in that school. And that can tell you, if you have one teacher who isn't very good or that is divisive like that, it can cause rifts in the school and the community. And so, yeah. And who did you have in seventh grade? Yeah. So I had a bunch of teachers. But then you stop having a homeroom teacher. And is that a better way to do school? I think it's good when you're young to have a homeroom teacher. But once you get older, the best way to have a school is, and Israel, listening on this. I know you're getting bombed out and all that kind of shit. Dude, fuck Hamas or Hezbollah, you assholes. Why do you have to do this during the middle of United States sporting events? I don't understand. Is this going to be known as, like, Simchat Torah, the Simchat Torah War? Like you have the Yom Kippur War? I don't know. But there are a lot of people who died. I'm pretty surprised at that. Why? Israel, you have so much fucking advanced technology. You could wipe the fucking map with Gaza. I mean, no offense to Gazanauts or whatever they're fucking called. I like you all, but you guys are fucked when it comes to fighting Israel. And what do you feel should be done there? I think that they should allow those people to convert to Judaism eventually. And it's like, look, Israel is very secular in itself. A lot of those are the same kind of people. It's just one believes in A and the other believes in B. But at the root of the matter, they're kind of the same religion. If you really follow it back far enough. So I don't know. I don't understand. Who do you think's right in that situation? Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm a huge Zionist, but Israel did not have a major foothold in that land until the 20th century, basically. They didn't have a foothold in it for 2,000 years. And I understand trying to get back, but if Israel wasn't bankrolled, literally, by my family, then it wouldn't exist. There's no doubt about it. But might makes right, and it is what it is. And I would say that if people in Judea, Samaria, they aren't changing the past. So it's either get up or shut up. I mean, I hate to say it, but you'll be destroyed. And I could say to Israel, these are just historical facts. It would be the same as if some really powerful Ottoman Turk one day arose to power and then just decided, like, look, it's our land. Okay, well, might make right. But so, and I mean, the thing is, Israel doesn't have a really good way for people to, Jews to migrate to Israel unless they convert to Judaism. But even then, it's like, it's ridiculous. It's very hypocritical because most Jews in Israel aren't religious. So it's like, why is that even a thing? It's basically just passing a litmus test of your loyalty to Judaism or to Israel. So I would say I give it like a 20-year plan. And I'd say, Israel, the world is going to fucking hate us if you can say that they started it. Okay, fine, cool. That's fine. But you're getting to the point where you're the little guy and the whole world is gonna look at you like a bully. Or if you were smart, you could integrate all those people in Judea Samaria in a peaceful manner over 20 years and ensure their loyalty. And you could get Lebanon, and you could get Saudi Arabia, and you get Yemen and Oman, and you could get egg white too. You could get and Jordan and Syria. I mean, you could really. I mean, it's the plan for Greater Israel. That's what I want, and then it's going to be even bigger than that. I mean, in the future, the whole world will be Israel, basically. And so, if you think that that's unfair, well, might make right. I don't know what else to tell you. That's the way it is. But I think that you could do that process in a much more peaceful way than you could resisting. And so that's my take on the matter. But whatever you fucking do, don't do it on sport days. Okay? Like, why could Hezbollah and Hamas, why couldn't you attack on a Tuesday before the NHL season had kicked off or faced off? You had to fucking do it during the college football season. Couldn't have done it in the summer and there's shit going on. You couldn't have done it during the Women's World Cup where at least that's on at night. How dare you? Anyway. So is this gonna be? I'm gonna call this bitch the Simchat War. You heard it here first. Really? You heard it here first? You heard it here first. Anyway, is that the end of your story? Oh, there was another girl with whom we went to school. What was her name? I don't remember. Really? No. I don't remember her name. I'm really the way I think about this is our old yearbooks. I'm sure those would be good. Okay, is that the end of your story though? Who else did you have in school? Well, at that school, the principal is Mrs. Llewellyn, and her assistant was Mrs. Greer, who was Lauren. I forgot Lauren Greer. Oh, sorry. So Lauren Greer went to our school, but I would address her probably when I talk about the kids within high school. Yeah, sorry, Lauren. Lauren was really quiet too. Like Megan Greer. Megan James stayed the same person. Lauren Greer, she went to her school. And her mom taught me for a little while after school. And she had an older sister, Cassie, and a younger brother, Peter. Anything else about her? No. She's friends with Margaret. Anything else about Margaret? Yeah, Margaret had older brothers, older sisters. She was the youngest. And I would just say, and I have a dad who works still. She was kind of a girl bully. And I'd say that to her fucking face today. She punched people and pulled on my ears. And I did not like that. She'd pull on my ears all the time. But she'd punch you if you did. One time she chipped my tooth. Really? Yeah. She would just punch people for no reason. And because she was a girl, there's nothing you could do about it. Really? Yeah. She chipped my front tooth, and I had to go to the dentist and they shaved it down. Really? Yeah. She was a bully, though. Really? I mean, she would say, "How would you tell me that I'm a bully when you were the biggest bully you've ever had in our school?" I'd be like, well, I didn't punch people." And she would punch guys a lot. And she wouldn't get, there was no retribution for it because it was a girl. And so it was like, that was allowed. But she punched, I'm not the only guy she punched. She punched people all the time. Really? Yeah. And you couldn't punch her back. So it was like, what the fuck is this shit? Anyway. Was there anybody else with whom you went to school? Yeah, I remember they were like in kindergarten and they weren't in our class or something. So I don't remember too well. Who shared names? You had David, my friend David and David Bush. Danny Sullivan, Danny Bradley, Mary Kapinski, Mary Smedley, Sarah DeGree, Sarah Lotus. Oh, I didn't talk. I kind of talked about Katie Bryson. I think it was Bryson Joe. No, Bryson Joe. Somebody else had that. Bryson Joe. There were three Katies. Katie Bryson, Katie Powell, Katie Brennan. There were two Maggies at one time, Maggie King and Maggie Johnson. Two Michaels, Michael and Shimon. Anybody else? Anything else? Two Nicks, that's John Nick Frazier. Anybody else? There were kind of two Margaret, Margaret Cassell and Marguerite Graham, I suppose. Anybody else? Evan Elliott's cousin was named Lauren Elliott. And I don't know if she was in our class. She was in our school. But I don't think she was in our class. Anybody else who has the same name? Megan Patty and Megan Julian. Anybody else? But that was a lot of kids had the same name. Anybody else? Philip Smith, Philip Jack. I have to talk about Philip Smith. Philip Smith looked like Toad from Mario Kart and Super Mario Brothers. He had this like, he was short and had this like bowl haircut. I remember that's how he said his mom cut his hair. Because she took a bowl, put it on his head, and cut his hair. He had a ton of siblings. I think he was one of the 8 siblings or something. But he was the youngest, I think. Or maybe not, but he was like one of the younger ones. His dad was an architecture professor at the university. I went over to his house once. He had not the biggest house, but it seemed like a really big house because of the way they used arches and like domes. So he had a really cool house. It's kind of by the university, and I remember one time we had so much fun at his house. he invited us over around. It was around March 17th because his mom had made us peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but she dyed the bread green, and I this was kind of unappetizing to me because I just thought it looked like mold. Uh, or maybe that was just what he brought to school or something like that. I think that's it. I did not. That was not. We were at his house in like January, but I think maybe in March of that year she did that, and um, but we loved going to his house because we would build these huge snow forts. He lived on a cul-de-sac, and so the way that like a cul-de-sac works is like this and like this. Okay. And so then the person who did the cul-de-sac just would go like this and push all the snow in the middle of the cul-de-sac, and they would build so it would like be really tall, and they would build like huge snow forts. And these snow forts, what they would do, since his dad was an architect, he was like really good at building snow forts. They would, I think, something like this. It was in the middle of winter. They would take water and ice down the. They would like ice down the. They would water down the snow so it would turn to ice, so it wouldn't collapse on you. And there were all kinds of tunnels through which we could play. And um, I just remember he had like what was seemingly it was a pretty big house in like a pretty normal neighborhood, but when you went inside, it seemed really big because we were small, but it had all these dorms, and it was a really unique house. All right, anybody else? Yeah, I had Miss Slater, who was our music teacher. She, um, and one other story about Travis was, um, we were in Cub Scouts, and Travis was one of our Cub Scouts. And I said this last night that I would want everybody whose parents were divorced, if possible, to be reunited someday. I don't think I'd want Travis's parents to be reunited. Why? Because we knew his stepmom, and she was really nice, and so I wouldn't want his dad and stepmom to get divorced. Um, and she was really organized. And I don't know. This one time we like we were making something for the fall for like Halloween or something, and real little. She gave us these like they were like square, what do you call it, luminary things, but um these were like out of ceramic or something, and she wrote our name on the side, and then she had really nice handwriting. And so Mike on the side of mine, and then she put like candy in them or something like that. And we and my mom still has that thing to this day. Really, yeah. So I just remember she was a very good stepmom. If I could say anybody I knew, I didn't know that many kids who had divorced parents. Um, but I know Travis's parents were divorced, and his dad had remarried, and she was a good stepmom to him. So that might be an exceptional case. Anybody else that you remember? Oh, there were three Phils: Phil Pascucci, Phil uh, Smith, and Philip Smith, Philip Pascucci, and Philip Jackie. Getting humped on like fence with Brandon Yoder, both calling each other gay. Really? Were they gay? No. They were just very close friends. But it was like they had this magnetic force towards each other. They would like Phil. I think they were just horny kids, and Phil would get really worked up. He had his tongue like that. He'd start stuttering, and he'd like bump into somebody and end up like shoving, and then Phil would be like, "Get your hands off, please, creep." And then he'd shove him back, and then they both fall into the fence and they're just on each other. You just can't, like, what in the fuck is going on? Oh, there was another girl. I can't think of her name. I said, oh, there were there were three Sarahs. Sarah Panzica, Sarah, um, Sarah Murtis, and Sarah Debris. Sarah Panzica, she left in 7th grade or something like that. Anybody else that you recall who went to that school? Who were teachers? Yeah, so I said Mrs. Mrs. Slater. Where was Mrs. Slater was our gym teacher, our music teacher, or something like that. Like Mrs. Slater. And Mrs. Slater was Miss Slater. What the hell? Mrs. Where's Karen? Mrs. Slater, I think. There was Mrs. Slater, Mrs. Strickler, and Miss something else, our music teacher. I think she was Slater. Miss Slater was a teacher. What the hell? I said this woman's name like 100 times yesterday. Mrs. Slater was a gym teacher. Mrs. Strickler was our 7th grade teacher. And I forgot our music teacher. I thought it was Slater. I don't really recall that. But then I think she was the first person I knew who was unmarried and had a child, but then she got married or something like that. Because her last name changed, so I don't remember what it was. And Mrs. No, that was Slater. What the hell was our gym teacher name? Mrs. Slater was the. What the fuck was that? Mrs. Slater was a soccer, was a music teacher. Mrs. Stanley, sorry. Mrs. Stanley was the gym teacher. Miss Slater was the music teacher. Mrs. Strickler was the 7th grade teacher. There you go. There's Mrs. Jarzy. She was a librarian. We'll talk about her. Mrs. Greer, talked about she's the administrative assistant, and she had a little store. You could go to her desk and she'd sell candy, and she'd sell candy to you. And I remember that was the first place I ever saw whatchamacallit, the candy bar. She had whatchamacallit. What else did she have? Just like, I don't know. Butterfinger and things like that.
What we have built is an idea and a plan. You're not even a teenager.
Anybody else that you recall?
Welcome to the Shark Tank.
When I'm excited about big coffee face off, you know I'm good. So it's better than being in jail. It's better than being homeless, but anybody else that you had in school? Yeah, there were two computer teachers that we had. Believe it or not, I did not do well in computer. We had computer in 1st grade or 7th grade, and I was always very scared of computer class. Me being scared of computers class. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? Yeah. I don't think I think it was 2nd grade that I had computer or something like that. But the teacher was Mrs. Wish, and I thought she was kind of mean. If you were a mean teacher, I would automatically probably was going to do well with you. At least a little boy. But yeah, I don't know if she got like failures back then, but I think unsatisfactory at one point in computer class. Oh, I forget what we had. Oh, we had to type or something. And I remember my mom even came into school and talked with her. And I don't think my mom ever did that for any other subject ever. But my parents were concerned that I wasn't doing well in computer class. And then she left, and then we got Miss Turnock. Miss Turnock was, I thought, a very good teacher. Um, and Miss Turnock and I started to do much better in computer class when we got Miss Turnock. And we had these games that we would play in computer class. Oh, wait, there were some games like, okay, we played Number Munchers. Like Last Munchers. Number Munchers is really big, and it's a really good way to learn math. That was good. But then we had this thing called Storybook Weaver. That's your weird. Storybook Weaver, where you would like type out a story and like you could make a digital book. We had Oregon Trail. Um, we had Amazon Trail. We had Yukon Trail. And what other? Amazon Trail, you're trying to find like, I don't know, hidden temple ruins or something. Amazon Trail, Yukon Trail, you're trying to get gold in the Yukon. And Oregon Trail, you're trying to cross the United States. Not die of dysentery. We always call it dysentery. It's dysentery. It's just like, I think like diarrhea or some shit. Anyway, I would, what else would you play? We had this recycling game that was like very much like Lucy and Ethel when they're eating chocolates. You had to like, it would put out like different things that you could recycle, and you would have to put them in the recycling bin. So there were some things you could recycle, like cans, paper, but things you couldn't recycle, like banana peels and other stuff like that. So it just made you learn what you could and couldn't recycle. Those were the games that we put, and they were all on Apple computers. We only had Apple computers in school. Apple is really big in education. So it's like at home we had PC computers. At school we had Apple computers, and as a kid, you think that that they're the same, and they're not. In fact, I remember at one point, my mom and I, we would rent. You could rent software from the library, and so I'd rent video games from the library, and they always had the coolest video games on Apple. And so I'd go and get these Apple games, and they would work on a computer. And I remember this one time the librarian's like, that game's not. Do you have they didn't even call it PC back then. They'd say, do you have an IBM computer or do you have an Apple computer? And we didn't have either. Ours was like a custom made computer, but it was considered an IBM or PC. And I'm like, oh no, it'll work. And it's like, anyway, were there any other games that you had that you remember? That we played there? No. Then where was the? So it was weird. The computer lab was where Miss Meyer's classroom was, but then they expanded the school and moved classrooms around, and then the computer lab was um, moved to kind of where kind of down the hall a little bit. So I really liked Miss Turner and her class, and I would say that she gave me a very good head start on computers to some extent, at least on my classmates. Why? Um, well, first is she was younger, and I think she lived at home when she taught us, because I remember walking home from from school one time with my friend. We were walking by. I was walking with my friend Tammy and Travis Will, and I think they said that Miss Turnout was just a parents that were in the house or something like that. I could be wrong, but um, we so when we first got computers, they were just like green screen computers, but then they got new computers that were in color, and that was a big deal. So why is Mr. Mack a good teacher? Um, we had a project on which we were working the whole year, which was to essentially build a website, but it wasn't on the internet. Only like people were really afraid of connecting to the internet back then. They thought like immediately you would see porn, and it wasn't that easy. Trust me, child. So only her computer had the internet, and I remember um, she had she had set up all the computers. They were like, or maybe she didn't set them, but they were like in a big square, and her desk was like over here, and so she could see what we were doing. And I um, our big project was to build. Was it a website? It was some kind of program that was not connected to the internet, but it was like you were building a website, an offline website, basically. And so you had like a main page. You could choose the colors you wanted. And I remember the big thing was a sitemap that was important to have. And sitemaps are important in compute and websites forget about them now. But what's a sitemap? It tells you where all the pages link to basically, and it's good for organization of the internet and organization of web pages. So you should be able to go to a sitemap and go to any page you want on a given website pretty quickly, as opposed to having to click through on a bunch of links and things. So my website, it was something like this. And I don't remember exactly, but I'm sure. So this is now, it's not on the dark web, it's on the deep web, probably somewhere. If it's even so, what's the difference? Dark web is essentially only available through special browsers, or it's like a naval intelligence project. Uh, Deep web is stuff that is not a lot of times not connected to the internet, but still stored on some kind of database generally. And so I remember I had like a main page, and you could, and it was like, it had like little spokes. So if you wanted to know about like my hobbies, it was here. If you wanted to know about my school stuff, it was here. If you wanted to know about my goals, it was here. If you wanted to know about sports I liked, it was here. If you wanted to know about music I liked, it was here. If you wanted to know about like about me, it was here. And you could click on any one of those. And I remember Miss Mr. Mac had what we had never seen before. Uh, Before we had never seen say that composition, which was a digital camera. First digital camera I ever saw. It was really big. I think it was Kodak or something like that. Even though digital Kodak came out with the original digital camera and eventually put them out of business. Maybe not Kodak, but it was a big digital camera for the 90s. No one had a digital camera, and I remember we could on a and I remember this room is air conditioned. On a recess during recess, sometimes we could, or maybe not, no, not during recess, maybe after school or something. We could take extra time and work on our website. So my website, or whatever you want to call it, was really good, and it was so good that there wasn't anything else to do to it. I remember at the end, I was way ahead of all the other kids in computer class because I had spent so much time on this website. And she said, um, she said to me, "Do you want to take a picture of the outside and upload it to your basically, to use the terminology, and put it on your website?" And I was, oh yeah. So we went outside and took a picture facing the east, and we took a picture of like the parking lot and the buildings that were there, and you would see it, and it was like, oh my god, it was like better than a Polaroid camera, which came out like analog style or whatever. It was there on a digital screen, and then we went inside, and she had to plug the camera in. I think she plugged the camera into her computer. She uploaded the picture on her computer, and then back then they had something called, I think she had zip disks, which were like thick discs. My dad had them as well. They would basically store memory. It was like a flash drive before USB was invented. It wasn't like flash drive. It was just like a way to store stuff without it having to burn it to a CD or something like that. It was a way to transfer data. And I think she plugged that into my computer, and then we uploaded it the to my website. And so I was the first kid in my whole class to have a digital photo. I was one of the first digital photos probably that was ever taken and uploaded to a computer in the town. I mean, it was an early one. This was the mid 90s, so I mean, digital photography was not big, but it was groundbreaking. So I remember we did that with Miss Turner. And then eventually Mrs. Everett would take over the computer lab, but that was after we were there. Anything else that you remember? I've told all these stories before. They bored me. I was thinking, I had another job at some point that I kind of forgotten. What the hell was it? I forget what the hell it was. I had a job for one day. My mom's friend Kathy. This is after I graduated. Had a position available for one day to operate the elevators for the people who were celebrating their they were celebrating their anniversaries at the university, and so instead of them having to like operate I was an elevator operator, and so all these bigwigs would come in and I'd hit the button and let them in, whatever. And I remember John Jenkins and I were in there together, and we were going to the 14th floor or something like that. I did that for one day. I mean, it was fine. I got paid like a little bit for it. I'm trying to think, there was another job that I did though that I can't recall at this time. But I only did that for one day. So it wasn't a big. Was that the end of your story? Did you take a shit? I don't recall what else I did. I know I did something. Yes. What other job did you have? Any other kids that you remember? Yeah, there was one girl, I forget her name. Oh, I think it was Lauren Elliott. That's who it was. Evan Elliott's cousin, but she only went to school with us for, yeah, that was her name. She only went to school with us for like 2 years or something like that. Then she left. And Sarah Panzica went to school with us for like 2 years and she left. Oh, what would you say? Let's talk about kids getting held back. So I still today remember the kids who got held back, and I feel badly for them that they got held back, but I think it really hurt them socially. if you're going to get held back, I just don't think that's a good way to. Well, I don't know. It's embarrassing. I think if you're a young kid, but it's like you have all these friends, and then you're not smart enough. You're not considered smart enough for whatever reason to continue, and then you have to. Then you're in the next class below you. Well, there was another kid who I think was in our class for a while, but he got held back. Tofu something. But so there were two for hockey jacket. I think he was in our class, or maybe he wasn't, but I think he was. Here's the thing, though: you get held back, and then so your friends who were in your original grade, they're not your friends anymore. And then the kids in the new class, they don't like you because you're a new kid. It's really tough for kids to have gotten held back. And I would say the kids who transferred at our school and the kids who got held back were never as cool as the other kids. I can tell you, maybe it helped them when it came to their grades, but I would even say that. I would even say that kids who were held back were still pretty dumb in our class. I don't want to say dumb, but they were. I would like to. They were. Some of them integrated better, I would say. Of the kids who were the new kids who transferred in first grade, some of them integrated better, but none of them became like a core, one of the coolest kids, even though they might have been smart, even though they might have been somewhat popular, they were never in that core, just because they were always seen as kind of a new kid. And the kids who got held back, I really feel badly for them because they were never seen as, they never like really found their niche, because it would be like, okay, you're a new kid basically, or you're dumb. So I think it's probably better, truthfully, if a kid is, well, I think it's best to go school year round. But until schools start doing that, I think it's best to send a kid to summer school or get them a tutor or something like that, as opposed to them having to repeat the year. It's incredibly embarrassing, I think, for kids. And those kids are just, I can tell you, they're always kind of seen as dumb kids. And were they dumb? No, they weren't dumb. It's just they were seen that way. Well, they didn't have the best grades. I can always say that. Like, I would expect you, if you get held back and you're doing school the second time around, and you're with a bunch of kids who are doing it for the first time, you should whoop the shit out of those kids. But it never happened that way. And so, what would you do instead? I think that the kids should then go to summer school, or there should be some kind of extra effort put in with them during the school year. Now, what would you do with a kid who like, let's say, got sick or something? That's a different story. If a kid got sick or something like that and had to repeat a grade, they're still gonna probably be, if they were smart before, they'll probably be smart afterward. But there's just very demeaning, I think, when you hold the kid back and then they have to repeat the year. It's like they're not going to have the same kind of friends. And also, if you have the kid's going to start kindergarten, they could start kindergarten early or start kindergarten late. Have them start kindergarten late. Why? You want to be the oldest person in your class. It's such a more. There's a book, Outliers. There's some kind of like thing, basically, in hockey. They did a study, and they're like, all the kids who were taken number one in hockey were always the oldest kids in their class in their years, or not taken in like the first round of hockey. Why is that? Those are the kids who are the oldest. Those are the kids who get to drive first. They're the biggest. They're the most mature. They are uh, they go through puberty first, so they have all kinds of advantages against the other kids. And there's like this weird thing that they're all born like let's say the cutoff for a school year is like July 1st or like June 30th. So everyone born after July 1st, all those kids are going to be in one school year. But if you're a parent and let's say your kid is born, I don't know, June 5th, and they can either start with that group. They could start school a little. If you have the option, they could start school a little early. A lot of times, parents will think, "Oh, that's a good thing. I want my kid to start school early. It'll get them out of the house, and they'll get more like social development." That's all fine, but then they're going to be the youngest kid when it comes to driving. They're going to be the youngest kid when it comes to the bar mitzvah. They're going to be the youngest kid when it comes to everything, and that's not that much. When it comes to sports, they're going to probably be they're going to be the youngest kid when it comes to puberty. Um, it's just it's much better to have them be the oldest. So then you wouldn't necessarily hold them back. You would just they would wait a year for school, and then they're going to be older. That means they're going to be first to drive. They're going to be first to go through puberty. First to have a bar mitzvah. It's going to be there are going to be a lot more advantages to it. It's in the book Outlaws. It's a very good book. Anyway, are you done? You have any other stories? What else is there? Any other teachers? Oh yeah, Miss Jersey. So Mrs. Jersey, she is our librarian, and she's very organized. And we had 2 rooms to our library, 3 rooms. There was a speech room, which only kids who needed speech would go. And I remember I've told this story before. I had a little bit of a speech impediment that some teachers could hear, other teachers couldn't, and I should have gone to speech, but they determined that I didn't need to go, but I should have. In fact, sometimes I was sent to speech, and then the speech pathologist would say he doesn't need to be here. But I remember going there, and I just whooped the shit out of all the kids in speech. Anyway, so there was a little speech pathology room, and then um, there were 3 Michaels in our class. There was Michael Varda, Michael Lynch, and I. So there were 3 people with 3 names, where 3 people had that name. I think Michael, Sarah to be Sarah, Panzika Sarah, Meredith, and Philip. Oh no, 4. There were 4 Phillips, 3 Phillips, 3 Michaels, 3 Kates, and 3 Sarahs. Philip, Jackie, Philip, Pascucci, Philip, um, Jackie, and then 3 Sarah, Berger, Sarah, Debris, Sarah, Panzika, and then 3 Kates. Katie Brennan, Katie Geisinger, Katie, really? Yep. And but Michael Varda, he didn't continue with us. He was held back. And I'll just say, like, I don't know what the fuck. I mean, I I just don't ever think that those kids really assimilated well in the grades below us. Because we always saw them as our peer, and his the kids in his class never saw him as a peer. He was always just like basically red flag as a dumb kid when for whatever reason. Is that the end of your story? Oh, this judge. Okay, so we had a non-fiction room and we had a fiction room, and everything was done by Dewey Decimal System, even though it was a really small library. So we learned about Dewey Decimal System, which doesn't make any fucking sense and needs to be updated. And I'm sorry to all the people out there who have doctorates in library sciences. That's great. Dewey Decimal System needs to go. There are more organized ways to organize books. I don't know them all right now, but I'd figure them out. Maybe it's the best way, but I don't think so. Maybe it is, but I think it could be better. Why? Let's do a decimal system. I don't know. Let me read. That's just like a way to organize books. Oh, here's one. It needs to be updated or something. So there are 10. There's criticism, universal decimal clarification. Criticized for its complexity and its limited capability for amendment. In particular, the arrangement of subheadings has been described as archaic and biased towards Anglo-American worldview, and it is. What up, girl? Thanks, baby. Industry standards and commonly used by commercial bookstores in an effort to make its libraries more accessible to users. Several other libraries across the United States and countries point to treatment of homosexuality. So they were first under mental derangements, abnormal, and then abnormal psychology. 1952, homosexuality was included under study of sexism in society. In 1989, it was added as social problems. Like, you know, a classification that continues in the current edition. So currently, the Dewey Decimal System considers homosexuality a social problem. Oh wait, in 1986, homosexuality was added to sexual relations. This remains the preferred location in the current edition. Other books can be found under sexual practices viewed as medical disorders. The official direction states use Bob 616-8583 for homosexuality when the work treats homosexuality as a medical disorder or focuses on arguing against the views of those who consider homosexuality to be a medical disorder. If in doubt, prefer a number other than 616-8583. Treatment of religion heavily favors Nazarene. Islam is like as large as, yeah, it's just treatment of women. It just needs to be updated, or they need to go with a different structure. Some changes have been numerical complexity, altering the original topic. Give them an older version. Some categories regarding women are adjacent categories on etiquette. The placement of these categories next to each other implies association of etiquette with women rather than treating them as gender neutral. This was changed in 1965. Anyway, so Dewey Decimal System, we didn't get into any of that shit. A little bit, we learned about it, and that's how the books were arranged. And we had, there was this one shelf where all the boys liked to go, where not all of them, but like my friend's brother told them about it, and we started going. It was the Civil War books. We liked the books on war, and like seeing the different battles and arrows and like all the different strategies of the ways that people went. So I still remember where those books were. There's a little like fire escape door that is in that there's a little fire escape door or something that leads out of the basement, and What do you remember she had? We read this book called Chocolate Covered Pickles or something like that, and we had chocolate covered pickles in our class, and it was just like two weird combinations of things. I think I answered this in a question once. What is a weird combination that you somewhat enjoyed or something like that? And I think a lot of kids liked it. It's just not seen as a common thing. And chocolate on mostly anything is good, but it was a weird combination. Then she also got got Sports Illustrated and ESPN the magazine and a bunch of different magazines that would come out that we got that she had for the school, and we would all run to go get these Sports Illustrated. Oh, and she had Sports Illustrated for kids, which was great. So we would run to go get the Sports Illustrated Kids, and what else did she have? They were like kid-oriented magazines, highlights, and nothing controversial. Um, and so that would those she had magazines like a magazine rack. What else? There were two rooms. There was a non-fiction room and a fiction room. Um, what did girls read? Girls read Boxcar Children and Nancy Drew, and boys read also sometimes Boxcar Children and like um, the Hardy Boys. Hardy Boys are really big. She also had, I think, Goosebumps. Oh, that was the big thing. Initially, she did not get Goosebumps books, but eventually she started to get them, and those are very popular. Goosebumps books were the coolest books that were out. R.L. Stein, who was a girl, I think. Anyway, is that true? We always thought R.L. Stein was like uh, Stephen. Oh no, R.L. Stein's a dude. Sorry about that. Um, we always thought. We always thought. Uh, we always thought it was like Stephen. Stephen King, but which kind of the best? But it was like a kid's version. It wasn't her own thing. I don't think it was Stephen King, but we just they were like recognizable that there was this guy, and the Goosebumps books were so good. Why? They were like kind of scary books, but also you could feel on the cover. It was just really, I would say, the thing that sold those fucking books is that the cover where the GOOSEBD1PS, it was like it was like 3 dimensional, and you could feel it. Those were really big. Animorphs were pretty big books at points, but Goosebumps were by far the biggest books. And did you read them all? No. What ones did you have? Or what ones did you read? I remember my mom bought my friend and me um, a book. Normally, like parents wouldn't buy books for other kids usually because that could get expensive. But I remember she bought Khalil and me um, a Goosebumps book and Craig Reggitowski. I think she bought 3 of them, which was really rare. Um, something like something about an abominable snowman. Let's look at Goosebumps books. There was Say Cheese and Die. I think that was the first one that I saw. And the reason why these weren't seen as good books for kids is like you don't want kids reading about death and things, but she eventually realized that these were really popular books and they were made for kids supposedly. So 92 to 97, 62 books were published, and these were huge. Right, so what were they? They were young adult horror novels. Parachute quiz. Scholastic is good. Really, yeah. Dude, give me a list. List of books. Okay. Welcome to Dead House Destruction Avenue in Development. Did it have the cover on it? Oh, yeah, I remember this one. And the big thing was to try to collect them all. But if you see the like front, the G and to the S, that was all in 3 dimensions. That's why these are really big, I would say. Really? Yeah. That got kids' attention, that it was like a 3-dimensional thing. Stay out of the basement. Monster Blood, I remember that. Line up the road. What's going on here? Throat code. Somebody is not starting in your lineup, but it's starting today for the student. Oh, shit. Okay, what is this guy's name? Who's this guy? Maybe, can I get him on injured reserve? Okay, who's this guy? Some guy's playing today. The stone guy. He's a forward. Alright, let's get him on there so I'm playing to. Oh, he sucks. Okay, there's some of the fucking players. Oh man, I don't really have anybody playing today. Shit. I'm sure I have other teams. Oh, who's the guy for injury reserve? Manage injury reserve. Oh, 2 injury reserve. There we go. So then what? I need more defensemen. Okay, are you done? Yeah, that's fine. Are you done though? Any other teachers you had? Oh, there were some teachers who were in 7th and 8th grade that we never had, or well, other kids. Mr. Burris was a teacher of 8th grade. He and my dad taught together at a certain point. My dad taught some school 1 year. What did he teach? Doctrine. Anyway, when I was in 8th grade, and my dad taught 7th grade doctrine, and what? They had 2 men teaching this class, and it seemed to be I wouldn't want to be in that class. But I would want to take school from my dad, but I think he did pretty well. Really? Yeah, I could be wrong though. I never heard anything negative about him. Anyway, but I think he had Mr. Burst there. But it was like, so Mr. Burst taught 8th grade, and then and this is really sad, because our teachers made nothing. They made very little money. He took the job as the custodian because it paid more money. So then he did that, and there were some teachers, I don't remember them all, but there's Mrs. Byrne. Her kid went to junior high and high school where I went, and then he's on television now, he's Pete Byrne. There's Mrs. Walsh, who was really pretty, and I don't remember what years they taught or anything. I just remember there's Mrs. Byrne, who was really pretty, and even for a pretty sure she wasn't enough to keep me this way. And yeah, Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Byrne. Who else was there? There was one lady, I forget her name. She became after Mrs. Skowski left. She went to Mrs. Evard went to first grade, and some lady went to second grade. What was her name? Miss started with an M or something. I forget. But she taught us. Oh, she taught us in third grade, though, when Mrs. Ask was gone, when she was pregnant, something like that. Is that the end of your story? I don't really remember any of the other teachers who were there. There was a member of the class who was there at some point. He was a really big dude. What was his name? I thought it Mike. He was there. There were two guys who taught 8th grade, and then Mrs. Byrne and Mrs. Walsh taught 7th grade or something like that. And then I think they might have switched around. I don't really remember. But that was when I was in. When I was in kindergarten. He wasn't. I don't really remember him. He was there, and then he wasn't there long. Well, he might have been there long, but not while I was there. Alright, is that the end of your story? You can talk about other schools at other time. Alright, you're fine. Go fuck yourself. You know, dog.
short leave. We had a jump room, and we had kids coming over constantly because it needs to watch the girls. We had plenty of accidents on the trampoline area. Kids going to the ER due to trampoline injuries. Gentlemen, if you're serious, I would not
So we've been in business for the past 12 months, and we've sold 1,200 units. Out of those 1,200 units, we've not had one crash. The big one retails for $399. Our size retails for $249.
Are you selling in retailers?
Right now, we travel around different stats and locations over there for a certain period of time. Usually end up on the other stats, but they're going to run show stats, but just keep talking.
No, no. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres December 25 as Israeli operations continue.
Iran recognized Israel's legitimate security concerns. We also remind Israel that military operations must be conducted in respect of guidance given to us on humanitarian law.
Again, must be respected and protected at all times, President Biden as Israel wanted to protect the peace. President Biden openly attacked diplomatic review and called it Jewish spirit against the attacks by Hamas. He responded to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, attacking in the coming days to make it free to solidarity for Blinken. He also talked about what additional resources are needed in Israel and let Iran know that the peace arriving is reinforcing. About Palestinians, including under rape, cross-country transfers and rape, I should say, has ended in final response to when Kenya, the Palace agreement lifted on Saturday from Albuquerque, along with 16 other Greenland teams. Agencies deny it's the first U.S. power station. More tactics a day later.
Police in France are shooting demonstrators demonstrating killing rape on the October Alabama U.S. Capitol fight.
Second violence has taken the hospital include a condition to which the note from U.S. 14th or Israel's the 6th time article at the conflict. And just 1 minute before I hit the headlines last night, the day on the world took its time. The gold ratings more than 2,700 pounds, bringing it first place world championship punching unorthodox last night.
Starbucks plots to follow on like perfectly orange fruity. This is program everyone here. This is going to be a perfectly round, fat, frosted winter. Good break.
Alexander Lukashenko might have progressed through the quarters, expecting first round for his win yesterday. He's going to go to the 91. Really like the best season. And many of the stars will be contributing. One has Canada with France and Brazil broken as well. Welcome to Canada, the American Tennis Company. And France after the tennis tour you still there will not be able to get past France. Magnus Carlsen is on. Rafa Nadal is a holdout. He's your holdout. Will the public open to decide who is on their side? Do the right thing. Do just like they do the insurance company and make sure you get the best possible outcome in your claim. I know people who've dealt with insurance companies for many years every single year. They've got the experience and knowledge to know how you need to use them. They're not always that smart, yet busy, but as you feel, now I know to join the Alpha Veterans team. To give Emily a call, 818-997-5256. 818-997-5256 or visit alphavet.com. That's ADMERGAT, alphavet.com or call her directly, 818-997-5256. Now, for more information on anytime you have written it stuff mastering program, it's stuff mastering program, which is 16 significantly on the budget. This government is only going to start to put out for oversight on labor. Federal government on November 67 of the General Business. This is a tax on budget only year to labor. Taxes are correct during the middle and too much on blend and incidentally manipulatively discounted on food over to the right party. In Illinois, now with an unadulterated mobile bill of health, some debris clearing from the middle lane. 5 Lincoln companies that report more brush fires starting to over on the Broad Street. Illinois has had 58 work plans implemented some debris in Pennsylvania from the left. PFAS flags threatening the effective Imagine One. Still back, we're going to be taking more topics throughout the week. Check themarker.com or you could be an active winner. Oh, coffee with our coupons is actually up to $1. And trash and gift cards and trash and coffee tickets. Every month it's something new. I always go to Hopi anyway. But there's nothing that we want to do this day we want to say it out loud. Because with Black Friday, again, there's nothing to buy or do to cash in. Take advantage of free winners with great prizes to make things happen. Message and data for new data prohibited. Prices available in select professionally licensed areas restricted. Summer winter season shopping comes to Target. Visit our kiosk. Every day in special recommendations. Now to Target March shopping campaign for the popular off-color everyday category. Walmart, every holiday delivers captivating sales values, holiday savings, beauty mysteries, just beyond the holiday sales. Plus, you can buy your very first and try it on. Rediscover America's joy with our kiosk. Available at stores and in-store. Yoda. Yeah. Legend. Well, we're gonna be quick. Jesus Christ, what the fuck's going on? I don't know. Josh, what the fuck is going on? There's football, Dad. Legend of life. Hi, Smile. Seven defense. Getting that under the touchdown. Right to the good. 7-7 outside. Not to be stuck with the most. Both of the nation. Another thing is famous for sure. The family of this person. And then I'm going to make sure that's in the other stuff.
Is this key people, which means down, so that your box is small?
The box is 8 inches long, 20 inches wide, and 5 inches thick. So they don't work that little. They're just knocking down the whole thing.
So that's actually a pretty good challenge. Let's say you want to put in 20 units. And I know some of those get stored back in the house, which is what they're probably doing, but today's boys are display on the floor.
still have one person returning.
You see, I'm letting you do your job on your video, right? Why are you going to need words? Okay, we submitted to 100 servers. We just now sent it to them to set up the hierarchy before we accept everything.
But he asked us to take 11,000 units.
That's what we need to showcase what we're talking about. If we do what we did in the first couple of locations at Sam's, if we do something similar to that, to run 4 deliveries a day in 100 locations, that does $1.3 million purchase order. Starting right now, repost, reflect.
When I first started, I was very organizer, and Jesse Penny said to me, Lori, if you can get the Chicagoland area to buy, then we'll take you nationwide. So every weekend I went to a different Jesse Penny and I stood there all day demonstrating sliding earring stands and showing my product for pulling people in. And it was 12-hour day each day. And I sold enough and I got in. So there's two of you. You're going to have to go in, demonstrate, bring kids, jump up and down. How are we going to get 100 of you? How are you do that?
So that is a self-contained home business. You want to take companies to that stuff. But money is a big issue because once you're in 100 stores, that aggregation factor goes through the roof. And you can't do the money where somebody is right. It's just enough. There's kids everywhere. You can't talk to kids spraying or get it out. If I would want to do advertise so I have to cross my fingers and cross my toes that it wasn't my kid that would do it. That's just my nature. And so I happen to see myself being a part of food service.
This is a kid magnet. I don't think any adult can understand how fun it is until you see your kids jumping on it. And it is safer than ever.
I have a big bedspread perspective of people take an idea and create a company out of it. But I got rid of the weekly product. I don't see this taking being excited about it. So just it doesn't excite me that way.
What excites me is making money. I don't care if you're using food something. Like a person who can't just cash it in. That's all I care about. To really scale this money. That's our big challenge is because of the floor space, the footprint that you have. I think that obviously how much you can sell in season.
I think this truly will take a portion of the Chicagoland market. I'm really involved with this now as the final, and I'm not going to give up. So would you say you're going up to your retailing or how much are you selling it? We manufacture for $125 for a large one, and you sell it to Sam's Club for $278. If you just look at the hundreds of stores you're going into, the margin is going to kill you. If you don't want to really be a local product, right? We didn't know we just go to markets where we have so I'm trying to get probably back in clients like this so
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Every single day to get this company, but the money that I'm making from my company right now is not enough to live off of and expand my business. I need investment from the sharks to take the model that I have here in North Beach to every other major golf market in America. With the right shark, I know that my business will be a long one. Hello, Sharks. My name is Megan Tarvey. I'm from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and my company is the Caddy Girls. I'm seeking $100,000 in exchange for 20% of my company. So the Caddy Girls is an all-female golf caddying company. We sell everything from everyday golf outings to huge corporate charity tournaments with my amazing golf knowledge and instructor caddies. We try to emphasize the fun factor of golf, but we also maintain a very professional attitude about golf. Sharks, my company is a hole-in-one, so which one over you is going to help me drive my company to the green? I'm curious, where do you do this? We're based out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, but we've actually been expanding to other major golf markets such as Scottsdale. We have Caddy Girls now in Los Angeles, Miami, Orlando, and parts of Georgia. When did you grow so big? In 2013, I had $148,000 in sales. We did $34,000 in sales last month. What's the main bulk of your business? It could be an everyday golf outing with 4 guys. It could be a full golf outing with up to 24 players in a tournament. They've had huge corporate clients that actually have up to 42 caddies in one deck. There's a full The lowest rate that we have for each caddy is $149 per caddy. I pay every caddy $100. Is that for rolls, big rolls, I was honestly in college and really broke. I was bartending and working for golf courses, and I noticed that really needs golfers. They tip the best, and one group came up to me one night and they're like, "Hey, why do you have golf customers for pay?" I'm like, "That's weird." Here's the thing, and we both know what it costs. It would be really awesome if I could make my own schedule out on every golf course and take advantage of this market.
We can take this question. I absolutely most of these most guys are speak for yourself. Emotional, faithful, these guys is respectful. It's just a fun thing.
Yeah, I would love to hang out with you guys, okay? Like, our whole pitch is that we are cool girls and we're all about golf.
Do you do traditional caddy things?
Yes, we're in your club, so we're from you. We're fixing pitch marks, we're tape breaking every sand trap, we're tanning the pin, we're helping you pay your yardage, everything that a caddy can normally do, we do that. We just had 4 of our girls contracted for the PGA sanctioned national championship coming up in 2 weeks. That's going to be televised for me with their carrying bags.
How do you make this really large and build this business?
A single golf tournament has 144 players. That's 144 people that go into the tournament. Everybody's about it, and then it's just it spreads. Half of our business this year is repeat business. And big corporate tournaments, we already have some lined up for December. And this is not just like 1 or 2 girls going. This is 30 or 40 girls going out in one day.
How did you get to achieve this?
You have to look at the lifetime customer value. Golf isn't that anymore. We used to attract people from anywhere, and we have a database of thousands of customers that have used us in the past. Everything's right. I have 70 girls working bookings every day. I want to take that and expand it to other places, but we also have people asking for caddies in Chicago, Minneapolis, all these areas that I would love to get into.
Rabbi, I just see so many issues and problems that I foresee happening with this. It worries me sometimes just for you guys, period, to be out there with the drinking and this and that. It's just not a business I can get behind. So for that reason,
I understand, and that's why we have very, very strict standards of conduct for all of our caddies. And I think with any job place, you have a liability for any kind of harassment or anything that can happen anywhere.
Something special.
Hey, we got a caddy girl over. You like it? This is your mom.
First of all, you do need to expand because somebody needs to try to talk about being you're not going to make enough money in each market. I think there's too much so I think you're
hustle stage. You need more hustle, more time, and you just gotta find more hours in the 24-year period. And then, when side businesses get to be investments, you're the hustle stage. And you do a good job, Jimmy, of telling me how, as an investor, I think you have hours, and you make the business work. That's a hustle. Keep going.
They just show me photos.
Pictures of Rabbi. I'll tell you, it's happening soon.
Because I thought this presentation was going to be just so you can come back. Good job. Good job. So, as an investor, I give you $100,000. How are you going to get back?
At our growth rate of 30% off per year instead of average, you can get it back within 4 years easily.
Millionaires business is cash. When it rains, it runs down your leg. And I know that. And I give it to you. Now it's real estate. So it doesn't mean it's coming home.
I'd like to pay back by the end of the year and then having us partner. But then, it's called Animals at the PGA Shop.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 1 p.m.
I give you $100,000. I make a 50-50 partner. It's all on AAA. More than double your business with $100,000.
I can guarantee you that Dad will give you a better deal than $5 million.
It's not a better deal. It's a more amazing deal. Those presentations cheap. The show includes Mr. That's
My name is Joshua.
And I'm Diana, and we are from Athens, Georgia.
Our company is the Franchise Boutique. We are seeking $600,000 in exchange for 5% in our company. Franchise Boutique is one of the fastest growing online furniture retailers in the country. We have a personal touch that nobody else can beat.
I am always finding new and upcoming designers, and we update our collections daily.
We can't afford something like $1 million. But you doesn't have to have $1 million. Roughly 80% of our merchandise retails for under $50.
Sometimes all our company needs is that one fantastic new outfit to turn a bad day into a good one. To get all the clothing that she needs going into a pay-per-view, and get that stay at home mom who wants to smile after that prayer meal and she treats herself. And we have some treats for you. $52. And Abby's Daddy's at 30. Now this is how we package every single order that goes out to our customers at our address. It is literally a present to the customers. We put a handwritten thank you note in every order. Our honor jewelry story is the loyalty to your outfit. Basically, that is what our dress woman shops for. She's coming to the site. She has little to no time to shop for herself. We pair it and match it as an outfit. Right, and that's actually my best tip. Make sure you know what
what is the average buy?
We have a lot of return customers that order about 6 or 7 times a year. We also have repeat customers that are $10,000 in sales last year. They live in October, stay the same.
We target to take 12 to 1,500 this year.
How long have you been in business?
Exactly 4 years. 4 years old.
First check. 2010, almost $80,000. 2011, $250,000. 2012, $1.8 million. And 2013, we're projecting $7.5 million.
What will sales be this year?
Projecting 12 to 15 million.
I'm really proud of Red Dress. It's a really fun story because we're in for 6 months and really we're a sugar college program. People dress it for their amazing company. And Red Dress and I came along. I went to job and said, I have this great idea for a routine and I know we can do this.
Jobs, sold their house, took on a 6-week leave. They had no idea what they were going to pay.
We rented a mattress and shower from Josh's college buddies for an entire year.
How did you make this grow so big, so fast, and all online?
Through social media, but more than that, it's because I invite people in. I put the question to my customers, what made y'all come to us? What makes us, what makes Red Dress special? And they gave amazing answers. They said, oh, it's the colorful clothes, it's the fact that we can get a high-end look for under $50.
So you learned from them.
Yes.
You used social media.
I did.
And you kept perfecting your business with their answers.
I developed a program called Buy for Boutique. And when I go to my markets, I go every 3 weeks. I go to Los Angeles, I go to Vegas, I go to Atlanta, and I curate. But more than that, I see items and I'll take a picture of my phone and I'll put it out into social media and say, do you want this yesterday? Do you? Oh, and do. And no one had ever done that before, and they loved it. Yes. We have 127,000 Instagram followers. We're just shy of 1 million followers on Facebook organic. Yes. My dad actually died in October 2012. My dad was a person who could be started on Red Dress just by being a mentor. And so I took my brain and I used it as fuel to Red Dress as far as I could get it to go. That's my motivator. And that's my motivator for me because I live every day to keep people proud. You gotta be thankful.
So on that routine, how much cash? Probably 2 years. What caused you to get another customer?
We just now started to get into really thorough analytics, and it takes time to accrue that data.
So you've had this phenomenal growth in ViralRabbi.
Yes.
When you get to 10 million to 20, you're going to start to have some pretty high numbers. They're spending a lot of money trying to figure out the cost per customer and the lifetime value.
We just now started rolling out the retargeting ads. That was something that was really great for us, and we're just now getting back the data on that.
I'd like to draw an analogy. There's a great story in fashion about Sassoon, which they first cured hair. And they tried to expand, they found out they couldn't afford it. And he tried to train people in every city to do this. And they had a footprint. I promoted to be the one guy who speaks for you. You're facing the same issues as some folks. You're going to have to put yourself in this client.
It's not easy to do, but we have started the process.
That's what we're starting on to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a big question for you because you call yourself an acorn, and I see you grown into a new phone full of trees. You're amazing, and what you did with social media to me just mind-boggling, and you're really impressive. I actually heard you giving social media really for your business, but I think that I'm not the right shark for you to drive this business. So for that reason, I'm not.
This reminds me of investing. I was just talking to my kids. Nobody else know how to do it. That's how I feel about it. You guys are the food on your category. I didn't learn that. I didn't learn it from you. You're
here, she takes one eye, push up, you said in your news that you need not necessarily. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for someone who can help us lower the hot decisions, take us to that next level, because everybody is here right now because someone took a small company and you scaled it to a massive company. We figured out how to grow a company from nothing to over $1 million monthly sales, but getting to 9 figures a year. It's a hard thing.
It takes a mentor who's worked for us, and the 600,000 we need, 300,000 of it for a new website, because we have actually maxed out the capacity of the out-of-the-box system that we have.
And the bad news is our website is really easy to not really existing at all.
That's why enterprise type of information. That's what
Thank you very much. That's a huge gesture, right? Right now, I think 15% is more to that valuation. Respectfully, thank you for that. Respectfully. Thank you.
I'm looking to try it. I think the culture is great. And if you can come up with a way to automate this so you can say, hey, you guys are well into your $100 million company, you're changing this. What do you guys think is fair? Let's try it. And I'll just give you a yes or no.
As far as the percentage
For the 6,000.
That's what sharks are. Markers estimate insurers to make it a better offer than the $600,000 for 5%. They're usually seeking for the ongoing relationship and trust boutique.
for $600,000. I would exhaust it at $600,000 for 10%.
This is my space, man.
And then you talk about just as you can.
Angel investors, that's what they are. An agency can give you hints. And yes, you can.
Since Shark Tank, our company has exploded. We're firing on all cylinders. In our first year of business, we did about $400,000 in revenue. Since our partnership with Mark, we've actually surpassed $2 million in revenue and are planning to do between $3 and $4 million in revenue in the next year. When I was on Shark Tank a year ago, our company was known for the Los Angeles Haunted Hair. Now we're on tour across the nation with our newest attraction, the Great War Camp. Great War Camp is an overnight 12-hour completely interactive horror camping adventure. It's a scavenger hunt that sends you diving into cadaver bodies where you may have to break ribs, fingers, there are chupacabras and demons and psychopathic clowns waiting. We stopped. Working with Mark has been incredible. He introduced us to the CEO of the world's largest entertainment company.
They liked our concept so much that they invested in us too. All summer long to get to this point, you can't do this. How? Since Shark Tank, our whole cast and crew has tripled to almost 1,000. With Mark and Live Nation on our team, there's nothing stopping us from becoming the biggest name in corporate live entertainment. I am beyond thankful for my Shark Tank experience. It's given me an awesome partner, amazing resources, and the ability to build a company I've always seen in my head.
strategy that all my friends are nobody's going to pay more than $5 in cash for this. They just won't. They'll understand you pay 0.5% premium, and yet you want a shop so that they can get a better value. Very difficult to do that. I mean, it's a mistake.
You're doing everything right. Obviously, making a lot of money. I can't get excited and passionate about things. Just my personal thing. You know?
The kid lost you for sure. I think interesting. So, let's see if you can convince somebody else that you're yours.
Guys, I love it. So that's all. So you made me laugh. It's my job. You're lucky. I mean, you have to believe filter. But you can't love filter so much that it changes your metrics of today. Online measure value measure having this business, just like any great business. You gotta have some sense of reality. I know.
You have 2 sharks left. You should focus your energies on them. So you're asking us to evaluate $1.5 million that's 50% completion. Some of the lower ones drop 20, maybe 3 sharks are out. The internet market might be interested, but they are not satisfied. Even those vendors have adopted hybrid company or self-storage and slashed their valuation for 6 million $20 million.
Okay, guys, even you sound like you figured this out. So here's what I see. I can help you get the licenses you need, also get there. As the least cost, that's what I'm going to say, Mike. But I need to get paid for that. And I need 25%. And that will save you a lot of time and a lot of money.
Name one hockey player. I can't. Fire player. City Padres. Oh, yeah, okay. This is good. What's it called? It's on bond.
Well, you're tasting an ingredient, so we don't call it cooking, but if you just tip it a factor of the and add your tongue.
This white truffle is huge. It's really good.
Do you know what we sell a bottle of truffle olive oil for? $16.50. That bottle of truffle oil is going to cost you about $3.60. Bringing the Jewish community in bulk. I'm actually getting about 21 cents a dose in my olive oil. That is how you sell it. Our sales last year were $3.1 million.
Wow. Who are you selling to?
Well, like the usual, nice pastry, treat.com, and in fact, we see this little Hershey shots that we're selling bulk oils in just like a bottle. If you're interested, just email me and say, why are you getting this during the season? We can recommend you with an independent retail shop in Fish Creek, Wisconsin. First dollar in store brand.
So for today, it's a trial location, and you get 3 months last check and franchise system.
This was the first time a shop like this existed in America. There was an extreme amount of interest from customers demanding a franchise. How do we do this? So we spent a considerable amount of money experiencing results and developed the Food USA franchise system.
How many franchises do you have?
We ended up with 7. Hillhead Island, we have 2 in Ohio, Milwaukee, Fish Creek, 2 in the Twin Cities and the St. Paul, and then 1 West Coast in Pasadena.
And how does the franchise take?
The franchise fee is just $37,500 to start.
What's the ongoing?
8% royalties.
I think I'm just still just because I do want to industry, making money in olive oil. There's nothing wrong with it. There's a mental it's all in cities like Chicago and New York and Dallas, Texas, where there are many, many options in terms of where to buy. You go to buy, and there's no in the places you have located, there's no other option to taste it. You have to buy it. And the reason you're successful is you default to those locations. That's what I believe. This would not work in New York City.
I'm really not a guy that loves to make my plan. I mean, if you want to buy one, you're going to be big for it.
I don't think there is a big enough brand yet.
This is the next step.
Oh, and what's it like?
Fish Creek Wisconsin outlet is $6,000 square foot retail space. Tiffany is $3,000. Oily Fish Creek is number 3 at $2,100 square foot. $300 release store. I had to get out of the store 3 years ago because its stress was killing me. Oily Fish Creek is number 3 at $2,200. Fish Creek Wisconsin outlet is $6,000 square foot retail space. Tiffany is $3,000. Oily Fish Creek is number 3 at $2,100. $199 release store. I had to get out of the store 3 years ago because its stress was killing me.
I'm just trying to understand, is your business ready to scale? There's got to be some sales. There's got to be some important negotiations.
Yes, sir.
Relationship power goes to the other one.
The only answer you have to about this, that's why you're here, to work with a person like me who financing franchise.
You're an impressive guy. I think the product is great, but you also said that the stress bothered you. You had to take yourself out of it, and my concern is when I've heard from entrepreneurs out there with that, and I help them, but I need somebody who is going to really be running the business and the leader in it while they get my support. And because I'm concerned that you're not going to be up to having to deal with all the stress of that, for that reason, I'm
The rent was $2,000. Where does to now people pay $3,000? We have a bonus family. We've got office family. We've got
What you're saying is what every entrepreneur who watches the show needs to hear. That in order to get to this point, there are trade-offs, there's stress, there's ups, and there's downs. You're explaining to people that lots of entrepreneurs
Kurt, I get it. I stand for definitely patient, hardworking, gentle. But if you put me in the franchise business, there's one rule and we'll make it to run to the finish line for your business. I think you are cut out for that. And so I reluctantly said,
it's great business. Done something. You created something from nothing. Trying to find a way to work. But you always talk about leverage. This is a great business for you. I don't personally think it's ready to jump to the franchise model yet. I think it would take a lot more effort and acquisition to get going. Even if you do this version, it really does take back to that of retail. That's my intention. But for me, it's just I personally don't think it's ready yet. You know what Shark Tank last year is? When we talk culture, the celebrity comes in and you can't take advantage of the exposure of Shark Tank with no intention of ever getting a deal. You are the exact opposite. Thank you. You were somebody that was going to get an enormous exposure without talking. You really have been in for all of us that was hoping one of us would be able to help you. Especially to me, because I love sharing information. I just don't see my being part of the economist. So I'm out.
I understand and appreciate everything that you said today. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josh Martin, and this is my little town of San Diego.
We're from Sebastopol, California, in the beautiful Sonoma wine country, and we're the founders of Honey Fun, the free honeymoon gift registry.
We're seeking $1,000 in exchange for 10% equity in the company.
Honey Fund is a unique wedding gift registry where couples can raise funds toward their dream honeymoon as a wedding gift, a honeymoon they might not otherwise be able to afford.
Shopping at the same department stores, same quality wedding gifts. Instead, they can get something 24% for once in a lifetime wedding gift. And their wedding gifts are free from shopping at the same department stores for the same quality wedding gifts. Instead, they get to get something 24% for once in a lifetime wedding gift.
Would you rather get sunset weather or a night in a beach bungalow?
Instead of a stepchild home with your child.
Here's how it works. Couples create a Honey Fund page listing all the fun aspects of their honeymoon. Things like couples massage or scuba diving. Wedding guests visit the page and make a choice in the registry, and the gift funds are paid directly to the couple's payment account. We call this process crowd gifting, crowdfunding for gifts.
Right now, we'd like to give you guys the $100 gift.
So now we'd like to propose a toast and invite you to join us as we continue to pioneer the multi-billion-dollar crowd gifting market.
Cheers to housekeeping business and your service.
Josh created a simple page on our wedding website. This was 10 years ago. our wedding day contributed more than $5,000 to our wedding. Josh and I were inspired to this night review that when we got married, start our own venture someday, and just from the reaction of our wedding guests, we knew this was our business. We've helped hundreds of thousands of couples through our site, and to date, we've raised for couples $200 million. That's right. After all the salaries, we profited $217,000 last year.
So this is all about customer acquisition costs and their value. So give us those numbers.
Every couple that signs up and publishes the registry invites on average 150 wedding guests to join our wedding. But on average, we pay 88 cents for private customers. So we get $9 out of every customer.
I get that. That is tremendous. So
It's been a lifestyle business up to this point, and of course we're here because there's more. We created content. Anyone can raise money for anything to take place. This one is somebody's birthday. Young woman that graduated with her master's degree. Our answer is to do only content is money for the wedding. These are we've generated $400,000 for how many months? For about 12 months. I think it's I've got another that is international honeycomb. There are 53 million spectators in the U.S. alone. This could double business over the next few years.
you're talking 217,000 after you make yourself pre-tax. That's 150,000 after tax or free cash. This gentleman you want me to pay 26 times your free cash for this day.
Thank you for asking about the valuation. It's based on projections for 2018.
So you're going to move up 350%. How you do that?
By adding the other, like that's
So that's the risk I would take. Because your customer acquisition costs will be the same for that as they were for this.
They'll be similar, but they come down to the time of experience.
I like the idea of you taking it to other countries, doing it in Spanish. You're just expanding it. I think that's really smart. But I think crowdfunding is valuable for that reason.
Thank you for the time. So what we're planning to do is scale the business quickly over 5 years to really dominate the crowdfunding space.
I'll give you 500 bucks.
5 tickets.
Two sharks. Robert is offering our client a big wish to be qualified $100,000 before he proceeds. But how much will he give you?
I'll give you 1,000. I'll give you 500,000.
So $1 million valuation.
It's 4 times return on last year. Because of the terrestrial fluctuation, I love it. Because I want to have those opportunities to think about what is right for that way. You want to know the space.
And the platinum ticket.
I'll give you the $200,000. I don't want it here. I want 1/3 of the transaction. Until I get 50 times back on my investment. That means you're getting about $1,200. After that, I'm not. If you hire me,
What are you going to do first?
I'm going to fund you. That's it.
You're going to fund me.
Yep, I am funding your growth. And getting a pretty decent return on my investment. If you hit it out of the park, it's all yours. Because I've never had a loss in my entire life. This is wonderful.
How are you going to do a phony royalty?
Josh, the only thing he cares about is getting his money back. So you can purchase one. It's great business fundamental. I would prefer that you focus on getting back more than 70% share you have towards that. The rest of the time I'm waiting to get my choice back. It's not like that. I will lend money to small businesses trying to get back by investing in others.
All right, what do you do? I love this right now. You're a rock star and a partner. Here's what I want. $200,000 at 10%.
They're all benchmarks.
So, what are you going to do?
So, everything is very
like an extraordinary illustration from our Shark Tank, bringing something that just like just over shelves today. Look at your version.
Next up is innovation.
Like Shark's Tank, the golf incident, also found and actually some pretty credible tires. Also, that's it. We're seeing 250,000 digitally tracked satellite pixels. Purchasing this amazing digital technology that turns your smartphone or tablet into a personal security system that streams live video, audio, and GPS location. Get the up-to-date view. After a show, Shark's each year 237 million overall, and only 59% in the United States market. 70% is also being sold overseas. Unfortunately, not all iPhone owners receive GPS location information. Only a handful receive text messages, and none that receive video. So Sharks be the perfect solution. Please take a look.
Turns your smartphone into all personal security system. Certificate to your friends and other security. If you're looking for an advanced personal security, just take a look. Personal security agents. TRUMAN log videos log all user data and server violations as well as security features, emergency contact for soldiers, and injustice laws.
Sharks are purchasing high-performance, state-of-the-art security technology that keeps individuals and businesses one step ahead of the curve. So, you want to be Sharks for less, Sharks for less, see your customer. Trials are up to June. Download the app, add your phone information, and it goes directly to your phone back at 911 line. We actually do our product line using feature like self-security program. Jason, what are your personal perceptions of the artificial companion? Being an audio, video, GPS tracking, the ability to text and have a conversation immediately with the AI is something that you're market. She's got the phone here. Yeah, absolutely. That means there's something behind it. I got to take that phone check right behind that. And we hope to do in a situation like that is they actually start to this smart battery as if they feel uncomfortable.
Of the 185,000, what was your product?
Thank you.
I like the concept. I think anything that keeps people safer is a great thing. I'm not sure that it's making people more careful at this point, and for that reason, I'm sorry. you can share with everyone. But the wine fan design leaves much to be desired. We're using a unique orange wine that drinks more like a spirit than a wine and allows us to create mixed drinks that our customers absolutely love. Let's try I love this one. Reminds me of those like blue raspberry soda.
Tell us more about the business, sealing and manufacturing. What are your margins? Whose actions? Solely self-distribution.
Hi, I'm Daddy.
Yeah,
It
bro.
is now 2 o'clock p.m.
Thanks, baby. Yes, I'm gonna hop on with a guy.
Strategies to identify new stores where we know it's going to sell. Learn that stores are important with 360 days messaging to know about the market best way. First, to get the product out to the ladies and then open new stores. Supporting retailers and taking the top off.
Sweet.
Welcome to the Shark Tank, where entrepreneurs seek an investment to start, grow, or save their business. We're looking at bridging $10 million. Everybody's intrigued now. If the sharks hear a great idea, $25 million. I start with 50%. And fight each other for a deal. I have no idea what these guys are talking about. What are you going to do, big guy? But the entrepreneurs must get the full amount they're asking for.
Stuff like that is not good.
I'm not trying to make friends. You want a friend? Buy a dog. Oh my God. I don't care. Who are the sharks? Business experts. Who made his fortune selling children's educational companies for over $4 billion. Damon John dominated the fashion world. Now he's the branding expert behind multiple global brands generating billions in sales. Robert Herjavec, son of an immigrant factory worker, founded one of the world's preeminent cybersecurity firms. Lori Grenier, the queen of UVC, holds over 100 patents and has launched over 400 products, grossing over $500 million in sales. And Mark Cuban, renowned billionaire tech mogul and the outspoken owner of the Dallas Mavericks. First into the tank is an innovative way to get the most out of your workouts. My name's Patrick Riley, and I'm the founder and CEO of Titan. I'm here seeking $500,000 for a 5% equity stake in my company. Yeah. Titan is a patented, form-fitting weighted compression gear that is designed around the human anatomy. Our apparel uses gel-based inserts that are the same density as your own muscle tissue. Heated or freezing. So it's great for healing sore muscles and improving recovery. I'm here today to show you that there is a better way to train. The only question left is, will training sharks to keep up? Talk size. Sure. We've had increase in lactic acid threshold. We've had increase in max VO2 levels. We've actually had athletes gain 2 inches on the max for hydrodynamic. That's about what the athletes do. You're not talking science. You're just trying to give me anecdotal information. Talk science. Okay. The concept is being able to wear a suit that is designed around the human anatomy. The gel is the same density as your muscle tissue, so when you wear it, it becomes a part of you, which becomes an internal load versus an external load. It's like training an orthopedic move. So you're telling us with a padded bra, I can jump 13% higher. Well, the concept is our 8 pounds feels like a 20-pound weight vest. So you're saying it's just like the old ankle weights that we used to wear when we were kids? Exactly. Feel lighter? Right. Ankle weights and wrist weights. So wait, you want to give me an evaluation of, what is it, $10 million for ankle weights? Wait, I think you gotta have vision. It's about what it's going to be worth, Patrick, and I say next year. Thank you. How much does it weigh? It actually weighs 8 pounds. We also have weighted shorts that are about 5 pounds. Weighted weights that you can put in clothing that doesn't been around for years, right? So you're saying this is a little better design? What I'm saying is that wearing a weight vest applies all the way to your shoulders. When I was younger, I was always a skinny kid. And I used to always have my book bag with books, do shoulder shrugs, in class, trying to bulk up my shoulders. The problem that I realized is that applying all the way to your shoulders actually ruins your posture. Causes you to slouch. What are you saying? How much money? So last month we almost broke $1 million in revenue. What? Last month alone, we had $1 million. Okay, the sales are impressive. What's your background? Are you a doctor? I'm a mechanical engineer from Georgia Tech, specialized in biomechanics. And I actually developed this while I was in school. And where are you selling this stuff? Mainly online retailers. We're now talking with multiple brick-and-mortar stores. We just sold to the largest medical distribution company in the United States. So last year, how much did we do? We did about $600,000 revenue. What did you net over? Last year was an interesting story. In 2012, I actually closed a deal with a venture capitalist. They decided that it was in the best interest of the company for us to actually bring on an executive chair. We burnt through the entire investment within 6 months. How much was the investment? That was about $1 million. What, this guy blew through the money. What did he do wrong? There were charges that I wouldn't have made. There were decisions that I probably wouldn't have made. However, as of last week, I actually bought them out. Okay, where did you get the capital? Actually, from sales. We're about 30% net profit. Do you have any debt? We have no debt. Do you own 100% of the equity? Between me and my father, we own 100% of the equity. What will the sales be this year?
We're looking at breaking 10 million this year. Wow. Possibly 16 to our inventory. Right now we're sold out. You're going to break 10 million easily. Yeah. So who's your primary customer? The military and CrossFit.
And they're willing to pay how much for a shirt?
Right now we sell a 3-part system for $250. It comes with a cover shirt, a pocket shirt, and a full set of gel. How much do you sell it to the stores for? $137 or so. Why do you think that you're going to hockey stick to 10 million? We have $1.4 million of purchase orders that I can't fulfill. And the reason is because I'm taking all the profit and then buy out my investors and try to get things.
I'm struggling with your $10 million valuation. It's all based on you hitting a stratospheric growth rate.
We've already hit it.
Haven't yet. So I have to pay for next year's sales as if they've already occurred today.
Now, Patrick, my BS meter is going through the roof. Because I say, you know what? I want all my guys on the Mavericks to jump 13% higher. I bring it to the Mavericks. Said my doctor. Patrick says it can increase our vertical leaps from all of our players by 13%. That's the truth. Yeah, the research studies for approval. We've had studies from Texas Tech, Penn State, multiple other universities. We're actually researching into using weights to increase max vertical, to increase your max happiness. That's anything. But what we've done is we've made it better. And again, you gave me an anecdotal example. We started right. Why not get somebody to say, this is why we're a better solution? We are getting that research from multiple universities. Say, my meter's on, yes! Right? Because why not just have one university study it in depth and come back with an answer? But when you say this university, there's also a marketing effort as well. We're now exposing more universities, more colleges. I'm out. Patrick, let me take another crack at it. You're straddling the line. Mark has real athletes, professional athletes. Either you're in that market with a tremendous amount of credibility that you can stand up to players like that, or you say, this is purposely geared towards a weekend athlete like me. My challenge is, you're very unclear. If you say that, we've had all the research validated with other opportunities. Okay, even when you say that, you're making generalizations, you don't put the specifics. You make me uncomfortable. If I'm not comfortable with the person, I'm not.
You know, obviously I'm not a sports guy. I look at it as a consumer. If I were a guy and I wasn't buff, I'd wear that into the gym and I'd feel better about myself. But it's not hitting me as something that I want to invest in. And so for that reason.
Okay, forget all the research stuff. What you have, you should have focused on, I believe, is sales. You have sales. To me, it's apparel, maybe extreme apparel. And it has the merits and the risks of the apparel industry. So I'll make you an offer. I'll give you $500,000 for 15%. Values at around $3.3 million. I think it's intriguing what's happening. You know, and your style is kind of fit into the arrogant ass factor.
I'm a bit of an entrepreneur.
I'm not trying to make friends. My friend got a dog. I'm trying to make money.
That's absolutely true. I am always on the lookout for the next big business opportunity. So on Friday night, I teamed up with Guillermo and we made a pitch together. And we had a really great idea. So we took it to a place where great concepts become reality. We took it to a place where we knew our pitch would be appreciated and heard.
But there is an offer there, $500,000 for 15%.
Next into the tank is a late-night talk show host and his sidekick, revealing a solution to a disturbing
Hi, I'm Jimmy Kimmel, and this is my partner Guillermo, and I want to tell you a story. Years ago, I took my family to a petting zoo, and I was disturbed by what I saw, and more importantly, what my family saw. Every animal there was naked. Buck naked. My family was uncomfortable, but most importantly, I was uncomfortable. And I'm sure the animals were uncomfortable too. But then I thought, every problem is an opportunity, and every opportunity is a gift. And today, my gift to you is this, the future of equine fashion. I present to you the horse pants. Say hello to my model, my business partner, Buttercup. As you can see, he's wearing Docker-style khakis. They're comfortable, fashionable, and business casual, appropriate for the track or the barn. Guillermo and I are looking for $500,000 for a 10% stake in our company. We have plans for a full line of horse pants. You can see here, we have a logo. We have cargo shorts, horses, and even Spanx. We brought samples for all of you to give me your horses, your bulls, and those out. You can see it's the finest material.
Oh, Mark, you took my leopard.
Oh yeah, that's my bedspread. Is it one size fits all? No, each horse is custom fit. I actually fit each horse myself. Horses love them, and with your help, we can put them on all the horses one way. Look at the opportunity here. These are horses that are currently wearing pants. These are horses that could be wearing pants all over. And you can see the amount of money we will make is astronomical. Right now, at zero, maybe below that, we can go all the way up to 600, maybe even $700 million. Do you have any questions? How much money have you invested? I've invested $41,000. Most of that went to my mother for making pants.
Guillermo doesn't look very happy.
Oh, I am very happy. Guillermo told me earlier this is the happiest day of his life. Also, Guillermo told me he called this for the Hispanic market. Pantalones para el caballo. Great money. Jimmy, you've asked me for $500,000 for 10%. That imputes a value of $5 million. The chart tells me you made $0. Why do you think horse pants are worth $5 million today? Well, because there are so many horses right now without pants. And we believe at one time human beings didn't wear pants either. And now look at us. All wearing pants. You're zero market share. How are you going to grow this business? Do you have a plan? So you felt comfortable partnering with you. Does it have We're going to pass on that question. Are you going to go barn to barn? Not really, no. I was thinking that we'd hire some other people to do that. Guillermo has some friends, and actually some relatives who are very reasonable right Jimmy, I think you ought to take this one out behind the barn and shoot it. Jimmy, I like it. I think all the 6 years I've been up here, this is my one opportunity to make more money than working. I'll give you $5 million. Yeah, we'll take that. Robert, I got 2 words for you, buddy. Glue factory. Excited? I'm excited too. Make a lot of money. I'll tell my mom to start making pants. All right. Thanks, good luck. That was so cool. Yeah, we did good. Yeah. You said that thing about pants. Pants on the horse. I don't know how we would start spending it. Definitely I'm going to spend it on horse pants. That's a very, very stupid idea. I buy a house in Congo. I gotta tell you, I love it. I think you overpaid. My wife's gonna be so happy. I'm getting divorced. Maybe I should do that.
What's like that?
Hi, internet watchers. Jimmy Kimmel here.
Best place for that is a very mustache competition. I didn't always have this beautiful face meter earlier. I used to work as a financial advisor at the big bank. Their policy was no facial hair. I left my job because I'm a beer speaker and my club. That's when I had a glorious idea. There's all types of beersmen out there. There's never been one brand to unite them until now. I've been growing our business organically through our profits, but I haven't been able to pay myself a big dime. So much of being a man is providing for your family. And it's always going to be a chip on my shoulder until I can bring and support my family needs. With the Sharks investment, that's going to happen. What's going on, Sharks? It is your boy, the ultimate beard brand, coming to you today with an opportunity to purchase 15% of our business for $400,000. Now, Daniel, I don't know what you're doing in 2012, but I myself was at a beard competition, and I learned a very important thing. So back then, beardsmen were thought of as lumberjacks or hippies. So what I noticed was a new type of beard, something we coined urban beard. Now, these were men who were passionate not only about their facial hair, but also their style, their careers, and their independence. So we united the community and started offering them some really awesome products. Beard oil will soften up your beard, help eliminate beard whites, and smells fantastic. All you gotta do is drop a couple drops in your hand, rub it into the beard. Now, we are in the renaissance of the facial hair revolution. And Beard Brand is leading the charge. We see a huge opportunity in the marketplace. With your partnership, we will change the way society views beards.
So, Eric, can we see the product?
Okay, thank you.
I can smell it over here. Oh, it's a beard kit.
So triggers,
Home. Whoa. This stuff smells great.
is this kit for guys with like serious beards?
So this is like the ultimate kit on the face of the planet. Like we spared no expense there. We've got fine black walnut corners. We've got incredible products.
Okay, so what are the sales?
We have sales, absolutely.
So what I need to hear is you've got some revenue before I absolutely go to town. Because, you know, you're asking for $2.6 million for a Beard Brand box of stuff.
Yeah, I think my valuation is actually a pretty good deal.
Well, tell me more.
So we actually launched this business 17 months ago. So the first 5 months, we did $9,000 in sales. The second 6 months, we did $158,000.
Better.
And the most recent, we did over $600,000.
Wow.
So all total, we've done over $800,000.
You know, I have to say, it surprises me because I know it's bad in style, but there's so many things that go through my mind for female about a beard like that.
Like what, Lord? Right. Everybody's intrigued now.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, come on. Scratch that puppy, Lord. Lord, you're not supposed to touch the people.
Oh my God. It's awful.
Lord, what does it feel like?
Come on up, you can all touch it.
Touching no other man's beard? Would you? Damon, are you not comfortable touching another man's beard?
No,
I'm not touching no woman's beard either, so don't worry about that. Lori, say
The reason I have a beard is because down the line, my mom, my grandma, they all dig the beard.
so chicks dig beard, that's what you're saying. What?
Like, think about it. Of all the animals, humans are one of the few breeds that actually grow fish. It's a sign of love and passion that women are attracted to.
is there something in that oil that will like keep food from getting stuck in it?
So you think you're gonna hang out with them and a chicken wing's gonna drop out of their beard?
Our company doesn't sell $800,000 by songs of just guys with giant beards. We cater to all beards and all beards.
Eric, are you selling this online? Is this a retail?
So we launched with an online store.
What will sales be this calendar year? I had a lot of hair once, then I ran into deals like this. So let's go. What's the calendar year?
We'd be 1.2 million at least.
And how much would you pay?
Our net profit is 25%.
But you're putting a value on your business for $2.6 million. Eric, you've got a lot of high quality stuff here. What's it cost you?
It's about 170 and now it costs us about 60 or so.
How low can you get your cost?
Our beard oil is the majority of our sales.
What percentage of business is yours?
Probably about
60%.
Wow. What's your margin on the oil?
So we retail these anywhere from $20 to $30, and then our margin is between 85 and 90%.
Why are you doing all this other shit, guys, when you've got something that's 80% margin, that if you keep your beer, you've got to keep on replenishing it and buying more. You know, it takes nothing to store and ship all that stuff.
The big thing for us is building a brand being more than just a product company.
But you're just to the point, right? You're going high end, and it's going to be very difficult to scale. You might get to $5 million in sales, but at that point in time, it's hard for us to get our money back. And for those reasons, you know, for me, I'm not a beer guy. I just don't see it. I'm out.
For a company to go from zero to $100,000 per month in sales, I'm sure you're going to still see a lot of money.
Look, you're doing well, but what's the market for this? Not for women, not for kids, not for men without beards. So the only thing that came into my mind was the Amish, and they don't have TVs. So I'm out.
So how do I get my $400,000 back? That's a lot of dough, man. Your business is worth about $500,000 to $600,000. You price at crazy valuation of 2.6. I would have to own pretty well the whole thing. And then you become my hero. That's what it is. I'm out.
So it's the final beer. It's the most beautiful man in the world.
I like this guy.
This guy gets
What are you going to do, big guy?
I fell in love with you. You wanted me to be in this room. You did this like, I think you're going to $2, $3, $4 million. I love investing in people. So I was actually going to give you an offer, but then I had to go back to the valuation. I wouldn't get my money back until my beard was long like Moses, right? So I'm out.
Good luck.
Good luck. As a woman, I can't stand beards like that. I can't.
Really? Yeah. He's playing.
It's time now. The ceremonial skin of the cup will be raised on ESPN and ABC next June. That's over 8 months from now. Game one of that long and winding road is here. The drop of the puck and a new season of NHL hockey is next on ESPN, part of our triple header opening night.
When we first set out to make the skies blue, some said, keep dreaming. So we did. We continue to lower emissions.
Look at these moves. Look at this move, Joe. I've never seen anything like that.
I stopped there. Next, we took our dreams to the track in a higher. Moving forward, upward. We're working on an EV that has wings. We even reduced CO2 by growing algae to make fuel. And someday, we'll turn your old hockey into your brand new one. That's because we are a company of dreamers, setting out to be carbon neutral by 2050. So, no matter where we go, we better believe we're going to keep dreaming. Choosing the right home protection plan can be confusing and overwhelming. Some providers cover appliances but won't protect your electronic devices like smartphones and laptops. Other plans protect your devices but won't cover your most expensive home systems like plumbing and AC. But if everything breaks, we make it simple. We protect almost everything. Our total home plan covers your major home systems like plumbing, electrical, and AC. 17 appliances, including your laundry and kitchen appliances. Plus, all of your personal electronics, including your smartphone, laptop, television, and more. Call now before something breaks to save hundreds or even thousands on home repairs. Like Tanya, who saved nearly $600 when her hot water heater needed to be replaced. Or Alfred, who saved over $1,400 when his central heating needed repair. All it takes is one call to have total home protection and total peace of mind. Call now for a free no obligation quote. 1-800-964-3432. 1-800-964-3432.
Harry Potter, Bitcoin bond. Donate to his wallet. Rabbi.
A Hall of Fame studded ceremonial
If you
puck
love
drop.
the Schiller, donate to his wallet. He needs the ETH to go buy some blue bread.
Hey, does anyone here like hockey?
Hockey's cool. It's not free.
You know that the season kicks off in like 5 minutes? Oh, I'm thrilled. I have 50 hockey fantasy teams. I can't wait. I hope so. I don't know anything about hockey. I mean, I know a little bit about it, but I haven't followed hockey really at any time in my life. So this is a first. All right, just one moment.
Okay, thank you. That's free, but why not? Alright, I'm gonna go hop on some Fortnite with my daughter. I'll catch you guys a little bit later.
Single stage to get back to that level. Some things are possible professional. Once again, glorious. Really to see that it keeps scrolling on the
Shot, nice save by Saros off the shoulder into the net. Okay, you see that save there by Saros? That save, you see the way he held his feet there. So a lot of people say, well, he's not 6'4", finish my point. But the way he's able to hold his feet, he does such a good job of really taking away the upper left and right corner as he does so there. Vintage save, stand-up save, great patience by Saros. The 28-year-old Finnish played a lot of hockey. 63 starts last year, 67 the year before, above average goal saved, above expected.
Can you see it when I play it?
Let me see. I don't see anything right now.
Well, no, I was playing it just for a moment.
Pass this year on the fourth line. He's a great fighter, true heavyweight. Really throws some hands. Just like Hagel when he arrived, did not score last year. They were hoping a good camp to get him back up in that 15-goal territory. Had that tough injuries roll at the end of the year. That's a little weird with the Supreme catch. Denny. He's going to center that fourth line, a whole new fourth line. Here come the line. Hands on the pass attempt. No more Belmar, Maroon, and Perry. A new look to this team. Here comes Novak. Those young members of the Predators trying to find their way in the league. No sustained pressure early on from these Predators. Yesamon with the puck goes in front. Goes in the net by Novak. It goes wide of Saros. Yesamon has it back. Back to the point it goes. Victor Hedman looking for a bounce back year this year. Yesamon shot saved by Saros through traffic. Back on the Predators. See if they get some offense going. Here's that young Ronnie Tomasino. And Evangelista and Novak held out chain. Puck handled by Johansson. And Predators doing a good job collapsing their teams while protecting the middle of the ice. Devils has control of everything from the outside, anything in the middle, but sweeping it up and getting out of the zone. Shots on goal. On part of their screen in the early going. All Tampa Bay early. Not used 5 months off. Many players stuck around Tampa Bay this summer. Usually head out with a heat and humidity. Enter Florida, but not this year. Seems to be a high hunger level for these Lightning. Again, 3 straight trips to the Stanley Cup. 2 winning Cup seasons as well. Here's Luke Shen, another new member of the Predators, up the middle. Forsberg check. Wide to Johansson, trying to get something on him early going. Haven't done it yet. That's got to be the key for that. They have to pepper Johansson. Matt Tompkins will be the backup in the early going. He's playing a regular season NHL. Draws making his franchise history. The GM responsible for the 80,000 misses to pay suspension in the a lot of guys that part of his career as well as GM. Luke Shen goes over the ball, but still trying to fish it out. Can't capture Josie. Soft keeps it in. Used to have it at young line, used to go back to Tomasino. Ball's going to get to the first. By Shen. Takes the ball down. It's good. Used to push it out. Nice pass here with Tomasino. He's back down. So, and then also somebody who was much needed rest. Seems like they're talking about that time, obviously, talking all these guys in this team. Rest, no shot for the Predators. Here comes to the tree. From behind, and dumping around the net.
Here's all the Adidas jerseys. What the fuck, Adidas? They rolled out that shit at the wrong time. Stupid. Frozen pizza. What did this guy do? He got an assist. Right. How does that guy get two? How do you get points? Shots on goal. Pretty Sanchez, you go, girl. Pass the Truman. Smells like the dogs. Fast cut and kick. Crowded stadium. Or something. Oh shit. Revive. Get a shot on goal. And a goal. You get 2 points for a goal. And then at Nashville. 40 got ninja spears. Every scary team. Everything really well. Frozen pizza, folks. Frozen pizza, folks. How is that a thing? They moved the fucking move the net. Good now.
Hi,
Yeah,
Daddy. It is now 3 o'clock p.m.
thanks, baby. There's something's gonna happen on me, guys.
Next into the tank are entrepreneurs with the next generation of karaoke machines. Hi, Sharks. My name is Eric Berkowitz, and the guy next to me, my name is John Kevin. And together, we're co-founders of the company Centrix from New York, New York. We're seeking $1.5 million in exchange for 5% of our company.
Wow, got some sales. I hope.
Centrix is the most exciting and revolutionary singing experience that's ever been created. Now everybody can sound like their favorite rock stars with no experience necessary. In order to prove the power of Centrix, we had to find a really awful singer. So my partner John is going to be singing for us. La 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 la. This time he's going to sing it through the Centrix unit. It's going to help him sing it too. It's going to pitch correct him, and it's going to add live vocal harmonies. All right, let's get you guys going. Let's get some energy. No talking. Concentrating. There we go. for you guys right now is we're going to cycle through some of the effects that are in the unit itself. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing from the Dallas Yes, good and terrible, good and terrible. Let's get together. You like to play guitar, right? Wow, nice. So the unit has over 350 different effects. You can now have a man sing like a woman, you can have a woman sing like a man, you can sing in your favorite baritone voice. It'll work with any type of music. So, how did you come up with this? Back in the 90s, we had a drum and karaoke game called Drumscape. I built the Drumscape in my parents' garage when I was 26 and filed all the patents, which turned out to be related to Guitar Hero, the earliest patents. Fast forward, we wound up selling our patents to Activision. Did you do well? How much is this going to cost the average consumer? Right now, the bundle, the 40-watt speaker, the stand, the studio, and the microphone is $345 retail. We just came out 6 months ago, so this is our primary SKU. What are your sales for the last 6 months? $1.2 million.
That's 6 months. Like, I want to make sure I'm clear on this.
$1,000 it costs you to make this bundle. Dollars you sell it out to a wholesale distributor if you want.
$150 is our landing cost. Wholesale would be like $265.
Tell me what's going to happen from here on in. You're saying the company's worth $30 million. It's not based on historical sales.
Here's what we do. We have a very large consumer electronics company who wants to take over our distribution in the U.S. and in Europe. So they're expecting to sell 30,000 units this year.
Is this an exclusive that they have?
It would be an exclusive. Here's where it's easy. If we sell 30,000 units this year, which is not a lot, during the holiday season, times $250 to $300, we're at somewhere between $6 to $8 million at a 40% margin.
Yeah, but your cost is going to ramp up fast. As you get to that $6 to $8 million, you're going to have to build that infrastructure.
It gets messy. So, what are you going to use the money for? Well, if we go with this distribution deal, that money's going to be used for making new products. It's not just about somebody writing a check. We've had lots of people offering us money at the evaluation that we put out there. But for us,
$30 million.
at $30 million, really? Yes. We're not looking for somebody to just write us a check and say, here's the money, go. We want to get involved with people that are going to make us better.
Here's what I hear. There's a reason why you're looking to do a licensing deal with this company. That's because it's going to take a boatload of cash to get you where you need to go. 1.5 isn't going to do it because it's heavy inventory. Then on top of that, you're going to have to spend a boatload on marketing and advertising, which is one of the reasons you're doing it. From where I sit, I don't see it working. I'll be a customer, but I won't be an investor. So for those reasons, I'm out.
We respect that.
Let me throw out an offer. Here's how it's going to work. I give you $1.5 million. I start with 50%. If you give me back my $1.5 million within 18 months, my equity goes down to 10%. At the end of it, if we're successful and we do these deals as you suggest, 30,000 units, we're left with two things. I have 10% and a $2.50 royalty on this price. Listen, I think that's a very fair offer because either you believe in your future or you don't. Kevin, does the royalty kick in only after you get your money back? Yes. You guys have a better offer? Let's hear it. I'm going to make you an offer. I'll make it very simple, very clean. I see this as a long-term play. I'll give you $1.5 million for 20%. Wow, that's expensive.
Thank you for the offer.
Well, you guys are impressive, and I'd like to be involved here. I like what Kevin offered you.
What?
I would go 1.5 at 30%. You pay me back my money, and I'll go down to 15%. And then I also would like to make $250 thereafter in perpetuity for units sold.
So what happened to you, Lori?
I don't know.
This structure makes a lot of sense. I joined her on that deal. What's reasonable for you? How fast you can pay us back?
I would gratefully accepted the offer. I mean, the question is,
What is the offer worth monetarily that we couldn't get outside of this tent?
I'll tell you the answer. Shark Tank 2 sharks. That's real.
When you're growing this quickly, that is the worst time that you want to be paying somebody back.
Robert's done it in a way where it costs you a lot more equity.
No, I've done it over the long term.
No, you've cost them a fortune.
I've done it over the long term.
Well, where we're at right now, I think I can help you in some areas. But I represent Ultra Music for licensing, as well as a lot of artists. I'm underwritten by Samsung, so I can make the equipment. My offer is $1.5 million for 25%, but I will finance all your orders going forward. That means you will not need any capital for orders.
If you covet your equity, which I believe you do, you look at our offer. What are you going to do?
Well, we're willing to increase our percentage. So we'll offer $1.5 million for 7% of the company.
Are you kidding?
1.5%? You can't afford 2%? In this world, when you're dealing with startups,
well, I'm sorry, guys.
This is what we do.
I don't know what planet you're on, but we're here on Earth in a Shark Tank.
We've done this before. It's hard. That was the biggest thing. It's self-talking. Yeah, that's a big difference. I'm out.
Guys, I'm out.
We're so far apart. I'm out. You are the class of your debt to me. You gotta go. I'm out. So turn around, please.
The question is, was it a matter of ego, or was it a matter of dollar and cents? Mr. Wonderful is always saying, I'm here for the money, for the money, for the money. Not for the percent. This was a money deal. There was money there.
Instant Tank is a product designed to give kids a sense of independence.
Hi, Sharks. My name's Talia Goldfarb, and this is my friend Tegan.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm seeking $60,000 for 10% equity in my company, myself belt. The belt kids can fasten themselves. As you know, a toddler's favorite words are
All by myself.
These words could not have been more true when I was potty training my 2-year-old son, Jake. He was doing so well with his newfound independence, and I couldn't have been more proud. But without the bulk of a diaper, his pants no longer fit. He would run and play with one hand holding up his pants. It was ridiculous, and nothing existed to solve this problem. I needed a belt that was easy for Jake to use, would keep his pants in place, and could be quickly undone at a moment's notice when he was racing to the bathroom. Droopy drawers?
No.
Our belt serves the role of a regular belt, complements any outfit, but the closure can be done with one hand. Ta-da! Since we launched, we've had great success, but there are many avenues for growth, such as licensing, the uniform market, and international expansion. We know that your expertise can help get us there. Who wants to cinch up a deal?
Me.
Tegan, you want to pass with the belts? Tegan's going to give all of you a belt to look at.
Tegan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
How old are you, Tegan?
5.
5. Wow. I like your belt. It's got pirates on it. Damon, why are they called pirates? Because they are. I think this is too small for me.
Okay, so the parent in the morning snaps the belt around the belt loop, and it becomes attached to the pants. Then it weaves through the loops like a regular belt, and the child can open and close it with one hand, as we saw. So it keeps their pants in place, always cinches to the right spot, always keeps their pants up, and they always have a successful I did it myself moment. All right, Tegan, can you say bye to the sharks?
Bye, Sharks. Give her a deal.
Don't you need multiple sizes because they only have the flexibility of the 1-inch belt? in terms of expanding?
We do, but we've been in business for a little while, and we've proven that people are eager to buy the next size up when their child outgrows.
My concern is it forces you to carry much more inventory because you have so many sizes.
It's true.
This is typical Kevin. He wants to look for all the negative in the product right away. Tell us the positive. Tell us how long you've been in business. Tell us your sales.
Sure. So we launched almost 10 years ago. In September, it's our 10-year anniversary. As I said, thank you. The last year, our sales were $205,000.
What were they the year before?
220. And what about the year before? The last 3 years, we've had a slight decline because we're sold online and also mainly independent boutiques. And when the recession hit, we found a lot of our boutiques were struggling. They really were being more conservative. Even big catalog we were in went bankrupt. I didn't want to be wasting my money and spinning my wheels knocking on people's doors who did not want to take anyone's call. And so we decided to kind of put a pause and to focus online and to weather out the storm.
You can't blame the economy for 3 years of declining sales. You can't. What price do you make today?
Canvas is $220, the leather is $350.
Okay, and then you sell them for how much?
Wholesale $845 and $945 for the leather.
What about big box retailers?
We were on a pretty high trajectory, and then we kind of leveled out, and that's because the big box stores, they became very narrow. But I feel like now the wholesale stores are being more open-minded again. I feel like we're on a trajectory.
Over 10 years to top out $200,000 on an item as basic as a value. Really?
I don't feel like it's declining. To be honest, the first 5 years I'm balancing motherhood. I have 3 little kids.
I'm going to guess the size of the market is around $100 million a year. Why do we have so little of it? What is holding you back?
I think I've been learning, and I think I've learned a ton about my market. Unfortunately, the economic climate impacted growth, but I've been spending that time thinking bigger. I shouldn't be pounding the doors of independent small boutiques. I should be thinking about licensing my clothing to Land's End, Izod, The Gap. Have you reached out to them? That's one of the reasons I'm here, is to have a strategic partner. I think someone like you can come in and really help make things happen. We have international patents.
You need a strategic partner. You're looking for someone to do the things that in reality you needed to figure out over 5 years. We're not talking about 1 year startup.
But I know the path. I just need a little help opening those doors.
You have all kinds of issues. The market's telling me this is not working. I'm sorry. 200,000 in sales is not a lot. The market is much larger than this.
It is. It is much larger.
So the market has spoken to me, and it said, not worth doing it either. I'm out.
Okay, thank you.
Don't thank me.
No, thank you for your feedback. I would love to fix it. I know I'm at the point where I need a partner.
Oh, yeah, you've always been at the point where you've needed a partner.
Maybe so.
Right. You pretty much have the same amount of sales every year.
So many stores have closed, and I feel like my strategy to wait that out instead of continuing to bang on doors.
Wait for what?
Well, wait for that. Wait for that wholesale side to be open to talking to people, which they are now.
Okay, so what you're saying is the business is declining, and you just want to wait for it to come back.
No, we're focusing online. It's a product. It's a great product. Whether the markets crash, economy's bad, a good product survives and actually continues to thrive. But one of the things that I think here is really lacking is your drive and determination to, no matter what it takes, every morning you wake up with, you know what, this isn't working, but I'm going to do this. I don't care what obstacles are in my way. It's not who's going to let me, it's who's going to stop me. I don't see that in you. I'm out.
Kelly, let me tell you where I'm at. There are 2 types of warriors. There are people who want to sit on top of the hill and be strategic, and there are people who are in there fighting hand-to-hand combat. Sometimes you gotta do both.
Sure.
You're up here. When I started my business 10 years ago, I thought we would do $5 million in sales the first year. My ego is massive. Guess what we sold? 400,000. So guess what I was doing? I was in there making cold calls, going out there every day. You gotta hustle.
We're doing a big 10-year, this is for our 10-year launch, we're doing a big marketing push. We are attending
Stop looking for the positive. Look for the objections.
What I'm trying to show you is the opportunity.
Tell you, you're not listening.
No, I am. I'm really listening. You can see that.
You know what? The worst lies you tell in life are the ones you tell yourself. As you're standing there, you're selling yourself.
I'm trying to sell you on our great product.
Oh, you don't listen to it, right? We agree you have a great product. We've all said that, right?
Right.
I didn't say that. Well, you talked about the market. Because the market says this product's 200,000 a year.
Potty training is a $500 million industry.
Yeah. I don't need to hear more opportunity. I'm good. I don't mean to be rude, right? I don't. I want you to be successful, right? I see the foundation of a business. At least you've got a deep product. I do. You're not a killer. And for that reason, I'm out.
Damon, I think you'd be an amazing partner. You would have came here hoping we'd be intrigued by what we've done so far. I know you invested in mission belts. I would love for you to become a belt mogul, and I would love for you to take a chance. I mean, I know our product. I know what it needs. I know what people like about it.
4 sharks are out. Talia has one last chance to make a deal for her children's belt company, Myself Belts.
Damon, I would love for you to take a chance. I mean, I know our product. I know what it needs. I know what people like about it. I know how to make it grow.
So, the last 5 years, you came into basically a recession. You pivoted, you moved around, you figured a way to then go out online is thriving. Around the same number. I have no idea what these guys are talking about. That's typical. It really does. Yeah. Well, guess what? Guess what's on my class? You know, I'm going to take a risk on you. I'll give you $75,000 for 25%.
I'm so grateful. I'm so excited that you don't hear what they're saying. Can I counter and say 20%? Well, our sales are 200,000. We have international patents and international. Asking.
You know what? I want to screen up for your belts with a belt promo. No. That's what I want my partner to do and not accept anything. You know what? You don't get unless you ask. Now, of course, no when it counts to what. I do like that. I believe in you. $75,000 for 25%. That's my final vote.
Okay, accept. Thank you all very much. I feel like I was just in a fist fight. It was unexpected because I worked so hard. I know who I am, but when David came in and swooped in, I felt so good.
Next time on Shark Tank, we salute Veterans Small Business Week and America's entrepreneurs who have also served our country. I'm a former United States Marine. Thank you for serving my country. How many did you sell last month? Probably like 40. You know, life is full of obstacles and failures, and when we face that, we don't give up. I'm going to take your number. Nobody knows what it takes like a seal does. That is a big mistake. Go beat him up. Next, you won't believe who gets caught on camera sleeping while you work, and all new 2020 starts now. In honor of Veterans Small Business Week, we salute America's entrepreneurs who have also served our country. I'm a former United States Marine. What do you sell?
Selling makes commissions for $75.
How many did you sell last month? Probably like 40. How did you even get here? You know what? I'm going to take your number. That is a big mistake. Go beat him up. Life is full of obstacles and failures, and when we face that, we don't give up. Nobody knows what it takes like a seal does. Thank you for serving my country. And Lee, a special message from our nation's first lady.
My husband and I are thrilled to celebrate Veterans Small Business Week with all of you at Shark Tank.
We're the Sharks. They're self-made business experts worth billions. ROTHSCHILD is a shrewd venture capitalist. Made his fortune selling insurance educational company for over $4 billion. David John the fashion world with Uber. Now he's the branding expert behind multiple global brands generating billions in sales. Robert son of an immigrant factory worker, founded one of the world's preeminent cybersecurity firms. World leader and queen of QVC holds over
over 100 brands and has launched over 400 products, grossing over $500 million in sales. And Mark Cuban, renowned billionaire tech mogul and the outspoken owner of the Dallas Mavericks.
My name is Ashley Drake, and I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. I'm an active duty officer in the United States Army. Currently, I'm a captain with the Army Corps of Engineers. In 2007, we were deployed to Iraq. I did 15 months overseas. It was a very rewarding experience, being at the tip of the spear, actually accomplishing missions, and I really believe that we made a difference. For me, physical fitness is very important, not only for my career in the military, but also just to stay healthy and the best that I can be for my family. I was doing a lot of training to stay in shape. When you do high intensity workouts, you need the right gear to protect you and prevent injury. This company is growing faster than I ever thought it would, and we cannot keep up with the demand. We believe in this so much that my husband left his full-time job so that he could take on the company full-time. We need to form a strategic partnership with Shark. I know that applying the years of dedication and determination that I've learned in the service can really make this dream a reality. Hi Sharks, my name is Ashley Drake, and you, all of you, need to get a grip. The natural grip. I'm seeking $100,000 for 20% equity in my company. Do you want your hands to look like this when you get done working out? No, nobody does, and my product prevents this problem. Yes, there are other hand protection devices on the market. They're leather, they're cloth, they're nylon, and they don't work. And do you know why? Because they slip off your hands, they're bulky, and they hinder your performance in the gym. Not the natural grip. We are the only custom hand grip on the market. Our grip is based off of your rib finger size. And we are the only reusable tape grip. So let me show you how it works. One of our sponsored athletes, Danielle Seidel, will now perform the signature. She has just 165 pounds on the bar. No big deal. But a lot of people don't like to wear grips during this because they feel like they cannot have proper control of the bar and get it over the head safely. Danielle doesn't have that problem. Good job, Danielle.
Impressive.
So now she's going to do some bar muscle ups. Now bar muscle ups are a very complex movement. What happens is that their hands start to rip and tear open, so they have to drop from the bar. Not Danielle. In fact, she's able to go from the bar muscle up straight into kicking pull-ups without any problem. That is not typical. Why? Because because they're her hands. That's why. Because they're protected and she feels safe on the bar. So I have some custom grips for you.
Are you saying you can't put that on if you do everything she did?
I'm not hearing. Robert, you have the custom Danielle Seidel natural grip. Lori Pink, what female doesn't like to work out in pink? Kevin, this is the color of the soul. Damon, back to your movie roots, red, black, and pink, should I say?
Actually, how do you put them on?
You just put them over your ring finger and your middle finger.
And then how does it attach?
Well, you can attach it with our custom natural grip boat tape, which will sell you for $7 a roll. That's what I'm talking about. You can attach it with your own wrist straps. So what I want you to do is I want you to put give in the grip. So you see how you kind of arc your hand like that right there. It's very flexible.
I see a hernia.
Good job. How do your hands feel? Because my sales are so good. Good job. Alright, so sharks. You can rip, you can tear, you can bleed all over the place, or you can get the natural grip. So who's ready to stop the pain and see the gains? Your question.
What
Prices are about money, so you put a value on this $500,000. That means you must have some sales or you're crazy.
I have sales. So the Natural Group's only been in existence for a year now. We have 178,000 in sales.
What was your full-time job? What did you do?
Okay, so my full-time job is I'm active duty Army.
Wow. How did you get here?
I started CrossFit in 2012 and I started ripping my hands. And I was so devastated because when you rip your hands, you're out of the gym for at least 3 or 4 days while you heal. So I tried to find something to fix the problem and none of it was working. My husband got sick of hearing me complain about it and he said, I think I can make you something that'll fix this problem. He didn't know it then, but the Natural Group was born.
I'm curious, why don't the other products work? Because there are a lot of other products.
So the other grips are leather, so they're fluffy. They're nylon or cloth, so they're slick.
Proprietary or yours is the material?
No, what's proprietary about mine and what I have a patent pending on is the method of a reusable tape grip based off of ring finger size. That is 100% cotton adhesive material.
How much are you selling these units for?
So right now we're on a distributor model. We sell to distributors for $10 a unit and then they resell it for $17 a unit.
So
I've sold 13,000 units.
what does it cost for each package?
So each unit costs me $4.43 to make. $4 of the $4.43 is labor. I found subcontractors, stay-at-home moms, high school kids, retirees, people that needed work. And I said, I will train you, take my material, and I will pay you by the piece when you drop off.
I only know one person in the world. Is there market just CrossFit?
Is there a market outside of CrossFit? Absolutely. Why? Power lifters, Olympic lifters. I have motocross guys that are buying this product.
I think you're amazing. Everything you've done. You came in, you know your stuff. You have a great entrepreneurial spirit. For me, though, I have to be passionate about everything investment, and I'm not feeling passion on this one. I'm out.
Thank you very much.
Actually, your problem is you need the money to build demand.
To manufacture this more efficiently and to get more of them to build inventory. So when I get the orders from my distributors for thousands, I can fill it. Right now, they wait to turn now. The current 6-man staff, I can do 3,000 units a month.
No.
That's a major constraint to your business. I get your sales, something's working, but for me, I can't get excited about it because of how good she is. Actually, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, how big is this? What are the sales?
I believe if we can keep up with demand, we will gross 400,000 in sales this year. But in 2015, if we can keep up with the demand, we will hit $1 million in sales. Why? Because the industry I'm targeting to right now is growing. I have a product that wears out and you're going to need it again. Then I can expand outside of CrossFit.
I don't think you want to expand outside of CrossFit. That's not the opportunity. The opportunity is adding additional products that leverage your credibility and the trust that you've developed. So I'm right, trust me.
I built it for the CrossFit community, but the fact that it could help other people out there, I'm open to that. I'm solving a problem. So if someone else is ripping their hands, let's solve that problem. Right now, though, let's deal with this. This is what we have going on.
You are one motivated, Calvin. You're not wasting your time in Shark Tank. I'm going to say that.
And the fact that I was able to get here in this small amount of time, you're amazing.
All right, somebody give this woman $100,000. Get her out. Yeah, you know what? I do this every time. I get impatient, and then Cuban comes in and loves power. So I'm just going to sit here and play our part. Showdown, okay, crap.
Two sharks are out, and it seems one they have never had a scandal.
Just thinking. What's Mark's favorite line? I don't care what these guys do, but I like what you're doing, obviously. You deserve so much credit. I see that you're trying to keep up. That's fine. But what I didn't see was what's next, right? And what I was hoping to hear was after this product, then there's the tape. After the tape, there's this, then that, and this, so that we can grow it into something that helps us grow as come out.
Thank you.
Okay, Ashley. So, we all know I'm the sports shark. You have tremendous credibility. You're a great operator. In every business I've invested in on Shark Tank that had a great operator has succeeded. I'll give you 100,000, 30%. And I am with you 100% on the strategy. Hoorah, let's go.
I got it.
I think you need more than just the money. I know I'm not connection, but obviously I'm in this space. So I'm willing to do it. 100,000 for 20%. And I'm a partner with the only person who bought 40 boxes.
It's not a business. What you're doing today is
And I'm very thankful for both of those offers. I have a manufacturing issue. I don't need more fancy people wearing my grips because I can't make them fast enough to sell to the stay-at-home mom right now.
I have a manufacturing system at Born. I actually took my local coordinator to a belt. So I can help you do manufacturing.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to sweep my offer. I'm actually going to give you more. 125,000, 25%.
I'll give you 100,000 for 32%. I know the whole community. I know what it's about. And I know it needs to happen to the manufacturing side before we go to the results.
And I'm not all day. You have to make a decision.
What do you feel in your gut? I feel in my gut that, Damon, you're very well connected and you know the industry, but I've been living the grind for a year and hard work, energy, and effort. I only get less than 4 hours of sleep, honestly. And I feel like Robert can help me get there, and I want to do a deal with him. Congratulations, man. Yeah. Congrats. Thank you.
Love it. You know, if that's going to work, I was going to challenge you to chin up contest. Just make it bad.
You should partner up with Cyber Theft Band.
No, she partnered up with Sporty Shark.
This opportunity for my husband and our 3-year-old is life-changing, you know? It's just, I'm so thankful for it. Hard work, it pays off.
We're at the White House today. Yes, Shark Tank and the nation's capital.
There you go.
Hey, Ashley, Rob, welcome to the White House. Also joining us today are active duty and veteran entrepreneurs who made deals with us on Shark Tank.
This is big time for all of us.
We're at the White House today because Shark Tank has been invited to participate in a Champions of Change event that celebrates veteran entrepreneurs.
I'm so excited to be here. I'll check it out. All right, let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The president has said again and again, we must support our veterans as they transition from protecting our country to leading our country in so many ways.
To honor veteran entrepreneurs and also provide our own advice to those that aspire to become entrepreneurs. Many of the educators that you're trained at are very useful in business.
Leadership is one of our best traits that we bring to us.
I look for desire, drive, on, and the ability to solve problems.
for us, it was all about just finding what we were passionate about and running with it.
Don't start a business, find a problem, solve a problem, business process.
These vets already have the tools and the determination to succeed. All they need is a little guidance, but they know how to win.
As these guys come back from the battlefield, it's important to show them that their unique skill set can be applied to their business. Sometimes they just need to be shown the path.
One more round of applause for this team.
This is the epicenter of freedom. With Shark Tank in the White House, new generation entrepreneurs to make our economy grow even faster.
Our veterans are some of the most talented and creative leaders in our country. And it's no surprise that many of them go on to lead businesses of their own when their service ends. So my husband and I are thrilled to celebrate Veterans Small Business Week with all of you at Shark Tank. Now, throughout the country, we're connecting veterans with workshops, resources, and training programs to help them launch and grow their businesses. Because we know that joining forces with veteran entrepreneurs isn't just good for their home, it's good for our entire country. So to all of our veterans on Shark Tank and all across the country, we want you to know that we've got your back.
Next to the tank is a business utilizing man's best friend.
Hi Sharks, my name is Lori Morale and I'm from Columbus, Ohio. I'm the owner of Priority One Canine. I'm here seeking $75,000 in exchange for 15% of my company. Training a dog takes a lot of time and patience, but it all pays off at the end when your best friend is there for when you need them the most.
I want that dog. Hey, Sarge, how you doing? My name is Wayne Morale. I'm your husband and co-owner of Priority One Canine. We train some of the world's finest canine bodyguards for personal, home, and family security.
You're probably asking yourself, who needs a personal canine bodyguard? The answer might be you. The average police response time in America is 7 to 10 minutes. That's 7 to 10 minutes that you just can't waste.
We hand select and train each canine to meet our clients' individual personal security needs, whether it be protection from carjacking, career security, or personal security on the whole way. So, Sharks, which one of you would like to team up with us? Become a part of the most elite canine security company in the country. Oh my God. Lori, now this so cool. But for me to really get it, I need to see the demo again. Can Kevin Love go back? What language are you speaking to? That's, is she friendly or is she so tightly wound that she can't be around you?
Oh no, all of our canines and our family pets that live in the home with.
Why is she staring at you so intently?
She's in protection mode right now.
For you?
Yes.
That's really interesting.
I'd like to excuse me if we got to the nitty gritty of things. Darcy, okay.
It's a very tightly wound animal, almost it is a weapon. Can you do the same thing with, let's say, a Chihuahua? Is it only German Shepherd?
No, we specifically use about 3 or 4 different dog breeds. The Belgian Shepherd, like you saw today, or the Belgian Malinois, the Dutch Shepherd, and also the German Shepherd.
We actually hand select the dog that will meet your individual needs. We come to your house, we see how you live. Do you have kids? Or do you want to use the dog for?
I need a dog. What do you charge?
We have 3 different training packages. We have a level 1, which is a $20,000 training package.
Does that include the dog?
That includes the dog. Yes. A level 2, which is a $30,000, and then a level 3, which is a $40,000.
What's the difference? It goes on the amount of training that's put into the dog. So the basic level 1 dog would be a dog that someone was to come to your house, ring the doorbell, the dog would go to the front door, and bark, and look like a training dog. Level 2, we start going into higher levels of training. If you're a jogger, if you want a carjacking scenario, you place into the dog. Once you get into level 3 dog, you get full shebang.
You know, I'm curious about your background because you feel to me like maybe Army.
Yes, we are. I'm a United States Marine. I've been a police officer for the last 14 years. SWAT teams, police departments, all over the United States request me to teach them how to do this with their dogs.
And Lori, are you a dog too?
Yes, I actually came from corporate America, but I came home one day and I took weight. I said, you know what? I've always wanted to do something with animals. And he goes, go for it.
How many dogs did you sell? Whatever the choice slash dogs you placed so far?
We trained and placed 11 dogs so far.
This year? No, last year.
In the last year and a half.
Yes, sir. What are your revenues? It's about $150,000 and you're about $70,000.
The inherent problem here is scale. How do I turn this into a multi-billion-dollar business? I think that's very, very challenging.
Like such a perfect thing for you. No, a dog that works on a
No, I like that part because I could just say, you know, you would get into a deal, just send the dog over. That's it. I don't really know. If breeding 20 dogs a year and $40,000. That's $800,000 a year. I've never been a rich person, probably never will be. That's plenty of money to me.
That is a fantastic living for you. But even at 800,000 as an investment business, it's very, very difficult to scale that kind of thing.
If we do 9 dogs a month, $72 a year, we're looking at $2.4 million.
It's huge. It's such a hands-on type of business. A weapon like that is highly trained that needs people like you constantly retuning.
And we do that.
Yeah, actually, that's
But again, goes to my point. It's you. I don't think you found an investor in me today, perhaps a customer.
if you got this up to $1 million in sales, I think it's not really interesting for an investor. We have different opportunities to put capital in different directions. We look for unlimited scalability. I don't see it here.
I'm sorry to hear you say that, Kevin.
We really need a partner to help us here. We're not. I just been a Marine, a police officer, and a dog trainer my whole life. I need somebody with that little bit of extra business sense to help us take this business to the next level. Maybe it won't be a $5 or $10 million company. Maybe we need $2 million for $2 million.
You know, you get $2 million on your own, and that's a great thing.
There's different types of investments. There's some that just take the cash, right? And for others, they want context and expertise and mentoring. Context, expertise, and mentoring is expensive from all. And so when we talk about getting to $2 million relative to our time, it's not enough. It's going to take more time than the reward would be. And for those reasons, thank you, sir.
You guys are really impressive. I could tell the minute you walked in, you had a military background, while are constantly kept your cool. I think to the point the other sharks are saying is you don't have to scale it really huge. If you make a great living off of it, that's what you need. And I don't say that very often. It would be hard for us to make a lot of money from it or be able to contribute to it. But that reason, I don't know. But I see you as winners.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You're a huge dog lover. I am. And if you can come over and teach little Blake and Smart to peel the beauty pants.
Done.
I'm not sure those are dogs.
So I'm a product guy, and manufacturing, distribution, licensing. I don't think I can help you in that service.
You can absolutely help us.
But I can't turn your business into a big business where I can get actually return on my capital.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. This has been an absolutely awesome experience for us.
Success.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to kill a chihuahua to take it.
Good luck, so your business, a dog deal.
My dad was around with young kids and just had a bad hair day. Somebody said, our goal was to come in and show sharks a different type of business. Kind of blow the doors off, but unfortunately, I didn't see it that way. Just
Next up is an entrepreneur with a better version of a modern man bag.
Hi, my name's Aaron Tweedy, and I'm from Front Royal, Virginia. I'm here today seeking $200,000 for a 29% stake in my company, Manpack. The Manpack is a sling-style vertical messenger bag designed by guys for guys. 30 years ago, men carried nothing more than a money clip, but times have changed. On average, guys now carry 4.5 pounds of stuff. Things like keys, cell phones, tablets, energy drinks. Point is, guys need to carry stuff, and we have very few options. We have the backpack, the briefcase, the traditional messenger bag, and I'm sure all of you remember the fanny pack. I have designed a superior product that I call Urban Tact. You can wear this thing 3 different ways. First way is abandon your stuff. If you need to take it off quickly, it has a quick release glass. It just mounted a utility pocket for your cell phone with magnetic button closure. Line it up, locks itself shut. 3 rows of molded tactical gear and a collapsible memory. When you need it, it's there. When you don't, it folds off. Super charger. It folds up and out of the way. To get into it, you don't need to take it off. Just spin it around. and open it up. Plus, you have auxiliary pockets for things like your wallet, loose pocket change, keys. Now, if you're someplace where you're going to take it on and off frequently, you can do it over one shoulder. Notice how the weight still comes over your lower back. Due to the ergonomic design of the strap. And if you're in the city, on the metro, you can work in reverse, keep your possessions in front of you, and save from pockets. The mission statement of Man Pack is to make men more prepared, because a prepared man is a better man. With your support, we can turn the man bag market into the man pack market. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
What's your background? What's your background? Are you a designer?
No, I built my first house when I was 19, and I flew working in Georgia when I was 17.
Were you married?
I was.
You know, when you first walked in, I looked at it and I thought, oh, another man's sad, guys, whatever. But you definitely wowed me with the utility of it.
Please see everything right? We can take a look. Sure, yes.
Thank you.
Give me the black. You get the XL.
Yeah, you need to get yourself. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Have you sold any of these?
I have.
What are your sales?
What do you sell?
Okay, so last year, 76,000. This year, we're at 65,000 year to date.
Is that online?
What do you think you this year?
145.
What do you sell it for?
$59.95.
What do you like it for?
They cost right now $22.05 a piece.
This product requires an explanation because it's hard to differentiate against anything else.
That's true. You have to educate the consumer because this is an emerging market.
Bags are emerging.
This is the millennial version of the purse. But it's not right. It's not a purse. It's not a backpack. It's a man. It's a man.
Whatever. Here's the picture.
I got some of my family. Right.
I had a similar bag, and I wasn't ashamed to wear it in public because every other guy knew it.
Exactly.
When I came back here and put the same thing on, I didn't make it one block down the street. It was lacking.
You know,
But that's not yours.
Robert, I don't think it was obvious.
You know, a couple of things. One, it's not a purse. When you see the guys that I sell to, the Secret Service agents and military personnel, law enforcement personnel,
I never thought with somebody with a gun.
right, exactly.
Let's go to the real numbers. How many did you sell last month online only?
Probably like 40. You know, I mean, it's not good. I started this with $5,000. I've been doing a lot. Next week.
Why do you think the company was $700,000?
Okay, 50,000 for the design patent retriever.
What did you design that for?
They're this model, like
What about that? The strap?
it's just the look of it.
For you, back to the value.
Multiple sales for 2 years, being the $145,000 projection, $18,000 in extra property, and that being the bank of YouTube commercials that I created with value is a matter of perception. We're on an island and you have a bar of gold and I have a cheeseburger who's rich.
I'll take the gold. Should I get the blade and leave the
Robert, hold on. We don't own the number of this. No, okay. And 200,000 are good.
And 200,000 in goodwill.
If I give you 20,000, I'd have to own about 260% of it. About that. Just very small sales. That's the reason I have just a financial interest.
I understand.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Kevin. I think this is a hard business to invest in. I think you're a hustler and you're a great salesperson. I just think it's hard for you to scale, which makes it hard to invest in. So for those reasons, I'm out.
We see many people with good sales, bad sales, and we normally bet on the person and make it sort of unconscious. We also look for small indications on how big this product will be. I'm going to charge $20,000 for your videos and you made a bigger home. It indicated that you don't have a sense of financial intelligence when it comes to what partners take in operating this business. For that reason, I'm out.
I have to tell you, as impressed as I am, to me, it looks like a messenger bag. So you gotta run real fast, baby. You gotta get out there and fly. That's a journey for you. So you're a tough guy, ex-military. I think you're going to do it. You're not giving me the time frame that I'm
I don't know that much about what men carry around, but I do know that in all my years in retail and QVC and creating products, the hardest thing is when there's just a ton of competition and you're not even sure how popular the market is for it. And we're not sure how many people are going to be buying the product. And for that reason, I'm out.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. What it comes down to is that they didn't like my valuation. I'm sure they would have liked to have 70% of the business for 20 grand. And, I look forward into the future, and I know that it's going to be worth a lot more because I'm going to make it worth a lot more.
Next in the town is a military couple with what they believe is the ultimate manly gift.
Oh, that is sick. Is that a gold? Fuck yeah.
Hi, Sharks. My name is Eli Green.
I'm his wife, Jen.
Our business is Bottle Preacher.
We are seeking $150,000 for 10% equity stake in our business.
At Bottle Preacher, we make the finest, personalized 50 caliber bottle openers on the market.
You might be asking yourself, why would anybody want a 50 caliber bottle opener? Short answer is, they're awesome.
As a former Navy SEAL, I knew I needed a big enough way to provide for my family when I got out of the Navy. Bottle Preacher has given us the ability to do that, and it's actually really simple. Most guys like drinking beer. Most guys think that large caliber bullets are really cool. At Bottle Preacher, we combine the two to create the ultimate manly gift.
We've managed to create a successful company. We know with your help, we can reach this thing wide open.
We made each one of you guys a personalized 50 caliber beer bottle opener. We brought you guys some beer. Mr. Cupid, we found some gluten-free beer for you.
Thank you.
Oh, Corey, that's the first big preacher because I don't want to be rude and have you guys drink alone. Have a drink with us. Cheers. Cheers, guys.
Is it a real 50 cal?
Mr. Wonderful, that is a dummy round. We use recyclable bullets. We are fine-tuning intermediates. So that's one place we know in the future we can absolutely slash our costs by going directly to the manufacturer. Where it is.
Well, we sell online. We have an Etsy store, and then we have our own website. On average, they are $23.50. They have a pretty wide range. We have a lot of add-ons that we can always add on from a brand like a brass can start at $20. You can add on a rating for $5. You can add a box for $5. You can do double-sided ratings, which is an extra $4.
The cost to us after labor is $93.
Yes,
You're not selling to retail.
Not at this point. We are two strategic brick-and-mortar stores.
Okay, so you're selling them now at what?
We usually sell them between $16 to $18.
our biggest market is weddings.
Weddings? It is a groomsman.
Whether the bride ushers, groomsmen, best man, anyone we can get in the weddings because they're willing to pay more money.
You said you created something from scratch. It's a great business now. Give it to us in terms of numbers. What do you sell?
Year to date, we've made $500,000.
Wow.
And
Retail
online, and we're projected to end at $840,000. We just started January last year. That first month, we only did
What up, baby?
now for 1 p.m. Last month was our
baby.
biggest month ever at
There's something gonna happen. I'm gonna die.
Answer why it's called Bottle
I love the answer. A preacher is an operator whose job is to get us the assaulters into whatever target we're ready to use. Whether it's a sledgehammer, whether it's a steel charger, or a sniper, he is the preacher. That's a qualification like sniper. You gotta reach for that beer somehow, right? You gotta get in there, you gotta reach. And our customer base loves it.
Can this be made in other bullets?
Yes. That's a 20mm round. That's when you fire like an attack coming up or something like that. So
this is like,
Oh my God, this is the mother of all bullets.
we actually call that the DMD, the weapon mouse destruction.
Do you get any resistance because it's a bullet? Because some merchandisers don't like the thought of a bullet because there's been in our society problems and issues with bullets and guns.
You're absolutely right. And to that point, we haven't had any problem so far, pushing this along for the market, we found that most people, they see it as a display piece and nothing really harmful. So even though I know exactly where you're coming from,
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a reality. We have never had anyone be like, oh, I hate that. Don't buy it.
I mean, you need to expand the capacity. Let's say this is a huge hit on Shark Tank. You get an order for 50,000 units. How do you do?
I know at that number, I'm going to have to lease another incubator space. I'm also going to have to.
Don't you need 150,000?
Yes, sir. As we grow, we can double in size right now in the space that we're in.
What do you need to buy?
90% of our uploads are customized.
What stops anybody else from doing this?
Okay, that's a great question, and we do have competition. Thanks to Mr. Wonderful. We were actually watching an episode of Shark Tank, and Mr. Wonderful was ripping apart an entrepreneur because he did not brand on his product, and as soon as it left through the package, you couldn't tell it from the other ones. After the episode, I looked at Jen and I was like, hey, babe, we got to figure out how to stay on every single day.
I think the name has a lot to do with success. It's catchy, like preaching internal pain. I mean, that's half the battle. Just the biggest industry.
I'm so honored and humbled to be able to serve with the guys that I got to serve in the last 8-9 years. I did combat deployments to Iraq. The first time I went to SEAL training, I didn't make it through. I actually made it through the hardest portion of SEAL training, which is called nofilter, and that's 5.5 days of just getting your butt kicked the whole time. No sleep whatsoever. It's like you're Sandy, and you're just getting beat down the whole time. I made it through that week. About a week and a half later, the instructors pulled me into their office and they said, young man, you obviously have love, but you're not looking for we need the best of the best here. So we're going to send you out to the fleet. I was on a ship for 2.5 years. It wasn't very fun at all, but I did what I had to do. I paid attention, and 2.5 years later, I came back and I made it through. And I wanted to tell you guys that because that's who Jennifer and I are. We don't give up. Life is full of obstacles and failures, and we face that. We don't look at the hills. We just keep trudging on and we figure it out. So, are you doing any wedding shows?
We haven't yet. It's because, honestly, when he was active duty, I was at home running the business. We wanted to wait to expand until he got out, which is next month.
I just rejoined into my main job 2 months ago.
It's twofold. When he was deployed, I had a really rough time waiting. That's why I started working online by myself at night, because I was lonely and I was by myself and I didn't know anyone in San Diego. And I got used to it, and it's been a wonderful experience. I've been deployments. It's now time for them to call me. 2 girls, they asked about Daddy, and they do, and they miss him.
All right, guys, look. I'll make it. I like the story. It's very simple. I've made money with military guys because they're focused. I'll do it for 20%.
Wow, I'm honored to get that offer from you, Sam. I really am. I never thought I'd get that.
Listen, I like that story. Listen, I structure my deals based on risk I'm taking. And I think this business can be grown.
I really do appreciate that honor. And out of respect for the other sharks, I'd like to hear their input on it.
You are wonderful. Out of respect to us,
Yes, ma'am.
you want to hear our offer.
Yes, ma'am. I want to hear if there's any other offers out there.
And listen, I like you. You have a niche market, but I like big markets, and so I'm out of it.
All right, I'm going to make it an offer. I want to give you $200,000 for 25%. Will you consider that I get the licenses? I was already thinking carries and paperweights and a lot of other things. And I don't think that you'll get a brand of that. And I don't want to knock myself in the word. Mark, would you be interested in going into the sharks?
I may just go with Kevin. You just want to split it 75 inches, 10 plus 8. So you say. Let's split it. So it's $150,000 for 20%. Mark and I each get 10. So we each get $75,000. You get 2 sharks, no contingency, going straight in.
Mr. Cuban, Mr. Wonderful. You guys are awesome. Yes. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the beer. Thank you for the bullet. I told Jim from the get-go I wanted to land 2 sharks. You know, we have a saying in the military, 1 is 9, 2 is 1. We wanted 2 sharks, and that's exactly what we got there.
Absolutely thrilled, especially the 2 that we got. It's just perfect.
Next time on Shark Tank.
I lived in my friend's closet for giving you your full price.
Are you out of your mind? I don't think anything you're going to say is going to change yet.
Just remind me, let me tell you.
Kind of like being a dice. Rolling the dice.
Celebrate Shark Tank's 100th episode.
We've all been here for years. Why still we're the new lemonade? Being an entrepreneur is the ultimate equalizer. Everybody has a shot.
Choose Vanity Park and your Disney wish to unlock the hidden secret starts now on 2020. Welcome to the Shark Tank, where entrepreneurs seek an investment to start, grow, or save their business.
I lived in my friend's closet.
If the sharks hear a great idea, they'll invest their own money. Holy crap!
Like kind of like being a dice. Rolling the dice.
And fight each other for a deal.
Giving you your full price.
Are you out of your mind? But the entrepreneurs must get the full amount they're asking for, or they'll walk away with nothing.
I don't think anything you're going to say is going to change yet.
Well, let's remind me, let me tell you.
Hey, this is not how it works.
And tonight we celebrate Shark Tank's 100th episode with a look back at the Sharks' favorite memories and their insight into Shark Tank's impact.
We've all been here for years now. Why still we're the new age lemonade? Being an entrepreneur is the ultimate equalizer. Everybody has a shot. However, give us some shit.
100th episode.
First into the tank is a product to defend against Mother Nature.
Hi, Sharks. My name is John D. Smith, and I'm from Orlando, Florida. I'm the creator of Storm Stoppers. I'm seeking $100,000 for 10% equity in my company. Let me tell you about hurricanes. They're a lot like your in-laws. They give you a little time to prepare, and they can leave your house a mess.
Attention, hurricane alert. All owners need to prepare.
Hurricane Alert is approaching. Barbara, help me protect the home.
No problem.
This is faced by millions of people across the world every time there's a hurricane. Everyone grabs plywood. It's heavy, takes 2 people, and it looks terrible. There's some wing nuts here.
That noise will not stop hurricane Alert.
John, hurry up and finish. The hurricane's coming. He's coming to your house. Hurry.
So let me show you Storm Stoppers. You line it up, and you lock the first fastener. And then all you do, grab the mount, 2 taps. There you go, all the way around. Thank you very much, Robert.
Great job, Barbara.
So, as you can see, Storm Stoppers is much easier to use versus plywood. How does it hold up in a hurricane simulation test? So, you're looking at plywood, the 2x4 goes right through. Now, with Storm Stoppers,
Wow.
the 2x4 bounces right off, and it protects the glass behind it.
That's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, it is amazing.
Very impressive, John.
What did you use to attach that?
It's fastened with a product made by 3M called Dual Lock. It would probably help if I showed you a sample.
Yeah. Would you? That would be great.
I also wanted to show you how easy it is to cut.
You have to cut it?
Yes.
Well, yeah, you gotta fit the window. But it doesn't come in standard sizes for size windows and so on.
No, we have two size panels. We have a 76 by 85. We have a 65 by 108.
John, how do I take it off?
Well, there's two ways you can take it off. Use the handle as one, but the other way I have to show you. Everyone else bolts their product on. So if there's a fire, you can't do this.
Ready to go?
Push hard and remove it. You know, we sell storm stoppers as a kit. It's a panel, a certain number of fasteners.
What's the price on that panel?
This is about 12 square feet. This kit would be around $85.
So this isn't cheap. John, what about plywood?
Plywood, you know, the typical retail for a house with plywood, say $500. House with storm stoppers, $2,500.
So 5 times more expensive. That is the problem.
Our customers tell us they'd rather spend $2,500.
I get it, John. I'm looking at the opportunity in terms of what it's going to take to make this a standard instead of plywood, which has been around for decades. So why don't you tell us what you're selling? Because for $1 million, I want to know that this thing is working on the market.
So this is my 10th year in business. We've done a little over $5.5 million in sales to 5,500 customers. 05 and 06, we did 1.6 million.
What about the last 12 months?
Last 12 months, I've done 200,000.
Wait, so you've seen a drop off?
Well, our product is tied to the economy and the weather. It's like selling umbrellas. You gotta have rain to sell an umbrella. There's gotta be a
John, I understand if in a bad year, less hurricanes, you go down to 800,000 or 700,000. But 200,000 is so small relative to where we were. Let me tell you what I really hate about this business. Nothing stops me, Mr. Wonderful, from doing this myself. If I wanted to, I could simply go buy these sheets, attach the Velcro, this is for sale to anybody. Nothing proprietary there.
To your thing, there's nothing proprietary. I like Coca-Cola. Do I buy it because there's maybe a patent in the Coke vault? No, I buy it because I like the taste. I like the way it makes me feel.
So you still believe it?
Absolutely, and our customers believe in it too. And let me tell you one thing.
I just see so many challenges with this proposition.
Thank you. Let me tell you one reason. It's a huge reason. It's safety.
I got no demo.
But no. You have to understand.
I don't think anything you're going to say is going to change the outcome for me.
Well, unless you're a mind reader, let me tell you.
Whoa. Dang, that's not the way to sell. All right? The sales are horrific. So look, you showed me a really interesting technology that works, but not a good investment. I'm out.
I totally believe your product is good. I think the idea that you can escape in a fire is a great asset. But you've got to have a huge supply of this ready for when the consumer needs it right away. So you have to stock up and lay out a lot of cash hoping you're going to get a hurricane soon. And that's the problem. You're going to have a lot of cash outlay and not know when you're going to sell it. So it's a rough business all around.
Appreciate that. Mark?
John, you're obviously an expert in residential hurricane safety and protection, but your interpersonal skills, your sales skills are awesome. If you challenge Kevin when basically your business life is on the line and you're asking him if he's a mind reader, I can only imagine when you get flustered in a situation where you're trying to sell a homeowner or a builder. I don't trust you in terms of your sales ability, and for those reasons, I'm out. What are you going to do, Mark?
Well, let me tell you, I think that it's a really smart product. But for me, I'm very concerned with how your sales just completely dropped. I'm sorry I'm out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your constructive criticism. Thank you.
Good luck, John.
Put my face on there.
That was really smart product.
It had nothing to do with the product. If I had one thing to do over again, I would have left the table out.
I'm Jen,
And I'm Jeff.
and we're brother and sister from Brooklyn, New York.
Really? Since we were kids, we always had a business together. We would sell toys in the street, even popcorn on the street. Then as we kind of grew up into high school, we became best friends and have since been inseparable.
Jeff, try this. One day, Jeff was helping me move apartments, and we had nothing to eat, but we're starving. So I had a few ingredients from a health food store. We started making it, and it was amazing. So good.
And knew we were onto something big. And that's when the idea of our company popped into our minds.
Should try that. Our product is a spin on something that everyone's had forever, but we've managed to make it new and exciting again. It's healthy, gluten-free, vegan, and completely delicious. Starting a business in New York isn't always the easiest. We're working full-time at it and barely making ends meet.
We need investment from a shark to really get to the next level. We have a great product, we just don't have the manufacturing or the distribution to get it out there. We've taken our little family company as far as we can on our own, and we've literally given up everything to take it this far.
We just really hope that one of the sharks loves it as much as we do, because it's everything to us. Hi Sharks, I'm Jen, and this is my big brother Jeff. We're from Brooklyn, New York, and we're asking for $200,000 for 10% of our company, Pip Snacks.
Jen and I have always been entrepreneurs. As kids, instead of lemonade, we would sell popcorn out in front of the house.
Fast forward 20 years, and we're all still munching on that same popcorn, until now. I was working at a health food store, and I never thought that popcorn could get better, but a farmer introduced me to this special variety of corn. I took it home and popped it, and it was the most amazing popcorn I've ever had. It completely rocked my world. So I immediately shared it with my brother, and not long after, Pipcorn was born.
Pipcorn is delicious, all natural, and you guessed it, mini. Even better, the shells are much, much, much smaller and more delicate. So say goodbye to those thick, hard pieces that get stuck in your teeth. Now, before we get too far along, let's get to the real business and hand them out. And as we always say, so, sharks, our flavors are sea salt, rosemary, kettle, and everyone's favorite, white truffle. Red truffle's all natural truffle, the real stuff. The rosemary, we make all of our own rosemary sea salt. It's really great. Sea salt's my favorite. I eat it almost every single day.
I like it. Thank you. Everything's vegan and gluten-free, organic, non-GMO.
Really?
Yeah, and I'll be pop it in olive oil.
Can I go to the farmer myself and buy my own kernels from him? What do I need you for?
You can, but we're actually growing so quickly that we're really close to signing a total exclusive for popping. So we've actually grown 125
He's the only farmer that grow the small popcorn?
No, he's not the only one, but we have about 2.5 years of experience. We have 2.5 years of kind of leeway building a brand.
So tell us about the revenue. Tell us about where you sell.
Last year we sold 200,000.
And that was only in about 40 stores.
What kind of stores? We're in 18 Whole Foods currently.
How much does it sell for?
$4.99.
What's your cost on it?
Our cost is $1.88 average. The truffle's the most expensive.
That's expensive. $1.80
It's expensive, but we're doing all the manufacturing ourselves. So to take you back a little bit, we launched in April of 2012, and 1 month into the job, we caught the attention of Oprah. We were featured on Favorite Things in November. So we were forced to really scale up very quickly, but we are currently working with Hope to outsource 99% of it, and that'll double our margins.
What will it cost you after you've got scale with the co-packer?
You're speaking, tell your Oprah story. We're talking about Oprah service things. You don't want to hear all my hockey stories? Rabbi. Oprah's cool. Hockey's still pretty fucking boring. You gotta make it better, get rid of the icing and all that other bullshit. But what about cum dumpster? They're ready. We'll get there. Anyway. What's your Oprah story? Some rubbish. What's this about Oprah? Like, what kind of Oprah story? What the fuck? What's your Oprah story? They'd be like, what 37-year-old rabbi has an Oprah story? I'd be like, oh, my rabbi has an Oprah story. Really? Yeah, what was it? Sober story sucked. Really? Yeah, what was it? He was fucking working for Mossad or some shit in like 1982 to 1983. He lived in Israel. Or as my Rabbi since I kind of love our favorite say, Israel. Really? What did you say? Israel. Really? Yeah. So she made it 4 fucking syllables. Israel. Yeah, she did. Anyway,
There's nothing proprietary about the seed. To hear me out, it's a broken record. And I look at you.
So what did she?
$2 million, a bag, $2 million.
What's his Oprah story? His Oprah story sucks. What was it? It was the lamest fucking Oprah story I've ever heard. What was his Oprah story? I mean, he had some other stories that were okay. He never had like I'm sure he got some cool stories, but okay, his story was what he was working for. I don't know. He wouldn't know the story because he just saw it. Suspicion. And he said that television in Israel then was like really boring, I guess, and they were able to get this American television. They were it was like the first VCR that they ever got or something, and it was something like that. And so what they ended up getting was somebody had VHS tapes of the Oprah Winfrey show. And so the first time he ever saw Oprah Winfrey was in Israel. That's his fucking Oprah story. Yeah, it was fucking lame. So this one time he, like, I'd come to Shabbat a few times. By this one time, who was there this time? I forget. Oh, cool. Was it the Collins?
But you know, you guys are winners. I can smell it a mile away.
Someone was there.
I'm giving you your full price.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, there's only one contingency. You take out $900 on a given week.
Anyway,
okay?
And what happened?
200,000 for 10%.
He said,
but there's got to be a way to get my money back out.
Is that what was over? I forget. I think so. And so he told that story, and it was kind of quiet, and I was like, I have an Oprah story. And he and I'm like, all right. So my mom, this is okay. This isn't high type of story. It's much shorter than this, I'm sure. It was like my mom used to go with her girlfriend to the Oprah Winfrey show. It used to be a big thing. You could call in to the Oprah Winfrey show, and it was really difficult to get tickets. But if you called, you eventually sometimes could get tickets to the Oprah Winfrey show. And if you got tickets, you would tell them, like, I don't know, something like, I think you got like 4 tickets or something if you called in. And so my mom, like one time she went, she had gone a few times with her girlfriends. And one of the times I think they've done a couple, like, I don't know. They've done like 2 or 3 times. This one, and she would go with her friends from work. And they'd take the day off and go to the Oprah Winfrey show. And this one time, she went, and another girl. Anyway, this one time she went, and hold on. What time she went? With whom did she go? I don't recall exactly who. Maybe her friend. I think her friend. Mrs. Avocado, that was her friend, that was Khalil's mom, I think went. I think her friend Kathy Rice went. And some other lady. What the hell is that lady's name? I forget. So one of her other friends. And they went to the Oprah Winfrey show, and so this is just like a thing that they would do. And they got to see Oprah, that's your story? No. So they, what did they do? Okay, so during one of the commercial breaks or something, they asked members of the audience, where my mom was, if you won the lottery, what would you do with the winnings? And so they'd ask someone, and some lady, I think, was like, I would take a trip to Paris. And they'd show like a picture of Paris. Somebody else was like, I'd buy a Rolls Royce. And they would like, they thought like, okay, they were thinking what could they do? Maybe show a picture of a Rolls Royce. And when they asked my mom what she would do, she said, well, I don't know what I would do, but my husband always said that if we ever won the lottery, the first thing he's doing is buying a pantyhose factory for me, because my mom would go through a lot of pantyhose. And they thought that was a funny answer. So they said to her off to the side, we think that you're really funny. Is there any way that you would come back to the show tomorrow? And I was like, oh my God, I'm funny. Like, I have to get my husband to drive me, and like, oh no, don't worry about any of that. We'll send a limo. And he's like, oh, okay, Oprah's gonna send me a limo. And they said, yeah, they'll be there at your house tomorrow at noon. And I was like, this person's not coming at noon. Anyway, so my mom came home, and I remember I was in third grade at the time. And were you in third grade? Was it either in third? I think I was in third grade. I think so. And my mom came home, and she's like, Michael, you're never going to believe this. I was home from school. She said, you're never going to believe this. I'm like, what? She said, where's my dad? My dad was in Chicago. Like, he was making calls to customers. But she said, I remember we sat in his chair, and she called him on his cell phone, and she said, Mike, you're never going to believe this. Apparently, Oprah Winfrey is going to send a limo to our house tomorrow. And Squatty Potty's super huge. I got a story, Squatty Potty story. Really, yeah, Squatty Potty's amazing. Anyway, so my dad was, huh? And so my mom said, I'm going to go get a new dress, and I'm going to get Michael new outfit as well at the mall. And that's my dad. So he's like, okay. So he gets home, and my mom and I go to the mall, and we got new clothes, which was pretty rare for us to go to the mall and get new clothes. But we went to the mall, and I remember, I don't know, my mom always liked to store Talbots, and I don't know if that's what she went, but she was like that store, and she liked Chicos, Talbots and Chicos were good. Anyway, so then, what did you do? So, my dad was like, so what kind of, like, they just told you that they're going to send the limo tomorrow? And my mom said, yeah, they're going to be at our house at noon. She's like, I gave them our address. He's like, did you give them anything else? And she's like, no, that's all we know. And my mom told the story. They asked me a question, what what I do if we won the lottery, and I always said what you said, which is I'd buy a pen inspector. And they thought it was funny. So my dad's like, okay, so next day comes, and I and I never really got to miss school, but I got to miss school this day, which is really big. I think it was third grade. And what did you do? I got to miss school, and that was a huge deal because I never got to miss school like that. And I remember we were sitting on the stairs of our house, and we had a big grandfather clock that would chime like this, and it was chiming at noon on the dot. And this limo pulls up into our driveway right at noon, exactly on time. I remember I remember the clock was chiming at the time, and so we went outside, and I'd never been in a limo before. And so we get in, and it's got a full bar, or whatever, like a full limo bar, and they've got a what do you call those people? What do you call this shows how little I do. A chauffeur, and he's got the little hat and everything. He's opening up the door for us like in a movie. And then all of a sudden I know we're on the toll road, and we're going to Harpo Studios in Chicago, Illinois. And my mom is excited, but she said, I don't know if we should get too excited because I don't know what they're gonna do. I have no idea. So we get there, and Chicago's an hour behind what we were. So I think we probably got there at like maybe 12:30 p.m. Chicago time. And they said, all right, so we get there, and we walk into the building of Harpo Studios in Chicago, Illinois, and they say, okay, well, you guys are going to be in the green room while you wait. So I still, to this day, I was really excited for it to be a green room, like a room that was green. But it did have the mirrors that have all the lights going around it, the makeup mirrors, and I remember that was really exciting. Like, wow, this is like what they have in the movies. So my dad and I are in the green room, and they eventually knock on the door and say to my mom that they're ready for her. And they have her, they take her to the studio audience. And I remember, my mom said this wasn't true, but I'm pretty sure it was, that I saw Oprah from behind. Because I did see the studio, and it's small. I mean, it's much smaller than you think it's going to be. Than you would think it was. I thought it'd be like a stadium. Anyway, and I saw her from behind with 5%, as he would say, is a nothing burger. What I thought was her, and I could have been wrong, but I think it was her. I remember, I was expecting to be like super tall, but she's not. Or at least this lady who I saw from behind was not. But she was like I just saw her from behind. Anyway, and I was just walking through. So anyway, have you seen Oprah? Anyway, so but you have to understand, Oprah was like, it was like Lou Holtz to my father is Oprah to my mother. They're like very equivalent beings. They're like the biggest fucking person in their mind. Anyway, so
you're talking about wanting to get value for where you see the company going, and that's why you think
we're in the green room and we're waiting. I remember waiting, and it's like, what are they doing? Wow, I have no idea. And they're waiting, and when they were done with my mom, she came back to the dream room, and we were like, "Oh, so what'd you do?" And she's like, "Well, they just asked me the question." Or she said they had like 3 women. She was one of the women. They had the first lady, who was they um, asked her. They had like an idea of like her um, with a trip to Paris, and another lady was with a Rolls Royce, and so then but they didn't show the picture that was going to be added in post effects or whatever, and they just said all they wanted them to do was just sit there and like nod off like they were dreaming, like staring into the air. So my mom was like, I don't really know too much more than that. They just basically had the first lady staring off, and then they had the second lady staring off, and then they had me staring off, or I was staring off, and so that's all I really know. And then they shot this episode, and it was like the name of the episode was like something like Your Wildest Dreams or something like that. So my mom was like, well, I mean, it was neat. I don't really know. The show airs. It'll air this fall, or it was the fall when we went. It'll air this winter, something like that. It was maybe November when it was gonna air. And so it was like, oh, okay. So it's not going to be on tomorrow? No, okay. So we were like, okay, well, we're all set. So we got to take the limo back home. And my mom called all her girlfriends and was like, okay, the show's going to air, I forget when it was, on November 13th, let's say. I don't know. And he was like, okay. So I remember telling my teachers, and I remember, well, so the next day comes, and I get to go back to school, and I remember all the teachers were asking me, like, oh my God, we heard your mom was on Oprah. I was like, apparently, and all the kids, they were very jealous of me that I got to be on, or that I got to go in a limo, and I got to tell them what a limo ride was like and everything. And this is just like, we're from like small town Park, nobody's doing anything like this. And Oprah, I'm telling you, Oprah is the biggest celebrity. This is the mid-90s. Oprah is the biggest celebrity in the lives of a middle-aged woman. Far enough. I'm trying to think who's even close. There really wasn't anybody. Till to this day, Oprah's huge. Oprah was like bigger than any actor or actress, starlet. She's bigger. She's big. Oprah's bigger than. She's bigger than that time. She's bigger than Julia Roberts. She's bigger than Tom Cruise. She's bigger than everyone, and still arguable to this day. Anyway, so she, I get to tell all my friends what it was like, what the women was like, and everything. Okay, so then what? Well, they had told my mom, if, you know, we lived pretty close to Chicago. If we had lived further, we would have gotten to stay overnight. What was the name of the hotel? The Omni Hotel. They would always say this in every Oprah. It was like they'd always say like audience accommodations provided by, and then it would be like United Airlines or American Airlines and Omni Hotel. Really, yeah. What would they say? It was like on Chicago's magnificent mile. That's what they always said in these commercials, or at the end of Oprah. Ask any lady from the mid who was fucking alive in the mid-90s, and they will know exactly what I'm saying. I can't remember completely. So anyway, we're really excited because it's going to be the day that the show airs, and so my mom is going to tape it. Because back then there wasn't DVR, there wasn't like streaming. It was, you had to tape it with a VCR. She's got like multiple VCRs going, and the day that it's supposed to air. Now you can ask my mother this, and she will say that I am lying. I hand to God, as they say, hand to God. I'm telling you, even though we're not supposed to do that, I am telling you, this is exactly what happened. I think my mom blacked this memory out of her brain. What happened? So we're there, and it's going to be, the episode is going to be entitled "Your Wildest Dreams" or something like that. And Oprah starts up, and Oprah says something like, "Welcome to the Oprah Winfrey Show. Today we're talking to women who are too fat to leave their homes." That's, I swear to God, the episode that aired. Women who are too fat to leave their home. And my mom is saying, what? They told me on this date my episode was going to air. Well, it turned out it did not air that day. It would air the next day. So all my mom's friends are watching Oprah. All my teachers are watching Oprah. And they think that the episode is going to be Your Wildest Dreams. And it ends up being, I'm too fat to leave my house. Really? Yes. And it has these huge women there. Just these giant, like, these women are like sumo wrestlers. And they're not even, some of those are the ones they could get into the studio. Other ones, they were literally too fat to leave the house. They had to go like on site. And these women are in these like these like medical beds, and they've got like, they're eating like chips and hot dogs and hamburgers and stuff, and they're just like, it's just an absolute mess. So my mom's super embarrassed because she told everybody to watch Oprah on this given date, and it's gonna be my, in your wildest dreams, and it was, I'm too fat to leave the house. Oh my God. So the next day comes, and I think my mom got some kind of confirmation. I don't know how, but maybe she called or something and was like, when is my episode going to air? And I said, it's going to air today, whatever the day is. It might not have been next day. Might have been a week or something. So, okay. So all of a sudden, we've already had the air let out of our excitement bubble once. So we're going to watch the episode Oprah, and so we're all watching. My mom, my mom had taped "I'm Too Fat to Leave My House" episodes, so she's recording these episodes again, and the episode was Oprah comes in and says, "Today we're talking about what would you do if you won the lottery? What are your wildest dreams?" And I was like, "Okay, this is the episode that I'm putting on, something like that." Okay, so Oprah says something like, we're here with lottery winners and regular, non-lottery winners, and we've got some people here who are basically, what would you do with your what would you do if you won the lottery? So they said, well, we took some members of our studio audience, and we wanted to know what their dreams would be. And they showed that first lady who is thinking about a Rolls Royce. And she's like, dreaming of a Rolls Royce. And they take the next lady, and they show this lady dreaming of a trip to Paris. And wouldn't you know it, the box that, like, where they would show, like, in the corner, like where the Rolls Royce was, that was over the first lady. Like, the first lady was going, and the box was over the second lady. The second lady went, and the box was over the third lady. And it just so happened that this box was right over my mom's face when the second lady was going, and they didn't have anything for my mom. Why? Because, and I still remember this, saying to my mom, well, my mom was like, how are they going to show a pantyhose factory? It's going to look very industrial. And I always wanted that art from Caroline in the City. I'm like, oh, they could draw like a little pantyhose factory. And my mom was like, yeah, I mean, they're just not going to do that. It wasn't that they weren't going to put that much time and effort into it. So literally, all you do is see my mom from here down, and her friend calls her on the phone immediately, and the first words out of her mouth to my mom were, "I'd know those boobs anywhere." So that was my mom's funny Oprah story. And so was your mom on Oprah? I mean, you could see her in clips. You could probably see her in quite a few clips throughout the years, because my mom would go back to the Oprah Winfrey show. I mean, it's just called Oprah, but back in the day, it's the Oprah Winfrey show. She went, how many times did she go in her entire life? I don't know, maybe 5 or 6, something like that. And that was her story. That's what she did. Is that the end of your story with Oprah?
Who's your favorite shark, by the way?
Yeah. So Oprah, you fired. Go fuck yourself.
My 9-year-old loved the show, and I love that about it. I think, in a small way, we're a spark to most people. By the way, Barbara, I have to thank you. I'm going down the escalator in LAX, and there's a guy holding a sign. It's not my name. It says Mr. Wonderful. And I think back to season 1 when you gave me that name, and I'm so proud to wear it now.
I have never been to one. Stop spreading that rumor.
I would throw out the 70% that leaves you with 30, because you get to work with Mr. Wonderful. That's who. Okay, we've all been here for years now. Why are you still here? We're the New Age lemonade stand. It used to be when you had a son or daughter that you wanted to teach about business, you had them set up a lemonade stand in the front yard. Now you want Shark Tank. It just sends the message that the American dream is alive and well.
I'm here because I'm a product of a series of mentors throughout my life. It started out my mother, she's still my mentor today. I had great partners and great friends, and I'm excited about what we do for these individuals. And in return, in a great way, we succeed as well.
The two most satisfying acts in the universe is having kids and raising them and building a business. And if you think about it, it's the same thing.
Every day I come out here, honestly, I feel deeply humbled and honored, not just to be with you guys, but to be on this show. A bunch of people still don't believe, even my friends, how real the show is until they come and watch it. They still think you must get by. Is it really your own money?
People say, well, that's not reality. You wouldn't negotiate against 5 people. But you know what? When you're out shopping a deal, you're negotiating 5, 10 people. It's just in separate rooms. Now we get to see who bids against each other, and we get to go at each other. The bottom line is, whether you are a mom, a dad, a kid, an immigrant, you walk onto that carpet, being an entrepreneur is the ultimate equalizer, and everybody has a shot.
Hallelujah. Oh, yes. Hey, wow. All right, Kevin, you're 100. Congratulations. We have to have a toast, guys. It's the 100th episode of Shark Tank. Let's have another 100. Champagne is a great story. That's it. Always tilt the glass when the champagne is being poured. It's how you respect vintage. Is this from the Wood Society? Is this the law? No. Let me show you how the toast is done. To our 100th episode, hold your pinky out like that. Cheers. Cheers to another 100. Cheers. Thank you. Next time on Shark Tank, special guest shark, billionaire creator of the GoPro camera, Nick Woodman joins the tank.
America's fighting about we must win.
This dude's passionate, and I dig it.
I love your product.
Give me a hug.
I'm listening, and it says I'm a piece of crap.
You know what? Just stop. Just stop talking. You know what? Just stop talking.
It's a crap. This is something that matters to me personally.
Get over it. Don't start crying. Be a man. How far will some people go to make a baby? It's the new sex on 2020, starting now. Tonight, special guest shark, billionaire creator of the GoPro camera, Nick Woodman, joins the tank. In the tank, entrepreneurs seek an investment to start, grow, or save their business.
Yo, dog. What up, Smoke?